The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 1001. Unpleasant surprise. As the cathedral ships approached, Max was expecting another wave of interceptors or orbital fighters, but what he got was much more horrific. The massive vessels disgorged hundreds of thousands of demonic beings and armored warriors into space, and though they had no gear of their own, it seemed that the demons had no trouble navigating. They ran through the void as if they were running through the air, only incredibly quickly, covering multiple kilometers with every step as they closed the distance to the Mecha. I would just like to note, for the record, that this is some bullshit right here. One of the Titan-class pilots remarked as the rearguard opened fire on the attackers. He wasn't wrong, but it did confirm Max's suspicions that the demons were, in fact, energy beings and not corporeal at all. They only seemed that way because they had to coalesce to interact with the rest of the universe. Hitting them with mass drivers was a lost cause. The rounds punched through them with little resistance, and the holes healed soon after. So, Max abandoned the solid projectiles in favor of nuclear rounds once again. The damage caused by hundreds of small nuclear explosions decimated the enemy ranks and nearly stalled the advance until the enemy began to spread out to limit the effectiveness of the area effects and try to surround the humans who had remained behind to allow the rest of their portion of the line to retreat safely. Retreat as you fire. Do not allow them to surround us, Max ordered as he tore apart another massive demon with his ion cannons. The distance was closing between the groups, but as the Mecha increased the speed of their retreat, the demons seemed to lose enthusiasm for the battle and began to slow down. If they kept at it for a few more minutes, the rearguard should be able to break free, and then Max would just have to lead them to a safe location to board their vessels. All of the Titan-class Mecha were warp-capable, but it would be a pain to try to hold on to that many androids as they engaged the warp field, so Max called back the android ships first. They could pick up Mecha without risk of human life, and they could be rebuilt if he was wrong about the enemy backing off. They were still taking fire from the warriors, but nothing heavy enough to truly challenge a Mecha of this class. The demons were the real threat, but they had to make it to close combat first, and they were no longer trying. Commander, the last of the enemy units are retreating to rejoin their main force. Should we call back our transports? The leader of the Anomaly Defense Force asked. Give it a couple of minutes until we see how they react to the android ships arriving for pickup. They will stay on station while the rest of us get settled in. The destroyers arrived to pick up the android army only a few minutes later, and the enemy didn't react at all. In fact, they seemed to be retreating themselves, regrouping back inside the edge of the rift where sensors couldn't easily penetrate to detect their movement or their disappearance into the other layers if that was their plan. Though this battle might have seemed like a Pyrrhic victory for them, Max was left without any way to tell how large the great enemy or the Violent One's army was. The two meant the same thing, as far as he could tell. The names just changed depending on what language you translated from. The army is loaded, Commander. Sending the signal to bring the Anomaly Defense Group here. The lead pilot of the android destroyers announced. Bring my cutter as well. We will return with the others to the anomaly in Koleska space and work out a plan for the future from there. Max informed the human contingent. The trip back to the anomaly was a somber one. Over 100 of the Mecha pilots were dead, with over 200 Titan-class Mecha disabled or in for complete overhauls. The only positive point was that they had at least managed to bring back all of the bodies, so nobody was left on the battlefield. The Koleska had likewise taken heavy casualties, with nearly 20% of their pilots lost in battle. Commander Yuri's men had fared much better than average, with more training and being kept in reserve through the most brutal part of the early battle, but there was going to be a long series of memorials for the dead in the coming days. There wouldn't be time for everyone to shut down and grieve, though. Already, there were reports from the closest planets to the rift that they had detected movement coming their way and were evacuating as many civilians as possible. How long are we going to take to regroup before we head out to reinforce some of those frontline planets? Nico quietly asked Max as they sat in a multi-species meeting about the future of the battle. I think 24 hours should be sufficient, so we're here to politely attend the first round of memorials, and then we can move back to the front lines. We've found a method to stabilize a portal long enough to get a ship through so we can get back quickly, with some risk. I think it will be enough to save at least one planet. Max whispered back, "Thank you all for attending. As you know, we are all under the same threat here, so my Numexian people have proposed a new strategic military alliance that will bring all of the military groups in the region together for a coordinated effort." One of the politicians was informing the room. This was the fourth iteration of that speech that they'd sat through, and every one of them put the speaker's race in charge of everything, with the others as their subordinates and shock troops, so they could suffer few to no casualties while making it look like they were doing their best. The long-winded Numexian finished his speech, and the moderator of the meeting turned to Max. "As the representative of the Reaver faction of the human species, what are your intentions?" they asked. Max stood at the table and took the translation device in his hands so every species could understand him. "The Reavers will remain here for one standard day to attend the first memorial services for our Kaleska friends, and then we will return to the front lines of the battle. I have marked 4 possible planets as the most likely to be attacked next, and we will provide military support while they evacuate civilians. Once that is finished, we will continue on to the next planet needing assistance until either the great enemy runs out of forces or we run out of planets to evacuate." The whole meeting was in an uproar at that. The strongest of the militant species had no intention of joining any of their alliance efforts and was going to go it alone. It was a disaster for their plans. Chapter 1002, Kaleska lament. Once the furor about Max's declared intention to fight on his own began to die down, many other species took the opportunity to declare the same plan. It is the opinion of the Kaleska Empire that a decentralized approach, with communication between forces, would be optimal for the successful defense of the threatened planets. If our force is not sufficient for the task, we will choose to call on allies for support, but routing all decisions through a central bureaucracy will only delay the response times and create infighting and resentment among those sent to the most brutal of battlefields. We will not shy away from our duty. We will fight, but we will do it because we choose to, and there will be none to take responsibility for our successes and failures but our own commanders." The head of the Kaleska delegation, a defense minister that Max recalled meeting once before, announced. "The Dobryev second that sentiment. We will work with our allies when necessary, but we will dispatch our own troops to make the most timely of interventions. We must not let the species closest to the rift be wiped out along with all of their knowledge and culture." That was a thought that many of the species had. The various technology that the species kept to themselves was incredibly valuable. Not many were like the humans, who had spread their knowledge all through the Kaleska and improved them faster than any other species in recorded history. Even fewer would have had the ability to adapt that quickly, even if they were given the methods and knowledge. Their cultures would collapse under the strain of adaptation. After a few more minutes of meetings, the Kaleska defense minister stood again. "I am afraid that this meeting must be adjourned for the day, as we have a memorial starting in 2 hours, and I am needed on the planet. I will send you our shuttle information once we have the human delegation sorted out," Max replied, then rose to his feet, signaling to the others that the meeting was well and truly done. Nobody wanted to be the first to walk away from a negotiation, but since the humans had agreed with the Kaleska to put everything on hold until after the memorial, it was no longer impolite for them to return to their ships and their own species' funeral rites for the lost. The Valkyria were also in mourning, having lost 4 out of every 100 soldiers they sent out into the void. It was far lower casualties than most, especially along the other flank, which had been first to break with many forces being completely overrun, but it was more than any Valkyria force in living memory had suffered. Even worse, the casualties were suffered during a loss. The Valkyria didn't hold a large public ceremony for the dead, though. That wasn't their way. Instead, it would be a private affair for those who knew them personally. So, Max sent out the messages to the other humans in the Innu, as well as the Valkyria commander, who would likely nominate someone for the political purpose of attending the meeting before they were on their way again. "Will there be reinforcements for the human fleet?" the Innu admiral asked, thinking about how to distribute the repair and restocking teams for the next battles. "Yes, but I'm not sure when. I am told that there are more coming, though." Max agreed. There were a lot of forces already here, but there was word that more mercenary forces had signed up for the cause. Both the Reavers trade group and the major faction governments were offering substantial rewards, and that had tempted a number of wealthy companies who could afford to upgrade to new military drones to join the battle. Max didn't expect that most of them would field Mecha except in the most dire of situations, but with thousands of drone pilots and a heavily armed ship, they would still be a formidable fighting force. Nico was already working on changing the drone specs for the next fight after analyzing what worked well and what was mediocre in this last battle. The decision was that they would use larger drones this time to increase the number of weapons that could be fired at once. The smaller ones took up too much airspace for the firepower that they had since they were limited by their power generation. Making them closer to shuttle size would also help disguise troop movements since the actual shuttles would be much more similar to the drones. She was just finishing the orders when they picked up the last of the commanders and made their way to the surface of the planet. Ironically, they were landing at the Terminus Academy airstrip, named in honor of their contribution to the development of Kaleska military technology. It felt a bit strange to see himself honored this way when they were here to mourn the dead, but even Max had to acknowledge that there would have been millions more dead if the Kaleska had remained as they were. The ceremony had them standing next to Commander Yuri, who now sported an intricately embroidered red cloak over his shiny black chiton. Max hadn't seen that many clothes on a Kaleska many times before, so Yuri must have gotten a major promotion in rank after the battle. Max silently congratulated him with a pat on the now clothed shoulder and a handshake, returned by the commander without taking his eyes off the ceremony. The Kaleska were very ritualistic, and the crowd was completely silent other than the music being played. Everyone in attendance was torn between distraught and bored out of their minds, but most of them would have to stand through an entire week of these ceremonies all over the planet before they could return to regular duties. Commander Yuri was thinking exactly that, and calculating how he would slip away from the optional additional duties without being caught. If someone caught him before he could leave, courtesy would oblige him to stay for even more boredom and another round of dry political speeches. Spending too much time with the humans had definitely changed him. Chapter 1003. Distress call. Only hours after Max had returned to his ship after the morning ceremony, they received a distress call from a planet near the rift. They were a few star systems away and had received no warning of the arrival of the enemy forces. They just appeared out of nowhere and put some sort of barrier over the planet before invading. Should we go? It looks like nobody else has answered the call yet, Nico suggested. It had only been about 15 seconds, so of course, any larger force wouldn't have been able to make a decision yet, but they had the flexibility to go anywhere, and Max really did want to get away from all the formalities. Answer that we are bringing the Terminus Trading Company force. Then privately tell the Anomaly Defense Force to wait here for the ships full of drones to arrive so that they don't have to be the main battle force for their excursions. He agreed. Attention Allied nations, the Terminus Trading Company will be going to the rescue of Abraxas 3 effective immediately. We will update you on the situation when we arrive, Nico announced on the General Communications channel, shocking all of the politicians who were currently discussing what to do about the first message that they had received. These first few missions would be critical to the future of their alliance and the reputation of their species while under pressure. Most of them were convinced that this threat would pass once the enemy had taken a few species down, and that meant their reputation would be of utmost importance in the future, and looking weak or cowardly could get them taken over by their former allies once the conflict ended. They were especially wary of the humans, as they didn't have any planets in the area and had far too much firepower for the number of units that they fielded. They were a threat on par with the Arisen in the minds of most species, and looking weak would make them look like prey to this excessively warlike group, but none of them immediately stepped forward to join Max on the offensive. They were frightened of the humans but not suicidal. We're all ready to depart. The Anomaly fleet has confirmed that they will wait for the reinforcements and leave as one large battle group. The mercenaries appreciate the generosity as well. 1,000 Titan-class Mecha is far more help than they were expecting. Nico laughed. Good, let's get going. We will take the point but keep the colony ship full of drone fighters close behind us. We will leave the immediate area and then pop through a portal for immediate arrival. The new algorithm should stabilize the portals enough to get there intact. Max ordered. Max laughed as he sensed the shock of millions of minds who were watching the small fleet move out, not understanding why Max was confident that they could take a planet back from the enemy with such a small fleet of ships. A dozen vessels, even if it contained a colony ship, was barely a detachment for most of these species, not a serious fighting force, but Max was taking only that small group to go alone to a besieged planet. Once they were clear of the traffic in the unstable space closest to the anomaly, Max had the fleet portal to the besieged planet vanishing through the void and leaving the rest of the species in shock that he could manage to stabilize a portal at all in these conditions. They had thought that he would be spending days on the route to the planet and would have time to consider a battle strategy, but it looked like the Terminus Trading Company, as they called themselves, were going to be in battle in about 10 seconds. Humans are terrifying. One of the politicians watching the scene from the surface of the planet whispered to the Kaleska minister next to him. You have no idea. This is their version of holding back. We have seen their combat abilities, and the type of weapons that they decided not to bring here for the sake of not destabilizing space itself are far more terrifying. They used one near the anomaly to destroy an arisen cube in a single shot. Here, check the footage. The minister whispered back. The alien officer watched in horror as the antimatter torpedo exploded, and his knees were visibly trembling as he got to the analysis data of the explosion. What sort of species even invents something like that? Were they planning to end half the universe to prevent the Arisen from reaching their home galaxy? The officer asked. Knowing them, it is possible. Their version of cost-to-benefit analysis considers genocide a quantifiable loss. While they whispered their analysis of human brutality, Max and his fleet appeared on the other side of the portal, with alarms blaring of imminent impact. Evasive measures. What the feth went wrong? Max shouted. The ships maneuvered so suddenly that Nico was nearly forced to one knee as the gravity compensators were overloaded, but they dodged the massive cathedral ship that was descending through the upper atmosphere below them. Analysis complete. The barrier surrounding the planet has warped reality in this region. Spatial stability has been compromised, and everything that appears within 1 light year of the planet is being pulled inside the barrier. The ship's AI announced. Max checked the sensors, and the AI seemed to be correct. There were no cathedral ships in orbit, they were all headed for the surface of the planet, where a massive battle had already broken out. But there was nothing above 80,000 meters. Anything that tried to go higher was forced back down by the barrier around the planet. Even worse, the enemy had intended for this to happen, and they had already set up defensive weapons to attack any attempted rescuers on their way down. Deploy all drone fighters and interceptors. Target the orbital weapons and the enemy vessels that are on the descent. Nico ordered from inside her mecha. 2 minutes to landing. Please pick a deployment location. The ship's computer requested. Max searched for survivors and picked a hive city that was still fighting and not too heavily surrounded. Drop us there. We will clear the area and then spread out. Chapter 1004. Hard landing. The cutter was coming down fast, surrounded by drones and chased by the rest of the android army. Nico was giggling with glee as she took control of the ship's weapons systems and began to target enemy support groups, trying to shorten the battle before it had even begun. Max was focused on analyzing what sort of force they would be facing instead. What he had seen before was entirely cathedral ships, no other alien species, but there were a lot of demonic beings on the surface, with some of them reaching more than 30 meters in height. That was going to be an issue, along with all the artillery that the enemy had brought. They also had an air force with them, but Max had confidence that he could maintain aerial superiority with the drone fighters. The cathedral ship's forces weren't just the blood-soaked berserker warriors this time, though. There were more respectable-looking versions of the warriors with horns on their armor and some painted midnight black with grotesque mutated wings and claws growing out of their armor. To Max, that implied that he was about to face a new set of tactics, so he hurried to update the android army's database with all of the infantry-led combat strategies that he could think of. If you prepared for everything, you were prepared for anything. Or so he hoped. Combat landing in 10 seconds. The ship's intercom announced, and the door behind Max began to crack open in preparation for the mecha to be deployed, along with their small unit of 20 super heavy android mecha. Max led the charge out the door just before the ship reached the ground, allowing his thrusters to soften the landing while the ship slammed down into the dirt. Nico was right beside him, facing a wall of enormous red demons. Max briefly wondered how the AI had picked this landing location, but there wasn't much time for contemplation as the demons were already charging. Max took out his sword and shield as the enemy closed the distance, then set his shoulder into the shield and used his thrusters to charge forward. He slammed into the front lines of the demonic horde with a sickening crunch of metal on flesh and then was immediately surrounded by fire as Nico detonated a pair of high-explosive mass driver rounds into the demons on his flanks. The damage to his shielding was minimal, and now he had room to work, hacking upward to split a demon's gut open from groin to throat, letting the foul innards spill onto the ground before the demon vanished in a swirl of red energy. Well, isn't that convenient? A self-cleaning battlefield, Nico commented as the jagged edges of her twin blades took the head of a demon nearly as tall as her own mecha. It might seem convenient to them, but it had to be terrifying for the locals, who only saw a field of attackers and no bodies to show for their attempts to stop the advance. Max blasted a group of smaller demons out of existence just as the thunder guns of the androids began to thump their echoing rhythm into the hazy sky. The burning fields, artillery rounds and the strange energy that the demons gave off combined to make visibility little more than a kilometer, but the sensors could still see much further, and with Max's system functions active, the androids had no problem picking targets. Their first priority was the artillery and the living beings that wielded ranged weapons, while Max and Nico held the area around their ship. The others had landed closer to the city and were in the clear, well away from the front lines, while they sent out a steady stream of drones that they hadn't had a chance to deploy on the way down. The tactic had left their drones scattered all over the planet at the moment, but they were fighting their way back to the ships and eliminating the enemy air force on the way. The rest of the android army was fanning out now, taking up the positions on their flanks to defend the ships against the wave of demons, and the thumping of their guns was shaking the ground, terrifying the locals whose minds Max could sense unusually clearly. Something solid impacted Max's shield, and he double-checked his sensors to see how he had missed an incoming attack. It only took a split second, and he found the cause. A very sneaky group of heavy weapons-equipped warriors had snuck forward between the legs of the much larger demons, hiding themselves from detection as they approached. A barrage of high-explosive rounds from the light mass drivers turned them into a bloody mist and tore the legs from a half-dozen giant demons, who were howling in rage as they bled out before vanishing into clouds of energy. A massively bloated demon wobbled toward Max, heedless of the mass driver rounds that had torn large chunks of its flesh away. It had more, and what it had lost was already being regenerated. Well, that's new. I didn't know they could get fat. Nico laughed as her sensors picked up on the demon coming toward Max. This place gets stranger by the minute. But first, I need to find out how to kill that thing. Max replied as he tried the ion cannons instead and found that they gave the creature little more than a smoking sunburn. Since the ranged weapons were only making it mad, Max decided that slicing it into cubes was likely to be the best option, assuming that his blades would do the job. They were based on the weapons that had been pilfered from the demons themselves, so he assumed they would work well enough, but this ultra-resilient one wasn't like anything that he had seen before. The lumbering giant didn't even slow as Max engaged his thrusters and hacked down on its arm, taking the limb completely off the creature's body, but the tentacles that it sent his way, which had at first looked like exposed intestines, quickly wrapped around the torso of Max's mecha. A point-blank barrage from the thunder guns to the creature's upper chest severed it in two pieces, and Max fell back to his feet, freed of the dissipating demon's clutches. Well, that's one way to do it. Unconventional, but if it works, it works. Chapter 1005. An idea. The demons weren't going to let Max take advantage of his good luck. Before the massive hulk of the last demon was even evaporated, two more giant red demons, each as tall as a heavy mecha, standing nearly 15 meters tall, were working together to overwhelm him. Max slid right and swung hard at one demon's side, forcing it towards its partner and allowing him to get them both in front of him for a moment. Then the light mass drivers went to work, raining hypersonic rounds down on them. But the demons were wise to the trick, and as fast as Max could adjust, they were twirling away from his targeted trajectory. They had to be using some trick. With his system function, he didn't even have to think about the targeting. It was already on his screen, along with a predicted movement pattern that was very rarely wrong. Only this time, the mass driver rounds were exploding all around them, decimating the smaller demons but either missing his large opponents or tearing through the thin membrane of their wings and doing negligible damage. A change of tactic was in order, so Max forgot about targeting them with the guns and turned both the light mass drivers and the thunder guns on the demons in the ranks behind them while he held the champions at bay with his sword and shield. They were good, but they didn't realize that he was no longer shooting at them but past them, and they continued to dodge his shots, keeping them too busy to coordinate and attempt to get through his defenses. When the two finally realized what he was doing, the roars of rage echoed through the battlefield, and the demons around him instinctively bowed down in submission. Quirfi me dare elite damnable Daana, the demon shouted, then stepped back to avoid having Max's sword shoved through its throat. So you do speak a language I can translate. You will end this damnable human, will you? I don't think so. Max laughed, then unleashed his forearm-mounted ion cannon on the demon, crippling one leg and leaving him unable to parry the next strike. His partner leapt forward, intending to save the downed demon until it could heal, but Max met its charge with his shield, and the two giants crashed to a standstill while the jagged blade in Max's right hand came down on the back of the crippled demon's neck. One-on-one, the demon was no match for the Titan-class mecha, and in 3 swift strikes, Max knocked the demon's blade aside and took its head from its body. The battle around their deployment zone was beginning to come under control as the might of the android army tore through the demons and their allies. The mortal forces were in full retreat already, leaving only the demons, who were mostly only armed with close combat weapons or ranged weapons that they had scavenged from the dead. There were precious few of those still in workable condition, given the propensity of the mecha to use explosive shells, and it was clear that they wouldn't be able to force the attack much longer. The artillery from the human force continued to rain down on the demons as they turned away from the battle, thoroughly routed and bellowing in rage. Good work today, everyone. Don't forget to share and update your combat data, and get the destroyed units back into the ships for refurbishment. Max ordered. They had lost about 1 in 20 mecha during the battle, a much better outcome than he had expected, though the level of damage to the others was substantial, and even the built-in replicators would take a while to rebuild the damaged sections. Max sensed Nico's amusement at the fact that he addressed the androids as if they were human troops that needed a morale boost, but it was too strong of a habit for him just to stop doing it now. Let's head back behind the line and get started on a plan to deal with the larger battlefield. The drones are mostly back in the area now and keeping the enemy pinned down wherever they can find them. They've taken heavy casualties, and we're down to under 30% combat capability for our airborne forces. Nico informed him. 2/3 of the drones down was brutal. Max moved back to their cutter as he checked the damage reports, giving himself a small buffer of safety if they were attacked again. It looked like the drones took every engagement personally, and nobody had set parameters not to use nukes in the atmosphere, so they had unleashed nearly 100,000 small fusion explosions all over the planet. I somehow suspect that if we told the locals we were on their side, they would not believe us at this point. Max sighed as he saw the footage from the drones replayed in his mind, courtesy of his borrowed copy of Nico's skill. Nico giggled. Fear not, brave civilians. We are from the government, and we are here to help. Max facepalmed at the cliché reference, but it really was the case today. They had probably done more damage to the planet than the demons had, even though they had eliminated over half of the invading force in the last few hours. Particularly egregious was the destroyer that had been taken out by the drones and crashed into a metropolitan area. The ship was over a kilometer long, and the casualties in a hive city would be in the millions just from that crash alone. I vote that we don't tell them our names before we leave, Nico added helpfully. I second that, but now we need a weapon for the next round of drones that isn't a nuclear weapon used in close proximity to civilians. Max sighed. You know, I have an idea. A really good idea. I've been analyzing the energy signature of the demons when they are destroyed, and I think that I can replicate it and throw them back out of reality to another layer of space. It's not exactly killing them, but they aren't really dying anyhow. With that in mind, making them someone else's problem is just as good, right? Nico offered. Chapter 1006. Implemented. Max considered the potential downfalls of Nico being allowed to create a weapon that would throw demons between layers, then decided that it couldn't be worse in the long run than nuking the planet into oblivion. Alright, get to work on it before the drone fighters are rebuilt. We can start recreating the interceptors, though, since they're mostly fighting technological enemies, and I really don't want to suffer a taste of our own medicine tonight when the enemy comes back. Max agreed. They had been subject to repeated bombing runs in their first few deployments, and it was distinctly unpleasant. Unpleasant enough that it made the top 10 experiences he would rather not try again, in fact. While he relaxed and let his mind wander into a light sleep in preparation for the next battle, Nico was busy designing their new weapon. At first, her thought was to use the unique energy that had created the barrier around the planet as a flamethrower or wave-type weapon, but as she analyzed the likely results, she realized that would likely pull the surface of the planet in as well, and not just the demons. So, she had to actually find a way to recreate the energy signature of the demons vanishing into that strange layer and isolate it. That took her most of the evening, but when she was finished, Nico was fairly certain that she had a weapon that could banish the energy beings without harming anything else. Without that level of support, the mortal armies that were here on the planet would be decimated in minutes by the drone fighters without the android mecha having to go anywhere at all. There were still spots around the planet where the locals were staging a valiant defense against the influx, but they were mostly on the defense, and this weapon would allow them to take a bit of vengeance for all that they had suffered. Wave 1 of the new drone fighters is ready for deployment. The announcement woke Max from his light sleep, and he brought up the sensor array to see what was going on around him. The situation still looked very much like when he had gone to sleep, with nothing daring to come in sight of their formation and only a few brave souls attempting to sneak close enough to get a sensor scan. Most of those were detected and bombarded with thunder guns, but with the drones heading out now, they would have to be very good at their jobs to survive. Any word on other forces headed this way? Max asked Nico before she could fall asleep. Nothing yet. I have been monitoring their communications, and it sounds like they're still in negotiations on who is going to send how many troops here and who is going to go to the new call that just came in. There is a planet in a solar system off the other flank of the battlefield that seems to be under attack by Clem, and they're in no way prepared for it. Nico elaborated. Just describing the Clem to other species tended to make some of them panic, so he could understand the reaction, but they weren't even the most deadly species on this battlefield, so surely the locals would get over it soon. Alright, sleep well, and I will watch over the drones as they work. Max told her right before Nico drifted off to sleep. Max dispatched the newly created drone fighters and watched as the cones of energy from their new main weapons caused the enemy to simply vanish, breaking apart as if they had been destroyed and disappearing from this layer of space. It was glorious, and the mortal troops of the cathedral ships were in a panic as the main combat force of their assault vanished without warning. The attack was invisible to the naked eye and most sensors, so they might not even notice that it was happening while the drone fighters were firing their laser arrays into the bunkers. As far as terror tactics went, this one was way up there for the level of pure panic that it induced. Max was honestly impressed that it worked so well and precisely targeted the demons. There wasn't much to do but keep watch as the drones went to work, so Max studied the notes that Nico had left in case there was an issue with the weapon. She had come across a few interesting energy patterns while she was developing it, and though none of them had been tested yet, some of them looked truly terrifying. One was a direct inversion of the portal frequency that her system function said would displace antimatter instead of regular matter. While the mutual annihilation of free-moving antimatter would cause utter chaos, that was a level of destruction that they were already familiar with and had the technology to contain. It had been developed in the early days of faster-than-light travel in case there was a warp core breach. The most intriguing of the possible uses for this energy was to directly shut down portals to other layers, as long as the weapon was attuned to them. You didn't even have to know where they were. Just fire the weapon everywhere, and you would destabilize them wherever the energy touched. That would come in handy later, Max was certain. When the enemy tried to port in, they could shut the invasion down if they could collapse the portals, leaving the frontline troops isolated and alone. Max spent the remainder of the morning working on a weapon that would do exactly that, from both the other layer they had stabilized portals to and the one that most of these demons were coming from. Not all of them seemed to be returning to that place, though. Some seemed to be pulled to other layers, and their energy changed as they dissipated. It was the strangest thing that Max had ever seen, and it raised a lot of vital questions. Like, where did all these demons even come from? Chapter 1007. Freedom. As the carnage continued, and the drones worked to eliminate all of the energy beings that they could, the barrier around the planet began to falter as well. At first, the only thing they could see was the shimmering reds and purples of the barrier, looking very much like a condensed nebula surrounding the planet, but now they could see through it to the moon and even some of the brightest stars in the sky. Whatever effect had stabilized their attack here, it was faltering. That was when the first reinforcements arrived to help Max and his people on the planet. Not the allies that the locals had hoped for, but allies nonetheless. An entire arisen cube appeared suddenly on the surface of the world, and millions of war walkers appeared all over the world, attacking every group of the enemy that they could find. In the minds of the arisen, these were the servants of the great evil but not the great enemy, which seemed to be a separate being or group of beings. The two groups were allied, and they were doing their best to eliminate them all, but the entire situation was a mess. None of the species actually got along, so their alliance was very shaky, and the local residents immediately fled their defensive positions to hide in bunkers when the war walkers appeared. The war walkers were working well with the drone fighters, which only made the locals even more suspicious of the humans' intentions, but neither side was attacking civilians, so Max had some hope that they would understand once the battle was over. A line of smoke appeared on the horizon to Max's east, a crude method of propulsion that no war walker would ever emit, so Max brought the unit to attention in preparation for an attack. Over the horizon came a line of profane vehicles covered in skulls, mangled bodies and blood. Each of the desecrated tanks had warriors hanging off every part of it as it raced across the rugged terrain, firing wildly in his direction as they approached. A mortar shell exploded to his left, covering Max in mud and grass. The thunder gun's aiming gears whirred as the 3 massive barrels adjusted, and then Max fired a single high-explosive round toward the tank, punching a hole through the hull and sending corpses and chunks of nearly molten armor flying in all directions. A minor adjustment and a second tank exploded, then a third. More tanks came over the horizon, accompanied by personnel carriers, and the bombardment of the human emplacement began in earnest. Max could sense the desperation in the insane minds of the warriors coming to his mind, fleeing from the advance of the war walkers, an enemy that they had feared for all of their long lives. They had good reason to fear, as Max could see the telltale green glow of arisen energy weapons approaching in the distance as the stragglers were destroyed. All units, take a knee and keep firing. Limit your exposed surface area as the enemy approaches, Max ordered. They hadn't bothered to dig trenches, though they really should have. But at the moment, it no longer mattered. The warriors were trapped between him and the Arisen with nowhere to go and nowhere near enough firepower to break free. The light mass drivers were tearing apart the front lines of tracked armor while the infantry was jumping off to set up emplacements for what was looking like their last stand. The missiles and energy blasts from their heavy weapons streaked through the air alongside the artillery of their tanks, only to be met with a furious counterattack by the Mecha, lighting up the lines with ion cannons and the explosions of mass driver shells. Outside the Mecha's sound-deadened enclosure, the sound was deafening, reaching over 200 decibels, with sonic booms shaking the ground all around the Mecha. A regular human would have no chance of surviving this battlefield. The impact of the air displacement alone would be enough to shatter bones and collapse their lungs. But there were no regular humans on this battlefield, and the mutated horde of warriors charged forward to their deaths, heedless of the fury that awaited them. Max raised his sword to salute an ornately decorated warrior who was charging with a two-handed axe raised high over his head and then obliterated the warrior with his mass driver. Some might call it wasteful, but for an enemy champion, an indirect hit would just be a shameful death. Max noticed that Nico's mecha was firing into the enemy at its usual measured pace, but Nico herself was not yet awake. She had just programmed her subconscious reactions to deal with attackers and intruders, while her conscious mind thought that she was having a pleasant dream of genocide. Nico, it's time to wake up. You're sleeping through the battle. Max mentally nudged her. Battle? What? Where? Oh, here. Battle. Thanks, Max. Max shook his head at her newfound enthusiasm for the day and returned to the systemic annihilation of the enemy lines. Their advance had stalled, blocked by destroyed vehicles that the infantry were using as cover, and the war walkers of the Arisen army were coming up quickly behind them, having already destroyed the rearguard. Cease fire while the infestation is purged. A robotic voice announced over all of the Mecha's programmed frequencies. That had to be the Arisen commander. You heard the Arisen. Hold your fire unless the enemy charges us. Let them clear the last ranks of survivors. Max ordered while Nico pouted. She had only just woken up, and now the fight was over with only a pleasant dream to show for it. The war walkers weren't wasting time. They were jogging past the warriors with pulses of green energy flying everywhere, scouring the surface of life and even double-tapping body parts that had been severed by the Mecha's artillery. Thorough job, I approve. Nico reluctantly congratulated the Arisen, knowing from their broadcast that they were likely listening in on her frequency. There was no immediate response, but once they reached the front lines of the offensive, the Arisen split around the Mecha formation and kept moving with one last message. We appreciate your cooperation. Chapter 1008. Not alone, the drones continued to circle the planet for 6 more hours, looking for targets and eliminating survivors before Nico called them back to the ships. Even if there were some warriors left on the planet, their numbers were so small now that even the civilians could deal with them fairly easily. Are we done here? Nico asked as the last of the drones returned to the colony ship and were stored away for repairs and restocking with raw materials before their next battle. I believe we are. Let's get off this god-forsaken rock before the locals turn on us. Max agreed. The locals had realized that the battle was mostly over now, and they were beginning to take stock of the damage done. That meant they were beginning to realize the full extent of the damage that the drones did during their rescue effort, and they were not happy. The Arisen had the same idea. The enemy was gone, so they had no reason to remain. As quickly as they had appeared, they vanished into the secondary layer of space, out of sight of the locals, so Max sent their departure order. Activate the portals and move us into the other layer along with the Arisen. The faster we disappear, the better. The local population was torn between celebrating their survival and raging against the strange species that had shown up along with the Arisen to devastate half of their planet in an effort to remove the great enemy. In their minds, it was ridiculous and uncalled for. They were a peaceful species from the start, only developing their military might for defensive purposes, and the damage to their planet was beyond anything that they could deem acceptable. They have sent an official message to the Kaleska territory, requesting an explanation from our species representative. The Anomaly Defense Force commander is awaiting instructions. Nico informed Max only a few minutes after they had made the transfer. They were still floating in the chaotic energy currents near the rift, and Max had been more interested in the strange phenomenon going on there than the anger of a species whose name he didn't even bother to learn. I will make one in just a moment. You pick out another defense target while we wait. We will give it a day or so to rest and recover and to give the others time to respond if they're going to. Max instructed. Max considered the tone of his message for a while and then decided that he would go for overbearing. It made life easier when nobody questioned you. Envoy, we acknowledge your concern about the damage done to your planet by the invasion of the great enemy, and we sympathize with your plight. We are also grateful for your appreciation of the fact that we rescued over 80% of your civilian population and would like to offer you discounted terraforming services once this conflict is over, should your species survive. Commander Karis Max of the Terminus Trading Company. Even through the tiny portal that he had opened to send back the message, Max could sense the outrage of the planetary government as they received his message. How dare he offer to terraform our planet after being the one to destroy it? And if we survive this conflict? How dare he? The planet's governor was raging while Max resisted the urge to laugh. You seem a bit too happy. What did you tell them? Nico asked before she read the message. Oh, that is a good one. We will have to turn it into a template for later. We can just update the survival rate and use it over and over every time that someone complains that we broke more of their planet than we defended. She laughed as she read the message Max had sent out. That would just be too cruel. He had only chosen his wording this way because they were so mad about being rescued, like it was just expected that someone could turn aside a full planetary invasion without a second thought. After a few more minutes, Nico had a location for them. There was another planet under attack by the Great Evil, as the Arisen called them, and their sensors had detected some strange energy signatures bleeding through the layers of space near the planet, suggesting that a greater being was nearby. That was her choice of calls to answer so that she could collect more data on what they were actually fighting, not the minions that made up the first wave of shock troops. It might not be the best idea that they ever had if that enemy turned out to be more than they could handle, but the plan was to approach from this layer and see if there was any reaction from the enemy. If there wasn't, then they could retreat here if things went bad. But if the enemy did react to them here, they would hold back and engage from a distance, dealing with the orbital fleet while other forces which were on their way made landfall. Well, if we travel through this layer at the usual rate, we should be there in 2 days. Should we take a little break? Nico suggested. What did you have in mind? Kepflix and chill, Max asked, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. Oh, that's a good idea too. But I was thinking of a nice soak in the hot tub in Section E while we set the holographic walls to transparent mode and watch the swirling energy around us like we were floating in space. That actually sounds pretty good. A nice soak to just unwind and do nothing for a while. We've done enough thinking for one day. Max agreed. Section E was right near the middle of the ship and only a short walk from the hangar bays, but Nico already had the room ready by the time that they arrived, and both the temperature and the jet pressure of the tub adjusted perfectly before they arrived. And, now we switch the walls to external camera mode, and perfect. She announced as the view around the tub turned to one of swirling clouds of energy. What Max hadn't expected was that the tub had the same display function, so they really did feel like they were floating naked in a bubble of water in the void. One more new experience to put down on the recommended list. Chapter 1009, Enemy Sensors. On the evening of the second day, Max and Nico were on high alert as the besieged planet began to enter their sensor detection range. They were still too far out to pick up any individual ships, but they were close to that point, and there was no telling what the cathedral ships could do. At the moment, there was no sign of anything in this layer, enemy or otherwise. That was a good sign in Max's mind, and he hoped that they weren't watching for an approach of this fashion so his small fleet could attack undetected, the way that the Arisen had for so long against the other species in this region. We are coming up on sensor range to the attack. Display screens are now available. The ship's computer informed them a few hours later. Nico switched all the displays in the main sitting room to show different sensors and camera angles, just in case something was trying to sneak up on them, while Max checked the responses of the cathedral ships for any signs that they had detected his fleet and were on high alert against ambush. Every movement and ship placement, every deployment of their troops was carefully analyzed as they fought against the resistance forces that were already there in orbit. From here, it looked like the planet hadn't taken the full brunt of the attack yet, and the force was mostly a mortal one, as there was no strange barrier around the region. The defenders wouldn't be able to hold out forever, as they were heavily outnumbered and outgunned. The only thing they had in their favor was heavier shielding, which kept them in the fight for the moment while they sent requests for more support from nearby systems. How much they could hope for was very dubious when every planet was afraid that they would be the next ones in that position but without their own defense fleet. They had received some token forces from their allies, just not enough for the scale of attack that they were receiving. They hadn't informed anyone that they were on their way yet, so if another planet took a sudden attack, Max could go to their aid instead, but it looked more like this was the spot to be, with all of the firepower that had gathered for round 2 of the space battle. Nico, what do we have that's more than the standard fusion torpedo but not antimatter? Max asked. There really isn't anything. It's nuke them into oblivion or annihilate everything. There is no in between. Why, what are you thinking? She asked, excited that Max might have something fun in store. Just the basic ambush, you know, maximum first strike capability and get rid of as much of the enemy firepower as humanly possible before they have a chance to react. Max shrugged. Well, let's see what options we have with the gear we're working with. If they don't detect us, we could portal in the android mecha at point-blank range with 10,000 nuclear torpedoes, 1 per mecha. If they do detect us, we can fire a full barrage at the closest ships, and I can almost guarantee a dozen instant kills. What do you want us to prioritize? Taking out their orbital firepower? Nico asked. Max shook his head. No, maximum casualty rate. If they still have troops on them in reserve for the landing, I want them gone. If they're a repair ship stocked with staff, I want them gone. We can deal with their orbital firepower later. The manpower will be the hardest part for them to replace. Nico hopped on top of him and smothered Max's face in kisses as she laughed. See, everyone says that women are hard to understand, but you get me so well. Fear not, I will find us just the right weapon for the job, and you can use your fancy targeting skills to find us just the right targets. Max picked out 12 targets that looked to their sensors to have the most people still on them and waited to see if the enemy was going to detect them before they could spring the trap. We are within the solar system. Torpedoes are in range, the computer informed him. No sign of response from the enemy. Begin positioning ships for the assault. Max ordered. That brought a response, but not from where they expected. 5 alien destroyers in a pattern that Max had seen during the first battle suddenly appeared in front of them, with energy weapons charged and ready to fire. All shields to maximum intensity. Fire all torpedoes and shift layers. Max and Nico's orders came at the exact same time, and the shields were overcharged just as the torpedoes were fired and the portal generators began to charge. The shift between layers had a 2-second lag time as the portal was stabilized, and it was just long enough to see that their tactic had worked. The aliens' weapons nearly depleted the shields of Max's fleet while the torpedoes tore their vessels apart and threw the remains out into the unforgiving energy currents. Then, they were back in their home layer, and the torpedoes were rearmed for the main assault. Fire on the designated targets. Max ordered. The cathedral ships began to turn to face them, attempting to avoid a barrage against their broadsides by the human fleet, but the torpedoes were already away. They had fired from much further out than Max had hoped, but he wasn't going to waste any more time, and he began targeting the mass drivers for the fleet while the torpedo tubes reloaded. They were created as they were used, so it took a few seconds to custom build each one, but the torpedo arsenal was only one of the 3 major weapon systems on each ship. Only Max's cutter didn't have an orbital lance, but that was not a major loss from this distance. The slower-moving energy weapons were better used up close, while the warp-capable torpedoes were best for this interplanetary range. Chapter 10:10. Revenge. Close the distance to the enemy and prepare to repel boarding actions. Max ordered as the torpedoes made an impact with their first wave of targets. The cathedral ships returned fire with torpedoes of their own, but as they traveled at less than light speed, the human fleet had over 10 seconds to deal with them using the mass drivers. None of them came close to impacting the destroyers, but the explosions were incredibly powerful when they were destroyed on impact. It looks like they do have a fun toy or two for us to borrow, Nico smirked as she set up the defensive fire to block the next barrage of incoming projectiles. I will try to leave one intact enough for you to recover some computer files, but no promises. Just remember the sanitation and isolation protocols. There might be something even more insidious on these computers than the virus that the Arisen had put on the Nomads to track them. Max reminded her. The mass drivers tore apart the light attack craft of the attacking fleet while Max prepared to target the next most threatening group of vessels, now that he had picked out the ones he believed had the highest populations for extermination. The cathedral ships were erecting layer after layer of shielding in all different configurations as he approached. The attempt to prevent him from destroying them in a single barrage was impressive, and there were some shield configurations that he had never seen before involved in this attempt. That was valuable data for later when the battle was over, and they had time to do some proper analysis. All torpedoes fire on targets, Max ordered, then set the ship's sensors to maximize the amount of data that was collected from the impacts. He assumed that some of the ships were going to survive, and he wanted the data on what shielding formations worked best. Against his torpedoes, the mass drivers were firing right along with them, clearing out as many small craft as possible to keep them from intercepting the torpedo barrage, but still, 2/3 of it was lost to the defensive measures employed by the cathedral ships. The remainder detonated against their shields, sending the ships careening through space under the force of the impact before their thrusters could compensate for the blast, and then again when the mass drivers made an impact. Only 3 of the 12 targets survived the initial barrage, all of them destroyer-class or larger vessels. But they were also the only ones that appeared to have that specific variety of shielding. Data collected, sent for analysis. The ship's computer reported. There was a designated mainframe for that, and it wouldn't take away from their combat capabilities, even if Nico weren't going to take over most of the work. Max knew she would. She was very excited to see new shield information come in for the first time in ages. But the ship's computer would still dutifully verify everything. Incoming interceptors, the computer announced, and Max looked at the screens, wondering where they were supposed to be coming from. The other layer was the answer. The aliens that they had defeated earlier had returned and snuck up while he was distracted, launching a fleet of interceptors between layers to get up close and personal with the human fleet. The defensive lasers flashed a brilliant matrix around the ships as the interceptors approached, and Max gave the order to defend the fleet. All drones, deploy now, he ordered. The colony-class ship seemed to explode as the drones exited every possible point on the vessel at the same time, flooding out into space to join the fight. The alien craft immediately turned and fled at the sight. They were outnumbered, and they had just realized that the colony ship was not full of soldiers but a transport for orbital fighters. There was going to be no escape for them, though. They had approached in a swarm around all of the ships of the fleet, and the defensive weapons were a deadly labyrinth that they had to navigate while also escaping from the drones, whose navigation systems were linked to the weapons of the main ships, giving them reliable data on what locations to avoid in their pursuit path. One after another, the interceptors were destroyed until finally, the last of them managed to flee back into the other layer where their motherships were waiting for them. Do you think that we should let them know that we can attack between layers? Nico asked. Not yet. First, send out a bunch of the heavy drone fighters we made with mass drivers and portal them into the other layer in a group. Make them think that is the only way we can do it, well away from the main ships. If the drones chase them off, all the better, but misdirection is the main goal. Max instructed. The drones were deployed in a matter of seconds, as they were already on the battlefield, and the bombardment of the other layer began with a bang. Metaphorically, since there was nothing to transfer the sound of the mass drivers. But Max's mind still assigned the shots the same sound that he heard from inside his mecha when they were fired in space. The brutal ambush made the aliens panic. They hadn't expected the drones to be sent to them without the main ships, which hadn't shown any signs of trying to deal with them. The cutter kept a small portal open to communicate with the drones, and Max sensed their shock and annoyance as the ambush began to wear down their shielding. Nothing was going right for them today, and the rapid destruction of the first fleet had left them confused about the ability of the human fleet. The drone attack only made the confusion worse, and now the vessels seemed to be discarded by their masters, while the aliens were finding no signs of life aboard them. The shock was turning to pure rage as they continued to take fire from the drones even as they realized that there were no pilots inside of them, and they were taking casualties without even the chance to inflict losses on the humans. That should keep them for a minute. Max chuckled as the last of the drones managed to take out another of the alien ships before it was lost. The alien fleet had only taken a tenth or so of their fleet in casualties, but the colony ship already had more of the drones ready to deploy, and Max was just waiting for the aliens to decide that they were safe before he sent them out. Chapter 10-11. Political will. Back at the Kaleska's Anomaly Defense Station, the discussions on who should be sending what to which distress call were ongoing, and every new call was causing even more confusion among the group-minded politicians. Their instinct was to prevent any and all danger from coming their way, so they weren't willing to do anything at all unless they had someone who could be thrown under the bus when things went wrong. But they weren't the only minds making decisions here, and a lot of the military leaders had chosen to ignore their ramblings and send out troops of their own before the politicians got their heads out of their asses far enough to see the danger that they were in. One such group was the Morphos. Similar to the Kaleska, they were an exoskeletal species with hard black chitin. The difference was that they preferred to alternate between bipedal and quadrupedal movement and had a highly acidic thick green slime as blood. Their long tails helped them balance on any terrain, and the claws of their combat suits were reinforced with adamantite, a nearly indestructible metal that could be honed to a monomolecular edge, allowing them to cut through nearly anything that the species had encountered in the past. They preferred close combat due to their physical advantages, but in recent centuries, under the threat of the Arisen, they had developed a wide range of hard-mounted ion weapons, which could be fired by a neural link to keep their hands free. They had sent 50 destroyers full of shock troops to the second emergency call that had come in. It was an invasion of cathedral ships, a nickname that they had borrowed for the blooded warriors from the humans, who had ambushed a frontier system. When they left, the system had only just received a few nearby allies as assistants, but once they got to a stable portion of space, they opened a portal to get closer and found that the humans had beaten them there. They didn't notice that the human fleet had finished with their first fight, but they were happy to see the dozen insane vessels launching a constant barrage of firepower at the enemy. The Morphos admiral addressed his crew as they approached the system at high warp. "It looks like this might not be a suicide mission, my friends. The human fleet is here, and they are holding their ground. So far, they haven't deployed their mecha, so they must not be too hard-pressed, and we will have a chance to turn the tides right from the moment that we arrive. Prepare the attack craft and the boarding pods. We will launch a full assault the moment we enter the ambush range." Inside the command cutter, Nico had already noticed the incoming reinforcements, and Max was making plans to support them as much as he could. It was the first fight of the war, other than the loss at the Rift, for this species, and Max didn't want them to lose their determination to help save who they could. So, if they looked like they were having any trouble at all, he would launch the entire android army and go on a full assault to distract the enemy away from the new arrivals. "Commander, the aliens in the other layer are charging their drives to make a transition to this layer. 10 seconds to arrival," the ship announced. "Send another wave of drones ASAP," Max ordered. The drones vanished into the other layer in an instant, and the damage to the alien ships was astounding. One thing that Max had forgotten to factor in was that when the drones moved between layers, they were still in the same spot. 2 of the drones had appeared inside the vessels they were targeting and then unleashed their mass drivers against the unprotected internals of the ships, aiming for the ship's main drives, as per their programming. The result was an instant detonation without any form of warning or even visible threat to the alien fleet. The effects were even worse with all of the ship's capacitors charged in preparation for a portal opening, and the detonation rocked the region, causing the others to panic and many to power down their drives, thinking that the humans had a defensive weapon that would prevent them from shifting layers. "Nico, we need something to stop them from doing that to us. Spend any brain power you can spare on it, and I want it done before the end of the battle," Max ordered as he saw how effective the tactic was. "Commander, would you like to continue using that tactic?" The AI in charge of the drones, colony ship asked. "Use it to take out the remainder of these aliens. I don't feel like getting ambushed today. But keep some drones in the other layer in case we need them on short notice." Max replied, "Understood, Commander." The drones that were flying about the battlefield continued as expected. Only every few seconds, one would simply disappear as it passed over an alien ship in the other layer, then detonate everything around it. It all happened so quickly that the unfortunate crews never even got a chance to realize what was happening before only the drones that had appeared outside the enemy ships were left in the other layer, with the main battlefield none the wiser about their actions. "Max, it looks like our new friends are a fun-loving sort. They just dropped out of warp and launched boarding pods. I have the drones in the area running interception duty to prevent them from being destroyed before they can reach their targets, and the main ships are working to bring down the enemy shields to facilitate the boarding actions. Nico announced. Have they sent out anything else? Max asked. Some sleek black attack craft. On par with the old ones that the Kaleska had. Sufficient for the job but nothing special. They're supporting the drones. Max made a mental note and then decided it was time to back the enemy into a corner. Deploy all mecha teams. Defensive formations around your vessels for added firepower. Target by threat priority, Max ordered, and now we wait to see what the so-called Great Evil will do. He told Nico with a smirk. Chapter 10-12. Tactical snark. The scenes from the battlefield were just beginning to filter back to the politicians in the Kaleska Anomaly Station, and what they were seeing was causing the politicians to panic. The Morphos had linked up with the Terminus Trading Company, and they were defeating the great enemy in battle. Only two factions working together were stopping the assault of a splinter force, and the scene was being broadcast to every single sentient species in the region, courtesy of Nico Terith. There was no denying now that even a small alliance was enough for them to defend the worlds that were important to them, so any continued hesitation in sending out their troops would be seen as a sign of cowardice. Of course, the majority of the politicians gathered here were cowards, but that didn't mean that they would allow anyone to openly say it to their face. Alliances were beginning to form as the various species tried to pick out the allies that best complemented their abilities in combat so that they would have a better rounded force to face off against these horrible enemies. New messages had come in about an invasive species that had been bombarding planets with pods and growing new extremely hostile life forms on the surface. Those are what the humans call the Clem. The great enemy took them from our galaxy for the battle, and they can infest an entire planet in a matter of weeks, and then they will begin sending spores to nearby planets and stars to continue the expansion. If they're not stopped, they will take over huge portions of territory, and with the interference of the nebula and the random energy, it will be nearly impossible to track their pods, so they could show up without warning even years from now. Fleet Admiral Rashad of Celia's Love was explaining. The politicians didn't seem to understand, so he brought up a few battle scenes accompanied by an arrival schedule of pod waves on various human settlements. These are the times when the pods arrived at our worlds from a handful of nearby Clem-infested worlds. On the other display is a scene of combat against them so you can understand the basic tactics to fight them if you wish to save the planet. Rashad explained. Some of the politicians were making notes, while others tried not to vomit at the level of carnage in the hand-picked scenes the Admiral had displayed. Of course, they were from a hard-fought battle, where the Clem had overrun the artillery efforts and made it to the front lines of the fortress, defenses before being repelled. Making it look easy wouldn't do anyone any favors. Would you be able to join us in these battles as the resident experts on the topic? One of the alien politicians, a short and muscular creature with 6 eyes on a furry face, asked. Possibly. We have a working arrangement with the Kaleska, and we will be discussing targets with their command staff once the rest of our fleet arrives. They should be here within the day, and then we will be heading out. Admiral Rashad explained. Will you be joining the humans of the Terminus Trading Company? One of the others asked. No, we will not. They are going to freelance until they pick up a reliable assistant. Terminus Trading Company prefers to be in nearly constant heavy combat due to the nature of their artificial intelligence piloted force. The alien frowned. What if the Arisen take them over? Rashad shrugged with a smirk on his face. We're on the same team at the moment, so wouldn't that just be providing more assault units for our allies? If the Arisen wants to take over the Terminus androids, then Terminus will likely let them and make more for their own use. A taller, slender green alien woman with 4 arms rolled her violet eyes at his comment. Just like that, make a whole new army on the spot to replace the one claimed by the Arisen and go back to fighting. Rashad nodded with a very happy and very fake smile on his face. Exactly like that, only, I expect that they would start the moment that the Arisen started claiming the androids so that they didn't lose combat capabilities while the Arisen were restocked with bodies for their force. I'm not saying that our mecha are up to the standard of a war walker, but they are quite destructive. The frustration of the politicians with his nonchalant confidence didn't need an illithid to detect, and Rashad was enjoying every minute of it. Does your army use the same androids? The 6-eyed man asked. No, but we have some of the drone fighters coming to reinforce us and fill out our numbers in battle. They are of great utility to us since we don't lose the pilots along with the vessel, and our technology can recycle scrap off the battlefield to make new combat units. Rashad informed him. The politicians turned to each other with panicked looks. It had never occurred to them that the humans might employ a swarm tactic like the aliens that were attacking near their home systems had. Perhaps that was the key to defeating them. If they could just throw enough firepower at the problem, it would go away, and they wouldn't have to worry about mass casualties. Instead of limiting their involvement, they should have been pushing their leaders to get as many soldiers as possible to the intervention force. They had been going about the solution entirely backward. If you will excuse us, we need to speak to our leadership and get forces mobilized to go see to the needs of our neighbors. Thank you for your guidance. It has been quite useful. The tall woman replied politely, then bowed and hurried out of the room, followed by the others in her alliance group. Are you really so loyal to the Kaleska that you would reserve your entire force to fight at our side? Commander Yuri asked Admiral Rashad. Don't take it the wrong way, but we know you're not morons. It's much better to fight at your side than to try to learn the idiosyncrasies of 100 other species. The Admiral whispered so he wasn't overheard by the nearby politicians. Commander Yuri chuckled. Exactly so, Admiral. I understand very well now. Chapter 10:13. Morpho's attack on the front lines. The appearance of the android army was enough to distract the majority of the attack craft that had been sent out by the cathedral ships away from the attack of the Morpho's boarding craft. Max sensed the warriors' confidence that they would be able to handle the incoming attackers and that the attack craft group was only going after them out of bloodlust, so it wasn't really surprising. But the Morphos seemed to have all the right tools to deal with the situation, as long as their gear was as good as they believed it to be. The first of the Morphos have breached the cathedral ships. The AI informed them as it redirected more drone fighters to keep the shields down for the rest of the Morphos landers to attach themselves to the hull. The number of attack craft was dwindling with the addition of the Mecha army, so Max sent them on the offensive. All ships move forward. Attack formation Delta. Eliminate all enemy targets that do not have Morphos forces aboard. He ordered. The ships began to move forward, and the human fleet began to break out the heavy weapons, the orbital lances, the thermonuclear thunder gun munitions, and fresh waves of drone bombers unleashing dozens of warp-capable torpedoes at once. In space, a bombing run was a strange-looking process, as the bomber released the bombs, then pulled up and left them sitting in space for a split second before the torpedoes engaged and fired on the target. The crews of the cathedral ships were horrified to realize that the humans could be even more brutal, especially when they realized that the fury of the bombardment was beginning to destabilize space and they weren't slowing down. That wasn't completely correct, though. Their superiors in the other layer were trying to recall them, but the ships were spamming the anti-demon disruptor weapons across the battlefield and preventing the portals from forming, which was destabilizing the region. The disruptors aren't working. Portals from the other layer are forming. Nico announced suddenly as a multicolored sphere of energy formed around the planet. Oh, that can't be good. Are we about to be pulled in again? Max muttered as the energy field began to form. The drones weren't programmed for new forms of multidimensional transport phenomenon and assumed that it was another enemy shield, so the android army began an immediate bombardment of the shell around the world, which began to crack apart into shards, sending unstable tendrils of energy outward through the battlefield, displacing portions of whatever they hit, effectively tearing them to pieces. Morphos fleet. There is an unstable phenomenon in the region. We recommend immediate withdrawal. Max broadcast. Agreed. Terminus fleet. Withdrawing now. The Morphos commander agreed, and the assault pods began to depart the cathedral ships seconds later. Nico recalled the drones and the android mecha when she realized what had happened, but that gave the cathedral ships the chance that they needed, and they began to flee out of the region into the layer of space where Max couldn't follow them. He was going to have to find a way into that layer eventually, but the sensation of something horrific watching him was back, and he strongly suspected that it was just on the other side of those portals, and he was definitely not ready to meet whatever that thing was yet. As they vanished, the barrier that they had tried to erect around the planet faded as well, leaving behind only the rubble of the battle and one lightly damaged planet. From what Max could tell, some of the tendrils had hit the surface, tearing into it and causing massive volcanic activity, and a portion of the atmosphere had vanished, but the death toll was under 1 million, which was quite impressive, given the situation. Do we count that as a win, Terminus Commander? The Morphos commander reluctantly asked as they surveyed the damage. I would call it a win. The enemy retreated without taking the planet, and we're still here with the majority of our troops. Max agreed. Indeed, thanks to your timely warning, our casualties were under 5,000, which is incredible for a boarding action. The species bred like the Clem from pods with a very short gestation. So they could afford some losses, but too many and they would have to return to one of their colony planets to replenish their staff. It was good working with you, Morpho's commander. What are your plans after this? Max asked. We have the forces to answer another distress call right away. With permission, we will accompany your team to their next call. You seem to excel at ranged firepower, and my species has specialized in boarding actions and assassinations. Nico smiled at that last word. Giant black exoskeletal aliens, that could crawl along ceilings and specialize in assassinations. She definitely wanted to be friends with these ones. I believe that arrangement could be beneficial to both of us. Would your command team like to send over a group to discuss our next intervention location? Max asked. They can be there within 5 minutes. The Morpho's commander agreed. Nico smirked at Max. Violent, aggressive, filled with acid, and they're punctual. This species is almost too good to be true. The sentiment back at the anomaly station was a bit different. The pure brutality shown by the newly formed dynamic duo was making other species nervous that they might embarrass themselves when they first sent out troops to fight. Almost all of them had a fleet en route to somewhere at the moment, and it was too late to change the composition of the forces but not too late to change tactics. Their intentions were completely transparent, and Admiral Rashad was enjoying the moment of peace amongst species which had terrible poker faces that bordered on an inability to lie. Well, it looks like it is our turn, Commander Yuri. The rest of my forces are at the anomaly. Do you have a target in mind? Rashad asked his Koleska counterpart. In fact, I do. There is an isolated distress signal from an outpost world in a system that was mostly obliterated by the Arisen. I suspect that there are enemies hiding there, and I want to check that location out. If it's nothing, then just a few more hours of travel will bring us to this distress call. The Koleska leader explained. You have the lead for this mission. Remember that we can use portals as soon as we're far enough from the instabilities here as well. There is no need to fly the whole distance at warp. Chapter 10:14. Specialties. As the anomaly fleet prepared to move out, the rest of the species were finally getting into the swing of things, and some of the deployments began to change in mid-travel. What they had learned from the Morphos and the Terminus fleet was that the numbers didn't matter as much as the way that you worked together. Sure, they were planning to overwhelm the enemy with numbers, but they also needed a complementary partner, and not just one that they were on good political terms with, so that their assault didn't have any weaknesses. They were also beginning to adjust their response locations to those strengths. Those who could deal with large numbers the most easily were heading for where the myceloids and Clem were gathered, and those with the most brutal of single-target weaponry headed for the cathedral ships and the other alien attack fleets. Max was watching the phenomenon as they waited for the Morphos representative to arrive when suddenly, there were more minds within range of his abilities. An Arisen attack group was in the other layer, right near him, and their amusement that it had taken someone literally showing them exactly what to do before they finally got it was greatly amusing to the Arisen commanders. Max focused on the minds in the other layer and tried to send them a mental message the way that he would the Illithid. It's not their fault they're all stupid. But at least they're learning. He tried to convey. He could sense the commanders laughing at his remark, but none of them directly acknowledged his words. The Morphos seemed completely oblivious to the arrival of the new vessel in the system, so Max assumed that their sensors could not detect the Arisen fleet. There was no time to be trying to revamp allied vessels at this point, so he would have to keep an extra close eye on attackers who were trying to take them by surprise since their teammates couldn't. The negotiation shuttle contained only 4 people, all with shiny black exoskeletons and elongated heads with bright silver eyes overmatching metallic teeth and no lips on their mouths. The effect was that of a deadly predator, but they weren't hostile at the moment, and Max already knew that most species viewed the humans as terrifying, so he wasn't going to judge the Morphos on appearances. Greetings, Envoy. I am Commander Karis Max of the Terminus Trading Company. Max greeted the group as they exited their shuttle in the cargo bay of his cutter. It is a pleasure to meet you, Commander. I am Planetary Governor Queen of the Morphos people. Before we begin, might I ask a question? You introduce yourself as the leader of a trading company, which in my language means you are merchants or deliver goods, not that you are soldiers. Could you clarify for me? She requested. Certainly, Governor. The primary purpose and financing source for our endeavors is the trade and development of goods between multiple species in our home region. We only agreed to join the battle because it is viewed as an important threat mitigation effort by our species. We are not primarily soldiers, though we do have and develop a large amount of military equipment. Max explained. So you are interstellar arms dealers. who also develop household goods. What an interesting species you have. So many that we meet are hyper-focused on one aspect in order to gain an advantage, but it seems that humanity excels in many areas. Max nodded, and Nico gave the alien envoy a thumbs-up gesture. That versatility has been key to our survival in the past. I don't think that we could separate it from our species at this point. Even groups that specialize in one product are full of members who are investigating other developments. There are other species like us in the universe, but as far as we know, we are among the best suited to combat. One of the species like us is the Inu, whose fleet is with the Anomaly fleet right now and will be traveling with the Kaleska to answer distress calls as support staff. I look forward to learning more about your species and their neighbors in the future. But we have received a distress call from one of our closer allies, and we would like to proceed there, as it is near this system. The enemy is a fleet of cathedral ships, as I'm informed your species calls them. It is smaller than this one by a large margin, but they have brought a number of the energy beings to the surface of the planet already, so it is going to be a brutal fight from the start. The governor suggested, "All right, let's take a seat in the meeting room, and we can go over the deployment and strategy for the attack. One intervention is as good as another when everything is under threat, so I see no reason not to help your friends." Max agreed. That was largely why he had suggested that they come here to discuss the issue. They had a long history in the region, and their home worlds weren't that far from the rift, so they would surely know more about the species that were calling for rescue and if there were a few whose culture really wasn't worth saving. It was callous, but some of these colonies weren't really of any benefit to anyone, much less their neighbors. It was more important to prioritize the ones who had a history of cooperation or contribution and save them first. All right, this is what we are thinking. Do your unmanned fighters have life support capability? We would like to send a small team to ambush the enemy on the surface while the majority of the force fights in orbit. We can do a lot of damage if we can enter the atmosphere undetected, and from there, I think that we can retake some of the key military installations and return them to local control to make retaking the planet easier. The governor explained as she brought out a display with her rough sketch of an attack plan on it. Chapter 10-15. Combined intervention. Nico and Max carefully analyzed the plan that the Morphos had presented them and then began to add details based on the current intelligence. This is where the enemy ships are at the moment. These spots appear to be weaknesses in the formation, but we suspect that they're actually hiding spots for a larger reinforcement fleet. These spots are more lightly defended, with the majority of their troops on the surface already. What I suggest is that we strike here and here, and our drone fighters will enter the atmosphere in a wave, with some carrying your troops. That should reduce the risk of them being targeted for destruction and will allow us to give them maximum fire support. While they descend, we need to take out the ships here and launch an offensive here to keep the enemy from coming for the landing force. After they are deployed, we can adjust as necessary. Max offered. The Morphos team looked over the plans with approval and then set them back on the table. Isn't this too much to do at once? Our forces are limited, and though the enemy is not as abundant here, you mentioned they might have reinforcements hidden in that strange way. The envoy asked. We will still have the whole android army in orbit since we are only sending down the drone fighters at first. They are capable enough to hold a large region of space on their own. It isn't optimal for the space battle, but the drones have the ability to effectively deal with the energy beings, so they are needed on the surface, and our job in orbit is just to protect them while they work and try to save the locals. Max explained. The Morphos team sent the data off for analysis by their researchers and computers while everyone waited, and Nico had the androids bring them snacks and refreshments. I looked into what your species eats, and it was surprisingly similar to our own cuisine despite the distance between our home galaxies. So, I have prepared a selection of snacks that our computer assures me will not be toxic to your bodies, according to the data provided by the Kaleska and our medical scanners. Nico explained. The Morphos envoy nodded in acceptance and picked a pumpkin pie square from the plate to pop in her mouth. Oh, these are good. A bit spicy and savory. The Kaleska didn't steer you wrong. We have worked with them many times in the past, thanks to our similar appearances. They are some of the few who aren't put off by exoskeletal species. The envoy explained. That is understandable. Many species in the alliance near our galaxy find our species highly intimidating as well. Some will always fear what isn't like them, but that shouldn't stop us from having a successful military alliance. Max agreed. The confirmation from their commanders came back only a few seconds later, along with a request for Max's fleet to set the formation for travel. Nico was in charge of that department, so she was the one who showed them the routes. The region that we are in is relatively stable, so I plan to open a portal to get close to the target and then arrive at warp 20. Are your ships capable of that speed? She asked. Unfortunately, no, we can do warp 15 for a short burst, but we can only sustain warp 12 with these vessels. The smaller interceptors are faster if that helps. Nico shook her head. In that case, we will open the portal much closer to give the enemy less time to react. It is a bit higher risk of alerting their allies, but if we can get in fast enough and start dropping the attack squads, it will greatly increase their survival rate. The Morpho's envoy smiled, a strange reshaping of her mouth that made her exposed teeth look more hungry than anything else. We are not that risk-averse. If it is needed to save our friends, we don't care if you drop us directly in combat. We will adapt, she declared. Max chuckled. She won't forget that you said that. Nico Tereth is a highly aggressive tactician and prefers to take the fight to the enemy instead of bombarding from a distance. Hopefully, that doesn't become necessary. My troops might have been raised as soldiers, but they are not easily reconstructed assistants like your androids. Envoy Queen joked. Max smiled back at her. Don't worry, if it comes to that, we have plenty of experience on our side to take care of the melee scrum. Inform your team that we will be departing in 5 minutes. Would you prefer to remain here on our vessel or return back to your own? I will remain here for the duration of our work together. It would just be inconvenient for me to be constantly traveling back and forth, given the security risks and the need for constant communication. The envoy decided. In that case, let me get you set up with some rooms near the strategy room. Our accommodations are rapidly configurable, so we can set them to be nearly whatever you might need. Max explained. Showing new people the little quirks of human design was always a good time, and this time wasn't going to be any different. The Morphos preferred to bathe in acid to get themselves suitably clean, as they were immune to the effects. Other than that, they simply needed acid-resistant bedding but preferred a nice soft mattress. Nico was configuring the rooms as they walked, giving one smaller room to each of the assistants and one of the larger offices suites to Planetary Governor Queen so that she wouldn't feel slighted in her role as envoy. Welcome to your new accommodations. The interior is all made of acid-resistant materials, so there are no worries about damage, and there is an acid bath available in each room for your convenience. My apologies to the rest of the staff, but your suites are not quite so luxurious, though the basic amenities remain. Nico explained. The envoy's team chuckled at the thought of them all getting one of these massive suites suited for a planetary governor, with 3 bedrooms and a luxury sitting room fit for royalty. They wouldn't have expected even this much to be available on an alien ship on such short notice, and most of them were looking forward just to having a proper bath. Thank you, Commander. Your consideration is greatly appreciated. Chapter 10:16. Smooth transfer. The colony ship full of drone fighters was the one to stabilize the portal this time, leading just outside the contested star system. All vessels enter in the dispatched order, 1 second spacing. Go, go, go. Max ordered, setting the pace with his words. The ships poured through the portal in pairs. The transfer was done with the ships side by side until they got to the destroyers, which had to enter slightly staggered. The portal closed just as the colony ship passed through, and the fleet went to warp 15, the most that the Morphos fleet could hold, in preparation for the assault. Nico had the cutter hold back as the fleet deployed, as they weren't actively involved in the first stage of drone fighter drops and mecha deployments. Drone fighters are away, the colony ship AI informed them, signaling that the shock troops were on their way down to the surface to try to retake some strategic positions on behalf of the locals. Or simply because whatever was there was important to the Morphos, but the effect would be the same in the end as long as they managed to retake the positions. Drone bombers are away, android army is deployed. The 2 messages came at the same instant as the 2 groups departed their vessels to fight the fleet that was in orbit. The cathedral ships were more prepared for them this time, and they were scrambling their defensive forces to head toward the Mecha as soon as they appeared. It looks like they didn't send all the energy beings to the surface. There are a number of them among the forces facing our orbital fleet. Envoy Queen noted. That should still be manageable. The Mecha are capable of close combat in zero gravity and fractional gravity. If things start to get lopsided, I will join the battle personally. Max assured her. The Mecha were holding their ground without issues for the moment, and the cathedral ships' shields were beginning to weaken, but the fleet was holding strong, giving their surface forces as much time to work as possible. All units are fully engaged. 0 casualties among the shock troops before deployment. The AI announced. Good news, Envoy. All of your troopers made it to the surface at their designated locations, and the drone fighters are providing cover for them. Max relayed the message with a gentle smile. The Envoy's team shared a round of celebratory hugs at the news, and the fleet in orbit sent out another wave of breaching teams that Max's destroyers were working to clear a path for. Movement in the secondary layer detected. The ship's computer announced. Max checked the sensors and found that a full fleet of Arisen ships had just arrived, but so had the cathedral ships that Max had been concerned about, including a truly massive dreadnought-class vessel. At over 20 kilometers long, it was nearly twice the size of most colony ships, and it was fully armed for battle, carrying nothing but weapons of war and troops. Incoming attack from the secondary layer of space, Nico announced, and then suddenly, all of their sensors went wonky, and the view of the battle disappeared. Feth, they're opening a portal around us. Layer unknown. Max swore. I hope that you're all combat proficient, Envoy. Because it looks very much like we are about to face a boarding attempt, Nico informed their guests. We have combat gear in the shuttle. Envoy Queen announced. Don't go anywhere. I will have it brought to us. Nico decided and tasked some of the onboard android service staff to get everything that they could need, including mobile suits for herself and Max. Then Nico put the ship's repair bay to work creating androids in mobile suits to repel the expected invaders. A few dozen was all they would have time for unless the enemy messed up their timing, but it should be enough to slow down any invasion, and their personal mecha were in sentry mode. The rest of the mecha team was in the bay as well, but the warriors would have to be insane to try to get in there, so Nico simply discounted the area as secured and focused on everywhere else that she needed the cutter's replicators to make defenders. One per room was a strain on the power system, but they weren't going anywhere, so she ordered it, spreading androids all over the ship to report any ingress of attackers. Your equipment, Envoy. Please hurry to get armed. My compatriots have reported attempts by the energy beings to board the ship. The maintenance android reported. Max and Nico got into their suits as quickly as possible while the morphos struggled into the less user-friendly equipment. This is going to take too long. Envoy, do you mind wearing one of our suits instead? They're mostly intuitive, and you can use your own weapons. Max suggested when he realized the process was going to take them over 10 minutes to complete. Since the two humans were already armored, the Envoy nodded in agreement while Nico began printing off augmentic armor suits with forearm-mounted ion blasters. The other weapons were less intuitive to use, and she didn't want them to cause an incident. The plasma rifles they had wouldn't cause too serious of damage to the ship, so those could be fired until they ran out of power, then linked to the suit to recharge. A large blue energy being with psychedelic patterns on its oversized wings appeared in front of them, and Nico quickly put a blade through its beaked head before she raced out of the room, looking for more targets to deal with based on the reports of the androids on board. It looks like I'm with you on defense. We will remain here in the main area and protect the crossroads from intrusion. Max informed the others, trying to hide his amusement at how fast Nico had vanished when there was melee combat waiting. Chapter 10:17. Ambushed. The sounds of combat were coming from all around them, and Max realized that the energy beings that he called the demons had used his own trick against him in reverse. They had materialized all through his ship and were heavily engaged with the android defenders. The mood in the main salon was tense as they waited for something to come their way and listened to the sounds of battle all around them. Only one demon had appeared here, and it seemed to be a deliberate measure to attempt to take the ship before the crew could respond. The demons hadn't factored in that the majority of the crew gave off no signs of life, though, and they had appeared next to the fully armed androids in the furthest reaches of the cutter. Max checked the sensors to see where the strongest gatherings were and noted that there was a lot of structural damage done inside the mecha bays. The demons must have tried to gather in the largest rooms with no signs of life and then were ambushed by the androids or Max and Nico's mecha on sentry mode. These demons were a new form to Max. Unlike the ones that they had seen before, these weren't fleshy. The demons of this batch were mostly covered in either feathers or scales and came in a variety of colors. According to the sensors, Nico was currently fighting a bright red dragon, for lack of a better word. It had a reptilian head, 4 legs and wings and only stood partially upright. That might be a matter of space, though, as the ceiling in that area was only 6 meters high, and the creature was larger than that. That thing was no slouch and had a flame attack of its own that had melted a large portion of the hallway around them, forcing Nico to hide for a moment and find a new angle to attack from until she could lure it out of the hallway. But still, nothing was coming from Max or the Envoy's team. Do you think that they're avoiding us because they can sense us here? I think they're trying to take the ship, but they can't tell that the androids aren't part of it. Envoy Queen whispered, I think that is exactly what is happening. We are the largest and almost the only sign of life on the ship, so they're avoiding us and going for the vital areas. Engineering, propulsion, controls. But those are the areas with the most androids, and some of them have a large mecha contingent available. The bridge, for example, had 5-line mecha in storage compartments in case of emergency. Those were now under the control of the androids, so the bridge was heavily defended against intrusion, and the demons couldn't send their larger kin into the cutter because the ceilings were deliberately made too low for that. Common design logic said that no matter how much it would help defense, you didn't make your hallways large enough for the enemy to move equipment that could destroy the ship through them. A few minutes later, the demons realized that someone was messing with them and began to form up for an attack on Max's position. I count 20 of them so far, all medium creatures, 3 meters tall or more. All hallways are infested, so prepare for a full invasion. Max whispered to the envoy as the sensor logs came in. They were all wearing human-made mobile suits, but the Morphos hadn't turned their communications on or perhaps didn't know how. He would deal with that later or have Nico do it when she had a moment. But for now, it didn't matter, as the demons didn't speak their language. The demons rushed forward, discharging plasma balls from crystalline handheld weapons. Max immediately responded, sending back ion cannon blasts and tearing through the first rank of attackers who were overrun by the ones behind them, only to be met with the energy wave of the modified disintegrators designed to banish them back to their home layers. The creatures shimmered, and Max felt the energy around them increase. Whatever had opened the portal to bring these beings here was not going to let them be banished that easily, and the portal was serving as a stabilizing barrier to keep Max from simply banishing them. You've done your homework. Max laughed into the radio, forgetting that it was set to voice control. The only response was Nico chuckling. She had realized the same thing a few minutes ago and had resorted to simply hacking the things apart at close range so that they couldn't use those plasma pistol crystals. Up close, they were dangerous but much less dangerous than plasma weapons, which suited Nico perfectly, and even Max was leaning toward going on the offensive to get into melee range. The Morphos did the same, as their personal combat style relied heavily on their natural weaponry, and the room descended into chaos as the defenders charged the strange energy beings, hacking and clawing at the invaders with a level of ferocity that brought a pleased emotion from the greater being watching the battle from the background. These feathered demons were much softer than the other ones for some reason, and the serrated blade that Max had chosen, modeled after the ones used by the red demons, tore through them like warm butter. Even the crystals in their hands didn't hold up against the blade. An upward slash cleaved the nearest of them cleanly in 2 pieces, and Max looked down the hallway to see that there were a dozen more coming his way to replace it, all with those strange plasma weapons at the ready. He needed a way to get rid of the energy barrier around his ship so that they could stop the influx before they were actually overrun or ran out of materials to make more androids. The mobile suits were keeping them alive fairly well, but there were so many of the enemy that there was no preventing the casualties that they were taking. Commander Max, our mothership reports the same phenomenon. Is there a way to disperse these creatures? Envoy Queen asked as she clawed apart the face of a feathered demon. I will send over the weapon description. It works as long as they're not stuck in an energy barrier like we are that keeps the demons stable. Max replied, thank you. They are only reporting an unexplained influx of boarding parties right now. The envoy replied, returning her focus to the fight. Chapter 1018. Fried chicken, this isn't working fast enough. Nico, how about some low-intensity fusion flamer action? Max suggested as he saw the crowd of demons in the hallway. The mobile suits are all equipped, but there is no low-intensity setting. Nico reminded him, then a short burst. I don't want to melt our ship. Nico laughed. Half-second burst from all android units in 3, 2, 1, now. Max joined the burst and then realized that the Morphos likely didn't know how to access the weapons. His allies were rapidly retreating back into the room as all the hallways filled with flames, and the demons vanished with a puff of ash that quickly turned to wisps of energy. What in the 7 realms was that? Envoy Queen yelled. Sorry, we forgot to brief you on the backup weapons of the suit. There is a fusion flamer in the flat space storage. We just had the androids use them to purge the demons from the hallways so that we could move again. Max yelled back so he could be heard over the lingering screams of dying demons. Well, Warn a girl before you do that again. Plus, why does it smell like fried chicken in here? That is so distracting. Max laughed at her response. He always turned his suit to full recirculation because his sense of smell wasn't going to help him in any meaningful way during most combat scenarios, but she must have had hers set to filter, which would allow non-toxic scents through. For a moment, everything was silent, and then a mental scream tore through the minds of everyone left aboard the ship, especially Max, bringing all but him to their knees. That was a scream of both pain and rage coming from the hidden layer of space, and Max realized that the reason that the Arisen fleet hadn't come here to fight was that they were there, attacking whatever being was masterminding this attack. Max could feel it as the being retreated, and the energy barrier around his ship began to fade, allowing them to banish the last of the demons and cleanse the cutter of any lingering signs of infestation. Envoy, how are your comrades doing? Should we send reinforcements? Max called out to the team of Morphos. They are stable. Fortunately, the plans you sent were in a format that is compatible with our computer, and we were able to put them into production right away. We only managed to make a dozen with the materials that we had on board, but it is enough that we are clearing out the ship. Their replication systems must work differently than the human ones if they were limited by materials, but if they had managed to make enough, then he could just send extras to their teams to help them purge on the surface and keep the interior of their ships safe from future attacks. We will help you out with that after the battle. How is the attack going on your end? Max asked as he checked for updates from his own fleet. They had been steadily taking out the cathedral ships, mostly disabling them, but as soon as they were critically damaged, the ships would vanish, preventing a definitive kill. It was frustrating, but Max had sensed the malevolent intelligence behind the attacks, something that was far beyond the scale of a regular human. It seemed that they had finally encountered the first of the true minions of the so-called Great Evil or Great Enemy. A greater energy being that could summon waves of minions to attack a planet and even lock Max's cutter in an energy field that human technology couldn't break. They were going to have to work on that. They couldn't rely on the Arisen to save them every time, and there was definitely going to be a next time now that the enemy had gotten a taste of their capabilities. It might not be a mortal being, but Max could feel the pure rage today as it realized that it had been defeated. That kind of rage didn't just dissipate. The creature was going to hold a grudge. The ship is clear, Commander. What are your orders for the new androids? The ship's communications android asked. Have them all remain on station at their point of creation. I want armed forces scattered all through the ship in case of future attacks. They can all remain in the mobile suits on standby until they are called again. Max ordered. The androids didn't really need physical hobbies. They spent most of their time with their subroutines split into a virtual environment of training simulations and games that kept their need for input fed while also expanding their knowledge base beyond the default creation points. Interestingly, that wasn't his or Nico's idea. It had come from the eye on the colony ship that they had created. The simulation had always existed, as Nico created it to train the androids, but the AI had suggested that it could be a source of entertainment and learning so that the physical bodies could remain on standby without putting the units into stasis. According to it, the process would decrease losses by over 3% per week of study time on an overall basis, and that broke the threshold for the margin of error in the data set it was using, so the procedure was deemed to be effective. If it were possible for the androids to be happy, they would be right now. They had just succeeded in defending the ship without any loss of mortal lives, as their prime directive had instructed them, and the ship was still intact and operational despite the extensive interior damage. Mostly that was weapons fire, and the fusion flamers, but a few of the acid baths had also been broken after demons were inserted into them as a method of chemical warfare. The rooms were acid resistant, but some of the acid had spilled out into the hallways, where the metallic flooring was not as well suited to the task. The ship was already starting the repair process, undoing the damage from the battle, and Max slowly wound his mind down from imminent threat to battle management. Drone bombers, I want supply drops for the civilian resistance. Give them these rifles that dissipate the demons. The effect is disguised with a laser blast, so they likely won't realize that the weapons are special, and neither will the enemy. Let's start cleaning up this battlefield before the enemy leadership recovers. Understood, Commander. The weapons plans are being processed, and drop sites have been located. Chapter 1019. Stubborn. The cathedral ships weren't going just to give up because their leadership had been defeated in another layer of space. That wasn't how they operated and wasn't at all in their nature. As soon as the defeat was noticed, they doubled down on their aggressiveness, trying to push back the combined force of the Morphos and the humans while retaking the lost portions of the surface. It wasn't going well, with the human vessels being vastly superior to them in firepower and shielding, but the numbers advantage was enough for them to at least hold on while the battle for the surface raged. Drone bombers are away with the supply drops for the resistance. The android mecha force has stabilized the region around the motherships, and no more interceptors are currently detected. The AI reported. That meant that the supplies to the surface were going down basically unimpeded, without taking any fire, so Max directed them to remain near the surface and use their stockpile of materials to either bomb enemy emplacements or provide more specialized rifles for the defenders. If they were taken by the enemy, they would only be a mediocre performing laser rifle and not a threat level increase, but in the hands of the locals, they would be deadly against the energy beings. Max, tell them to come back. I'm bored, Nico complained, making the envoy laugh. What is one full-scale boarding action not enough adventure for one day? Envoy Queen asked. Not when it ends so easily. I get that 0 casualties is the best way, but that was one seriously unsatisfying fight. They didn't even send their first-string fighters because the ceilings in here are too low for them to move about easily. The Morphos leader laughed. No wonder everyone says that the humans are terrifying. I wonder what species was brave enough to go with the rest of your fleet. Max chuckled. Actually, there were a lot of offers once they saw that we were fully capable in a fight. But the rest of our fleet is moving out with the Kaleska. We have been working with them for a while now, and we understand their equipment and their protocols, so there is a much lower chance of an incident while we have so many mercenaries in our force. The battle on the surface was becoming more and more intense as the general population was armed to deal with the threat, and Max was carefully blocking all attempts by the local government to send out a message demanding that he stop sending weapons to the civilian population. Anyone who sounded that panicked about their population having weapons definitely made him want to see what would happen when the general population all had laser rifles. Max suspected that the result would likely be much less bloody than the planetary governor was suggesting in the messages. The civilians weren't turning weapons on each other, and they were putting together a well-organized defense against the armies from the cathedral ships that couldn't be banished by the energy weapons of the drone fighters. Really, the worst that was likely to happen was a coup, and those sorts of things happened all the time on human planets. You could even call them an essential part of human politics. Commander Max, our allies in the planetary government have informed us that there is an uprising of the lower caste citizens that is taking over as the enemy is defeated on the planet. Envoy Queen informed Max a few hours later when the battle was nearly through. Oh, that is unfortunate. Are they looking for a mediator? We are quite good at mediation, Max asked. Nico froze her facial expressions to avoid giving away her amusement. She had been watching the same thing that Max had, but through the cameras on the drones, and it was clear that there was going to be an incident of some sort before things were settled here. Perhaps. The planetary governor and the upper caste are currently trapped in an underground bunker complex, and the battle is raging above them. Queen explained. Give us a second, and we will locate them and determine the situation. Max agreed. Queen was right. The senior military and government officers had all been hidden underground for the entire invasion, and they were now welded into their bunkers by the forces on the surface. There had been some scuffles at first, but it looked like those were dying down already, and the civilians were moving toward cleanup and damage control efforts. Commander, the fleet battle is officially over, and the last of the ships in orbit have fled to the other layer. The AI reported in its artificially happy tone. Nico unblocked communications and sent a message to the planetary government. This is Subcommander Nico Terrath of the Terminus Trading Company, a human trade group and paramilitary force that makes up a portion of the intervention force in orbit over your planet. Do you require our assistance to arrange a mediated negotiation with the civilian forces on the surface of your planet? There was a lengthy pause, enough that Queen was beginning to wonder if they had received the message at all, and then finally, the planetary governor answered back from the surface. We do not negotiate with terrorists. We have ordered our forces to disarm the civilian population, and we request that any future interventions do not involve weapons drops. We understand. If you do require our intervention, we will remain in the system for another hour while we decide on what location to proceed to next. Nico replied. Well, that's that. It looks like they have it all sorted out, and the invasion force is basically gone, with only a few hundred warriors still in hiding. It always takes a while to get the last of them cleaned out, but I'm sure that they will get it sorted. So, how satisfying was it to see an allied planet rescued? That's not something that you get to do every day. Nico asked the envoy, remarkably satisfying, really. We swore to them many generations ago that our people would come to their aid in a time of crisis, and I must say, this certainly seems to have been a crisis. Do humans also hold on to honor debts that strongly? The Morpho's envoy asked. Nico shook her head. We do hold on to them, but perhaps not that strongly. Treachery is abundant among our people after the first generation which swore the debt. The younger generations forget the reason for it, or it gets glossed over in the historical records, and they begin to believe that the debt is unjust. Queen nodded. That I understand. The younger generations always believe that they know best. Chapter 1020. Factions. When Max checked the communications network for reports of attacks, he was flooded with incoming messages. The attacks were everywhere, and it wasn't just the cathedral ship's fleet. There were attacks by unknown aliens, attacks by the myceloids or the Clem, and even an attack that seemed to be nothing but a giant energy wave that Max predicted was likely to be the same sort of enemy that the Arisen had dealt with here. With so many calls to report to, the defense fleets were splitting into factions, trying to optimize their responses based on what sort of enemy they were best at fighting. The Kaleska and the remainder of the human fleet decided to go for the Clem and myceloids, as their fleets had the largest amount of area firepower, but that was not what Max was thinking. Once those two had a few days to infest a planet, it was most likely to be completely lost without a long and grinding war effort. The best answer would be to cut your losses and purge large areas of the planet, then move on. He was a mecha pilot at heart and not a pest exterminator, so Max wanted to go somewhere where there would be actual combat. That meant fighting the cathedral ships or the alien species, which were waging a more conventional war to take over the planets. Going by the reports, that was definitely the goal. They weren't simply trying to eliminate the local species. They wanted the planets intact to claim as their own and expand their territory. Perhaps there was a limited amount of living space wherever they came from that was driving them out, but it made things easier for Max to know that there was a clear goal in his enemy's mind when they attacked. There were only two major issues. Something had to deal with the attacks by whatever greater energy being that was, and there were 3 reports of planets attacked for every group that could respond to them. If they had to pick and choose what survived, eventually, the enemy would be able to consolidate their forces, and there would be nothing left. The response teams were being too conservative and gathered into too large of groups to deal with the number of threats. They weren't counting on the planets for much, though Max could see in the reports that some of them were doing a decent job of holding off on their own. Those would be Max's priority for his response now. A quick movement from one to the other so that he could nullify the weakest attackers and let the planets with defenses take care of themselves. It would cut down the number of planets lost, as well as the number of large teams that needed to be sent out. When Nico and the Morphos team finished their conversation, Max brought up the first 10 hit-and-run targets for their next wave of attacks. These are the targets most likely to survive alien and cathedral ship invasions on their own. So, these are the targets I want to prioritize. We will take our fleet, crush the majority of the attackers, then move on and let the planetary force deal with the leftovers. Max explained. Is that advisable? Can we be sure that they will win on their own? Envoy Queen asked. Once we have defeated the majority of the fleet, they shouldn't have any issues winning without additional help. There are so many calls coming in that we need to prioritize speed to get through as many as we can, and that means not allowing ourselves to discount the ferocity of a planetary fleet. As we did here, I can drop the locals a shipment of weapons if they need them, but we will have to fight and move on so we can keep as many planets alive as possible until the number of attack reports is lower than the number of teams we have to respond with. Max explained. Queen nodded and sent a message back to her fleet. They have decided that they wish to join the offensive against the myceloids. It seems that this is where we part ways, but I wish you all the best in your endeavors. The envoy announced very formally. Be well and live long. I will see you again on the battlefield once this current mission is complete. Max agreed. Nico led the Morphos team back to their shuttle while Max prepared the fleet's tactics for their new mission. It was just going to be quick and dirty. They would portal into the afflicted system directly, pass through an oversized portal in one cluster, and unleash everything that they had at once. Torpedoes, orbital lances, everything. Then, they would see what was still standing and go from there. The forces they were targeting weren't the strongest to begin with since the planetary forces were holding against them, so the surprise attacks should have a decent chance at cutting them down to a manageable size within minutes, and then he could move on to the next one. Understood, Commander. New mission priority set to burst damage and rapid destruction of priority targets. Adjusting deployment now, the eye on the drone carrier colony ship announced. Its solution was to have the drones swarm the ships but out of the way of the main weapons, as the defensive weapons arrays would not be needed here, and then everything, even the mecha and drones, would be able to fire at once. It was an insane battle tactic, but the amount of burst damage that they could do to an unprepared enemy would be amazing. Alright, as soon as the morphos leave, get everyone in position. I want a transfer time of less than 2 seconds, and the portal needs to close as soon as we are all through so it doesn't reduce our range of fire. Max ordered. Understood, Commander. Charging the portal capacitors in preparation for rapid deployment now. Chapter 1021. Blitz. Nico ordered the mecha team that was on the cutter out to the exterior hull along with all the other mecha of the regiment while the drones held close positions around their ships, ready to attack the moment that the transfer was complete. The portal is ready to deploy. On your orders, Commander. The AI informed them. Transfer. Max ordered. All of the ships moved in unison when the portal opened, doing an elegant side shuffle through the portal in a tight formation, then spreading apart to get a better firing angle as soon as they were through. The portal closed behind them, and the ambush began. The overwhelming firepower of the Reaver fleet tore through dozens of cathedral ships in an instant, with hundreds of smaller vessels falling to the massed firepower of the mecha. Keep firing. I still see too many large pieces. Nico cheered as the Dreadnought-class ship in front of them exploded in a brilliant and self-nullifying blast of antimatter and plasma. Another round of orbital lances and torpedoes tore through the invasion fleet, leaving very little that was in their line of sight still remotely intact. 86% destruction. 0 intact targets in our line of sight. The AI reported. This is the next target. Prepare the portal. Max ordered. The harder they could hit before anything responded, the lower their casualties would be, and the more damage they could do at the next location, so Max wasn't going to stick around and wait to see if they had reserves. They were surely in the other layer, waiting to see where they were needed. If he waited, they would come to him, but if he kept leaving, they would constantly arrive at an empty location, merely replacing the units that he had destroyed seconds earlier. Portal ready. Transferring. The AI announced, understanding Max's intentions. Again, they arrived unexpectedly, but this time, there was a freshly arrived fleet of myceloids that hadn't been on the sensor scan under a minute ago. Fire. Full annihilation protocol as per the last engagement. Max ordered. The myceloid ships began to turn as soon as the Reaver's ships started firing, intent on engaging Max's force before they could make a second volley. They're really going to ram us. Nico laughed as the myceloid ships picked up speed in their direction. Not if we can help it, they're not, Max replied, then targeted all of the ship's otherwise inactive defensive weapons at the incoming ship. The other vessels did the same, and the myceloid ship exploded mere kilometers from their hull, completing its mission of launching armored myceloids at the mecha on the hulls of the ships. The laser arrays of the mecha were tearing apart the myceloids faster than they were flying toward the ambush, but the kamikaze assault only came to a final halt when they got in fusion flamer range, and a storm of nuclear fire incinerated the technologically advanced fungal warriors. The barrage continued as the ships of the invasion fleet scattered, getting out of the direct firing lines of the Reavers. Tactic minimally effective. 1 minute elapsed with a kill rate of 43%. The AI announced in a sad tone. Max looked at Nico, wondering if they should hold here for a few more minutes to keep clearing the enemy vessels, but an impending sense of doom was creeping up on them. Keep to the schedule. Portal as soon as you are charged. Max ordered. They could come back here after a few more attacks if they needed to, but even taking out half of the attackers in a blitz was a good start to helping whoever responded to their calls for aid. The roar of frustration from the energy being in the other layer as they left told Max that they had done the right thing. Staying any longer would have gotten them ambushed, but now they were on their way, and the enemy was left one step behind. After this attack, make one random stop in the secondary layer before returning to the target sequence. 30-second timing in the secondary layer. I don't want them catching on to our rhythm. Max ordered. This attack was a smaller scale one, or possibly the planetary defense was already winning when they arrived, and only a few dozen cathedral ships remained. All of them were obliterated in the first volley, and the eye opened the portal again early before the sense of foreboding even seemed to have locked onto them again. This jump brought them into the other layer between a small darkling force and a much larger arisen force. Humans, wait here, the greater being is following you. The darklings ordered. It was a brilliant bit of luck, and Max was eager to see what this new enemy was capable of. The ships maintained their defensive formation, unsure of which direction the enemy would approach from, but a minute later, it was obvious that it was coming. The sense of foreboding and power was rapidly growing as Nico issued frantic orders to the ships, trying to get their orbital lances modified before the enemy appeared. The theory was that if they could hit it with enough orbital lances modified to banish energy beings, it might actually tear this creature apart once and for all. The thoughts of the Darklings and the Arisen didn't tell Max if that would kill it permanently, but they believed that most of their previous attacks had led to the targets escaping before true death. The enemy was on them before they even knew what was happening, coalescing right in the middle of the assembled forces and appearing as a 5-kilometer-tall version of the winged red demons that Max had fought against in his mecha. The orbital lances hit the creature at the same time as the main weapons of the Arisen and Darkling fleet, and the creature began to flicker and burn, partially dispersed and being destroyed by the barrage of weapons fire. Keep up the orbital lances. Overload the systems if you need to, but don't let it reform. Max ordered. That wasn't a problem for most of their fleet, and the mecha were doing their best to supplement the firepower while the energy being thrashed and roared. The modified orbital lances have paralyzed it. It can't escape because they're keeping it from being entirely in one layer. Nico crowed with joy as she realized what was happening. With a final whimper, the creature seemed to explode, tearing a portal between layers identical to the one that the cathedral ships had come through and dissipating between the two layers before dispersing entirely. That is true death for a greater being. Excellent work, humans. The Darklings congratulated them. Then, their entire fleet vanished without warning. Max would have celebrated the praise, but the open portal was letting a fleet of cathedral ships through, and it was up to them and the Arisen to deal with them now that the Darklings had flaked out to another battle. Remain here until the battlefield is clear and we have closed that portal. Max sighed as he prepared to join the battle. Let's go, Nico. It's time for war again. Chapter 10:22. Close the door. Nico and Max both rushed to their mecha as the Arisen began to pour out of their ships and join the battle. The War Walkers were a familiar sight for Max, and he knew exactly what they were capable of, so there would be no confusion about deployment patterns when they joined them in combat. The android army moved seamlessly to join the War Walker formations, providing a variety to their firepower as the two fleets merged into one force. In return, a wing of 10 command walkers moved over to join Max and Nico, all armed with twin swords and prepared for close combat. Human commanders, it will take 7 minutes until we can close the portal. Until then, the breach needs to be held and the lesser energy beings held at bay. The command walker wing leader informed them. That was the first time that they had heard a War Walker directly address anyone. Max wasn't even aware that they had the capability until now, but he could see that there was a powerful surge of energy building on the other side of the portal, which he assumed was a mass of demons. In the mind of the War Walkers, there were 3 categories of energy beings. Minor, lesser and greater. Greater took a whole fleet of ships to destroy, and minor were the ones that you could fight with a mobile suit or infantry. That left the mecha-sized ones as the lesser demons. Or so Max assumed until he actually got to the portal to face them. The mecha-sized ones were the least of the lesser demons. There were others up to 100 meters tall, wielding all sorts of brutal weaponry or throwing energy attacks from those flickering crystals at them. It wasn't just one variety either. It looked like the open portal had attracted all sorts of creatures to the tear in space, and they were determined to get out. Max could sense that they were trapped in that place, their ancestral home, though they were often found in the secondary layer of space where the battle had raged against the greater energy being. Nico's excitement reached a frenzy as she realized that the creatures 5 times their size were also valid opponents, and she began charging her weapons. Max ran the optimize process on his weapons to get ready for the battle and found that there were significant changes that needed to be made to their current loadout to fight in the strange third layer of space where these beings were emerging. Nico, I have finished the analysis. This layer of space is different. Nukes won't work properly here. Switch to antimatter shells in your thunder guns and light mass drivers. Max instructed her. Nico didn't hesitate or doubt his orders, and she changed the type of shells an instant before the first ones were fired, going immediately to warp speed and crashing into the demons with a spherical black explosion. Everything seemed to simply go dark where the shells exploded, and then a vacuum formed, sucking in more energy to fill the gap where the demon used to be. Max sensed the amusement of the War Walkers and the rage of the demons as the first barrage of shells hit, and then the less than light speed rounds of the light mass drivers began to detonate. It turned space around the enemy formation into a volatile minefield of unstable black vortexes, which would tear apart the energy beings that got too close while they were sucking in energy to fill the void. The demons charged at an astounding pace, closing the distance between them in seconds and preventing the thunder guns from using any more antimatter shells due to the close proximity of the detonations to his own lines. The Mecha and the war walkers raised their blades, and the two sides crashed together in eerie silence, with nothing to transfer sound from the battle. Behind them, the fleet was doing an incredible job of holding the main force at bay, but the ships were able to appear behind the line that Max and Nico had formed with the Arisen, and only the demons were forced to appear directly here at the portal. 7 minutes was going to be a long time for them all to hold on. Max blasted a demon apart with his ion cannon, then thrust his jagged blade through the throat of another, tearing the head from its body with the backstroke. But with every shot and every strike, he was forced to retreat a little more. The numbers were overwhelming, extending as far as his sensors could reach, an unstoppable tide of demonic beings. If that were to ever reach his home layer of space, there would be no stopping it. They didn't have a tenth of the force that would be needed to deal with that sort of threat spread through multiple galaxies. Damn it, is that what it always looks like here? Max asked the Arisen, hoping for an answer. No, that is what the remnants of a defeated greater energy being look like. When it was destroyed, a portion of its energy returned to its home and split to create these creatures. They are unstable and will dissipate in a few decades or possibly sooner, but today, we must hold them at bay and allow them to be taken by the currents. The Command Walker's team leader replied. That massive army would last for decades. But if they were part of the energy being, then that meant they should have the same flaws. Max optimized his ion cannons to destabilize the beings and fired it as a dispersed blast, clearing an area in front of his mecha. He sent the data to Nico, who adjusted her weapons with it in an instant and passed the data to the war walkers. It wasn't clear if they would be able to use the technology or not, given their different technology and possible status as energy beings themselves, but it was worth a shot. Nothing about their weapons seemed to change, but the war walkers were already quite effective at destroying the beings to begin with. The additional ability to destabilize a group that got too close gave Max a bit of room to maneuver, and now he was able to help the line hold its position against the tide of demons. What he really wanted was to adapt that technology to his sword as well, but the one he was using was based on demonic technology and wasn't a powered weapon. It was an unfortunate oversight on his part, and Max made a note to give Nico a new idea for their next iteration of Mecha. Variable pattern energy weapons. If they could adapt their energy weapons in an instant the way that they could create new mass driver shells on demand, they would be able to reliably handle any enemy that they faced. With technology like that and all of the new data they had collected from the enemies they were facing here, it might be possible that they would be able to replicate one of the relic god mecha that humanity possessed. Of course, he now knew that those came from the Darkling's distant past, but soon, humans would be able to make their own. Max was certain of it. Chapter 1023. Ancient Visitor. As the timer counted down the minutes to the portal closing, it was already clear that the demons formed from the destruction of the greater energy being were not going to remain stable for long this time. The being had been split between two layers of space, and they were missing something fundamental to their existence. The attack wave was faltering, and the force was dissipating into energy as the portal between layers finally closed in front of them, and Max heaved a sigh of relief. Well, now that we have that thing off our backs, let's take a moment to rest, Nico informed Max as they made their way back to the ship, accompanied by one of the command walkers as an escort of sorts. I don't think that is going to be possible. There is a visitor waiting for us inside the cutter. Max replied as he sensed the new presence inside their vessel. Normally, that would have gone unnoticed, but there were no other living things on the ship, so the presence of one living mind was immediately noticeable to his mind reading. The thoughts weren't hostile, nor were they impatient. If he had to guess, whoever it was had settled in for a cup of tea while they waited. I will leave you here. The old one on your ship will explain everything to you. The command walker informed them as they got close to the ship. You know what's going on? Max asked curiously. Of course, I was there. But it's better that he tells the story of our three people and the rise of the great enemy. Most of the command walker's mind was closed off, but Max could sense memories of a brutal war on a scale far beyond the one that they were fighting here. It might well be the one that destroyed this whole region of space, but the memory faded before he could really make sense of it, and the command walker returned to his vessel. If he had been around for the destruction of this region of space, the entity in the command walker was most likely millions of years old. Anything that he would call the Old One had to be somewhat impressive. The Arisen fleet remained on station as the human vessels began to restock and repair their fighters, and Max locked down his mecha in the storage hangar, which now had a Darkling interceptor sitting in the middle of it. I wonder if it came in between layers or if they can bypass our shielding just like that. Nico wondered, already doing her best to examine the currently unoccupied ship. Have the sensors check it. You should be there with me to meet whoever piloted it, Max reminded her before she got too distracted to hear him at all. The mind that Max could sense was in the lounge next to the cargo bays, the first comfortable sitting spot that it would have reached after entering the ship. It wasn't a big thing, but it was something that Max appreciated. The visitor might have broken in, but at least they weren't rummaging through his stuff. Nico followed him into the lounge, happy that they would still be in range for her skill to check on the Darkling interceptor, and found a wrinkled old man with long ears and shockingly white hair braided down to his boots standing in the middle of the room, waiting for them. He was a little over 2 meters tall but so incredibly skinny that he didn't feel like a large person at all. In his prime, this was likely a powerful warrior, but at this point, it was clear that he was reaching the end of his life. The man's voice was musical and smooth, light in tone but still masculine as he began to speak. Karis, Max and Tereth Nico, the beloved children of the god of humans, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. You should have a great number of questions for me, and I have been sent here to help you answer them. The first I should start with would be the reason for this war, am I correct? He asked. Yes, that is as good of a place to start as any. Max agreed, then moved to the replicator and made the tea and snacks set he had expected the man to be enjoying when they arrived. The three of them took seats across from each other, and the ancient Darkling smiled at them in a way that Max felt was more paternal than patronizing or that of a friendly stranger. To understand why you are at war now, we need to explain what started this conflict, and that brings us back to my youth. Now, the Great War was some millions of years ago, so forgive me if I reminisce more than might be succinct, but I will do my best. Once, there was a balance between the layers. The civilized species, better known as the Collectors, the Everborn and the humans, moved freely between them, at peace with each other and the universe. We three were the firstborn of the advanced species, and we had nearly 100 million years worth of head start on the galactic empires that are active today. But that is neither here nor there. What matters is how that peace ended. While we three mortal species lived in harmony, not all species were capable of such a thing. In our early days, we had pacified the energy beings, keeping them stable and ending the eternal conflict. Or so we thought, but the energy beings were evolving faster than we were, and one day, a new group of beings was born. The gods, they called themselves. Most of the gods embodied an aspect of creation or mimicked a species that they were fond of, and the three mortal species believed that this new development might be a good thing, an immortal being to guide new species into civilization. In some cases, it was, and that was exactly what happened. But not all of the gods were of the same mind. Some believed that they were the natural rulers of the universe, and as such, they should have the right to wipe the universe clean and start over from a blank slate to create the universe that they wanted. The ancient Darkling paused to let the human duo take in all that he had said so far and delicately sipped on the tea Max had provided. Ah, refreshing. It is good to see that human taste buds are still attuned the same way. The old man sighed as the two Reavers sat in silent shock. Chapter 1024. Revelations. Once Max and Nico had recovered a little, the ancient Darkling continued. While the three mortal species were each chosen by one of the gods as their own, that did not sit well with the gods whose aspects reflected aspects of nature or a less evolved species, and the jealousy grew within them. That jealousy only grew and festered as they saw the innovation that the mortal species was capable of. The innovation that the humans spearheaded, the most curious creatures in the universe, then and always. Max and Nico shared a laugh at those words. The old man wasn't wrong. All the humans needed was a hint of a direction, and they would go off on a tangent, creating entirely new technologies. We were caught off guard when the gods attacked, lashing out at the humans. The human scientists had created a device that one of the gods viewed as a threat to their domain, and that energy being rallied the other disgruntled energy beings around them and lashed out, destroying millions of planets in a jealous rage as they tried to wipe out the human race. The device that they had created was a time travel device, and the leader of the divine rebellion, which we now call the Great Enemy, was the self-proclaimed god of time. It might have succeeded, but the humans had the ability to rewind time, resetting the battle to its beginning while the gods were gloating about their victory and then freezing time into a linear form in order to take their revenge. Naturally, the collectors and the Everborn joined the humans in their revenge. If these corrupted energy beings were willing to commit genocide to get their way, then they were too dangerous to be allowed to live. You see, time travel doesn't work quite the way that you think it might. It reverses the actions, but it doesn't erase the memory. So, everyone who knew of the atrocity that was committed still remembered, even when it had been undone. On a small scale, that can be called déjà vu. But on a scale this large, there was no question about what had actually happened. So, the three mortal races put their minds to the development of technology that would keep the gods in line. In hindsight, that only angered them more and brought more to their side, but such a thing was inevitable. The Great War began then, with the three mortal species and their allied gods fighting against the god of time and their allies. During the war, a massive region of space was destroyed, turned to dust by the ferocity of the battle, and it seemed hopeless on our part. But at the last moment, when it seemed that all was lost and the gods' rampage could not be stopped, the humans did the unthinkable. They detonated their time device in battle and killed the god of time, dispersing his army through the universe and leaving time locked in a permanent line, with no being left alive that was able to reverse the effect. Only a few ships' worth of humans survived the war, as they were the primary target of the gods, and the war would have ended with their demise. One of those fleets went to your galaxy, and my people kept watch on them over the eons to ensure they survived. The rest were lost to the universe, and none now know if they still live or what they might have evolved into without our guidance keeping their genome stable. He paused again while Max struggled to accept that the human settlements that they had found in his galaxy, the million-year-old ruins and technologies, were actually refugee camps from even more ancient humans, and the scraps left over that the Darklings didn't see fit to clean up and take with them. The Darkling continued. Once the war had ended, the majority of the surviving gods fled the Prime Layer, and their departure irrevocably damaged it, leaving the aspect of space weakened and the boundaries between layers either far too thick or far too thin. The rest remained in one of the upper layers, either this one or the one where the matter and antimatter coexist in harmony, and chose to guide their favorite species from within those layers. Many of them had lost everything. Their chosen species were eliminated during the war, and the solar systems that they had come from were obliterated. Some of them chose to sacrifice themselves to reform a portion of the battlefield and recreate their species. Others chose to leave the area and make a whole new one. One such species is the myceloids. Their gods recreated them just as they would have wanted them to be. Cunning and brutal, intelligent enough to make and use technology, but not creative enough to make something that would threaten the universe again. Then they let them loose on the universe and watched in joy as their new creation fought and lived and loved their lives. I wouldn't call them evil beings but a force of nature, pure chaotic neutrality. Nico smiled at his words. I agree with you. They fight because they love to fight. They expand so that they can find new things to fight. They aren't malevolent, but they are a danger to anything that isn't as good at fighting. The old man nodded in agreement, but the placid emotion on his face and in his mind never changed. You are exactly right. That is their nature. Their gods don't care what side of the war they are on this time because it all leads to fighting. But that brings us to this conflict. You see, many of the gods who were shattered by the humans' final gambit did slowly reform, as energy is never destroyed nor created, only transformed. Even the reaction of antimatter, which would seem to obliterate both, actually creates a third form of matter, but that's not on the topic today, and I can sense the young Miss Nico's excitement. The shattered gods couldn't reform into their previous selves, though they might if they were given a few 100 million more years. But the energy they were made of still lingers, and it has created the greater energy beings and their offspring. They have been raised within the hidden layer, cultivated by the bitter gods to hate the mortal species and the creations of the other gods in the prime layer. Now, they have sensed the resurgence of the three mortal species, and they are gathering to attempt to wipe us out again. Chapter 1025. Questions. Max cleared his throat. You say the three mortal species, but from my perspective, it doesn't look like the Arisen are mortal at all. The Darkling sighed, with a single tear running down his cheek. They will forever be one of us. But during the battles of the Great War, their god sacrificed herself to save their species. It was the first time one of the gods had fallen, and we had no idea what would happen. The energy of her life force seeped into her most beloved species and brought them back to life, inhabiting any form of body that they could, mostly the battle robots of the human fleet. Their species was saved, but the Everborn, whose lives extended to 1,000,000 years, became the Arisen, which are a form of energy being that returns to a chosen body when its host is destroyed. Well, not all of them. There are still some Everborn among the ranks of the living, but it is taboo to speak of their location in case the bitter gods are listening and find them. Max nodded. So the last of the mortal species to remain intact are the Darklings, or the Collectors, as you call yourselves. That is somewhat correct. Our home is gone, and our culture is shattered. Now, we live on these ships or on similar ones flung all across the universe looking for survivors of the Great War. Most of our fleet works for the gods who were once our allies. We keep an eye on their creations, guiding them or culling them if they diverge from their intended pattern too far, then reseed in the new creations so that the species can have a fresh chance to prosper. We aren't as creative as humans are. We are still using what we had at the end of the Great War, and we have no way of creating better. It is not for a lack of trying. We simply lack the unique thought processes that lead to that level of innovation. Again, it is likely the humans who have threatened the bitter gods, but I suspect that the truth is that they have realized what my people and the Arisen have been doing in our attempts to form an army capable of defeating them a second time. They dare not show their faces yet, for our gods still stand with us, and hiding in a single, separated layer has stunted the powers of the bitter gods, but they have no problem sending their minions. Between the 3 mortal species, we have now killed 5 greater energy beings since the battle started, and this one left so little of the energy in a usable form that the next wave couldn't even stabilize. I think that this will make them pause their plans. Perhaps for months or years. But likely no longer than that. The death of a god splits their essence into 1,000 greater energy beings. The death of a greater energy being splits their essence into 1,000,000 lesser beings. Or it does if they die in a more conventional way. Today, the energy was trapped between layers and dispersed. I have never seen anything like it, and I was born at the end of the Great War. What happened here today might have seemed like a fluke, but if it happens again, the loss to their side will be too great to bear. They view themselves as eternal, despite the fact that they have suffered losses at our hands before. Those words seemed to open something in Max's mind, and a flood of memories came rushing back, the last of the memories that had been locked away. They were the memories of the Great War, as the ancient Darkling had described it. Only the humans he was fighting alongside were unlike any humans he had ever seen before. He recognized them all as humans, but some had gills, and others had skin as hard as stone or wings. But now he understood. They were all humans, but humans at the time had no qualms about individual genetic engineering, and they had modified themselves and their offspring to better fit their environments. Humanity as a whole still recognized them as part of the collective, though genetically, the current humans would call them 100 different species. It was the last day of a losing war, and only a few small fleets and the mightiest of champions still stood, Max among them. Then it was all over, and the war had never happened except in their minds. That was Max's previous life, a great champion of the thousands of years of war that was the first wave of the Great War before the humans locked time into a linear state and reset their own species' extinction. It didn't end with his death, so there must be more to the memory, but the words of the ancient Darkling brought Max out of his reverie. Our challenge in this battle is to keep the greater energy beings at bay, but to do it in a way that doesn't provoke the bitter gods into acting directly. Our goal is to avoid another great war, even if it means decades or centuries of hostilities. The old man explained. Max frowned. What of the cost, though? We have a sample of every species that is currently in existence. If the worst should happen, we can recreate them in a new location after the war has ended. They might be starting out with a fresh culture and one planet, but we will look out for them, and if they have any surviving gods, they will surely rise again. Nico looked confused as she did the math in her head. There were only 1,000 gods to begin with, and some of them are dead. How many species even still have a living god of their own? She asked. The old man counted on his fingers, making Max hide a chuckle. I would say that there are about 50 species with their own god, though some of them are sharing one. For example, the same being that showed favor to the humans is also overseeing the Innu. His aspect is creativity, and both species appeal to his nature, though all of the surviving gods tend to pay attention to the 3 mortal species simply because we were the originals and we are still the most advanced. Chapter 10:26. Fear and Prudence. Their discussion was interrupted by the eye on the drone ship making an announcement. Commanders, the fleet attacking our next target has retreated, as have many others. It appears that the enemy is currently regrouping all over the region. the sweet artificial voice announced. The old darkling finally smiled. It seems that our guess was correct. The bitter gods panicked when they realized that the greater energy beings could be destroyed so completely and easily by our forces. Now that they have gone into hiding again, they will work on a way to rebuild their power and try to come up with a new tactic before they attack. Again, that can take some time, as the gods don't actually work well together. The only reason that the god of time could get them to coordinate so well was that he could move forward in time, see the likely outcome of his actions, and then adjust before trying them in the active timeline. With that ability gone, they have no advantage of foresight, and they are fighting us the same as they were forced to during the second half of the Great War. They have not forgotten that loss. We have seers among our ranks, much like Max, who can read minds, and the minds of the gods are so overwhelming that they can be read from many light years away. Simply entering the layer they are on can give you insight into their thoughts, and that is what we have been doing while we were monitoring them over the years. Nico brightened at that comment. When we entered another layer one time while fighting the myceloids, there was a sense that a much higher power was watching us, and even afterward, there was a sense that we were being monitored by a greater being. Would that have been one of the bitter gods? The old man frowned, an action that nearly buried his features in wrinkles. The one that was watching while you fought at the closed anomaly was the same one that closed it afterward. That is the god of the myceloids. It admires all things cunning and brutal, so it has always had a soft spot for human soldiers. The chances that it would attack you directly are very low, but the chances that it would send an entire planet full of myceloids to you just to see what happens are very high. Nico nodded in understanding. That sounds about right. The feeling was a bit hostile and violent, but not so much hateful and angry. Maybe a little bit, but we were winning the fight at the time. The old man nodded. Dealing with the gods is tricky. You never know how they will react, and they are so old that there are hidden memories, prejudices and biases behind nearly every action that they take. The myceloid god is more unbiased than most, but I suspect that they are actually a bit simple in the head and just like smashing things. I suppose that the real question is, what do we do now? If the great enemy is staging another round of attacks, what do we do in the meantime? Unless we come up with a great new idea, we're a bit stuck, and nothing that we have is going to take out something more powerful than the greater energy beings if they do decide to make an appearance. Max asked. For everyone's sake, let's hope that they don't make a direct appearance. But I am authorized to help you with your search for advancements. I have a collection of data from the Great War that might help you in your research. We never collected the scientific data of the humans, and our development path was very different than theirs, so I'm not sure that it will help you. The Darkling explained. Nico smirked at him. Our development path this time is different than the one you remember. We're not repeating the past, only being guided by it. So anything that you can offer us guidance on is going to be a benefit to us. We have a facility with the finest of researchers among a dozen species gathered. Perhaps a few of your people would like to join us in trying to develop something that could forestall the chances of another attack. The old Darkling shook his head. We can't spare the people. Everything that we have is currently dedicated to the preservation of the myriad species in case things do go badly here. I was assigned to you because I'm nearly on my deathbed, in terms of our species, so I am no longer an active asset to our people. But I have data to share, and I will come with you to wherever it is that you are planning on doing this research. Nico nodded in satisfaction. That will be more than sufficient. Just having someone with your level of experience and first-hand knowledge on hand will be a game changer. We won't have to guess what might work unless it's something that has never been seen before. That will save a lot of time during development. All you will need to do is show us relevant data on similar technologies that you have collected. Internally, Nico's monologue was very different. A million years, a million years, a million years of data. She was singing in her mind as she thought of new ships and mecha that they might be able to design to combat energy beings and their allies. Max sent her his ideas about variable output pattern energy weapons being an optimal choice, and the tone of her internal song got even happier. I will inform our allies that we will be returning to a location within our home region for the time being and that we will return if there is a resurgence in attacks. The rest of the human fleet will remain here and continue to help those who need it. Max informed their guest. I understand. That should be enough to keep your allies happy while they decide that the threat level has reduced enough for them to restock and rearm themselves. I just hope that they don't think it is completely gone. Chapter 10:27. Exuberant greetings. Once the relevant messages were sent out, and their allies understood that the Terminus fleet was returning to their home galaxy to work on the next generation of mecha and ships, the rest of the Anomaly fleet was completely fine with holding the line and helping with the cleanup on their own. Good luck, and say hello to the rest of the research team for me, was the last message that they received from Celia's Love, the command ship for the Anomaly fleet. Max didn't take them directly back to Absolution. Instead, he had the board of directors bring Absolution to them so that they could combine the research and development teams with the local ones at their destination. For a project this big, he wasn't going to work alone. Instead, and not entirely because Mary Tereth had demanded they come back on occasion, he was going to enlist the help of Uncle Lou and the research team at the Ray 5 moon base. They didn't warn anyone that they were coming, with the hopes that they could finally take Mary Tereth by surprise. Ray 5 Control, this is Commander Karis Max of the Terminus Trading Company, requesting a berth at the moon base station for an urgent matter with researcher Lou. Max announced. He only had to wait a few seconds to know that, for once, they had actually managed to surprise Nico's mother. I swear that if you have broken my daughter, there will be hell to pay, Commander Max. I will meet you at the base in 4 minutes. Mary Tereth announced. Clearance granted, I guess. You heard Madam Tereth. Please proceed to the main cutter berths within the next 4 minutes. Docks 7 through 40 and Dock 43 are open at the moment. The traffic controller announced. The old Darkling was quietly laughing at the exchange while Nico covered her mouth to hide her amusement. I see that humanity is just as amusing as it always was. I haven't had a chance to interact with your species for a long time now, but it seems that their sense of protectiveness and humor remain intact. Tell me, have your people retained their creative edge? I have analyzed your genome, and it should be intact, but there are some strange modifications made to the two of you that are making a large-scale analysis difficult. He asked. We are considered among the most creative for certain. There are also the Innu, which will be arriving with our research team, who are equally inquisitive and well attuned to technology due to a genetic adaptation. Nico explained. Oh, I have seen those ones. The creatures with the sensory tentacles on their heads, correct. They are a curious species and a hybrid, not a natural evolution. According to my data, they might also be considered an extension of humanity, though there is a chance that natural selection gave them a similar genetic base code. The Darkling exclaimed, seeming much more excited now. He was more of a biologist by specialty than an engineer, though he had been given a variety of information to help him in this mission. But he wasn't sent for his personal specialty. He was sent because he was considered expendable due to his imminent demise from age-related degradation. In short, there was no more that medical science could do for him, and he was only a few years from dying of old age. In the minds of the Darklings, that was essentially his last breaths in hospice care, but it would be long enough to get the humans started on a new development, and the other two, mortal species, as they called themselves, were counting on something good to deal with the issue at hand. The android pilot smoothly swung the cutter into Bay 1, the closest to their location, and settled the ship in at the docks. We have arrived. There are currently 96 seconds before Mary Tereth is expected to arrive. The pilot explained. She wasn't the only one on her way up. Uncle Lou was already in the elevator on his way across the planetoid-sized space station, and a half-dozen other researchers who had worked on the Terminus or Absolution teams in the past were on their way as well. It looks like we're going to have a sizable welcoming party. Has Mary's ship docked yet? Max asked the ship's pilot. Mary Tereth has requested access to our rear cargo bay in 17 seconds. The android responded. Mary was saving herself the time of landing at a shuttle dock and coming over and had decided to dock directly with the cutter. Open the spare bay for her. She gets inventive if you deny her requests. Max laughed. Understood. Max opened all the doors between them and the cargo hold as Mary Tereth came flying down the hallways like a human missile, grabbing Nico in a hug and spinning her in circles. There's my baby girl. I've missed you while you were away. Did I get here first, or did that old man Lou beat me here? She asked. He's 4 floors away in the elevator. You got here first. I would like to introduce you to Ranarth of the Collectors. He is here to help us with our development efforts until the energy beings and their forces emerge from their tactical retreat. Max explained before Mary could get too lost in whatever she wanted to say to Nico. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ranarth. I am Mary Tereth of the Reavers, mother to Nico Tereth and soon-to-be mother-in-law to Commander Karis Max. She greeted the old Darkling. A pleasure, Lady Tereth, the old Darkling replied with a smile, then turned to Max. I like this one. She's decisive and knows what she wants. That is an excellent quality in a leader. Ranarth Mock whispered. It's a gift and a curse at the same time for those of us caught up in her energy. I will introduce you to the rest of the researchers as they arrive. Absolution should be here within the hour. They were just finishing up with some ship transfers before they moved. Max explained. We should move to the greeting dock for the others' arrival. Old Lou should know he's still too slow. Mary insisted, pulling Nico along while Max and their darkling ally laughed at her exuberance. Chapter 1028. Nostalgia. Max and Ranarth followed the pair of small Tarith women out of the cutter and onto the reception deck, where the researchers had already begun to gather in anticipation of possibly getting a chance to talk to the leaders of the legendary Tarith Trading Company. Now, to the rest of the Reavers, they were an up-and-coming innovator known for their combat prowess and fearlessness, but to the researchers who were in the know, Max and especially Nico were legends for the number of innovations that they had put on the market. Uncle Lou strode their way the moment that he exited the elevator with laughter in his eyes as he saw the very proud form of Mary Tarith standing next to her daughter. I hope that I didn't hurry your reunion too much. It is good to see the pair of you back in human territory. I am told that you have some ideas on how we can improve our equipment for the next time that the energy beings attack. Uncle Lou greeted them. Not at all. We've got time to finish catching up once we're all settled in. The research team from Absolution is on their way here as well, so you are about to be a very busy space station. I hope you have the room. Nico replied. Of course, we keep space for an extra 5,000 researchers, just in case of an emergency development or a tech conference. There is one of those coming up as well if we can get something new to show off before it starts. Lou suggested. Nico laughed. When has it ever been a problem to get something new to show off when we are around? We've already got more toys to show off that we haven't had a chance to send you the schematics for yet, and I'm sure we can come up with something that is properly display-worthy by the time that the show rolls around. Ranarth, these are the researchers of the Ray 5 moon base team. They are among the most accomplished of our scientists in the fields of mecha and ship development, so they have been chosen to help us with this task. We can catch up with everyone once we get inside. I know they are all eager to get a chance to say hello, so we should arrange a greeting event once the rest of our researchers get here this afternoon. Max explained. For a moment, Max thought that he saw a familiar face in the back of the crowd, but then she disappeared again, and it took Max a second to find Mooney's thoughts in the crowd. She was with a young researcher wearing a lab coat and thick glasses with an array of magnification and data analysis programs added to them. They made a cute couple, but Max turned his attention away after a split second. There were many more interesting people in the crowd today. Scientists who had mastered all sorts of theories, and some who had just started but had grand ideas about what might be possible if they just had the knowledge to make it. It was a very well-rounded group, and Max wasn't sure that his team would actually be needed if it weren't for the lack of Innu here. There were a few, but not nearly enough to take up all the tasks that the Innu were best suited to, like analyzing programming and changing parameters on the fly when there was an issue with the development of a design. Their ability to rapidly interface with technology allowed them to solve issues as they came up, turning a failed design into something that should function the first time. Nico could do it as well, but most humans lack the relevant skills to make it happen. I have a room prepared for the evening's festivities. Absolution should be here very soon, and we will all gather once they are in orbit. Unfortunately, the world ship is a bit too large to dock with the station, so only the relevant staff will be coming to us. That was no surprise to Max. They rarely allowed random civilians to be on the moon base at all, much less in the restricted areas for mecha development. The group got into the large cargo elevator, and Max looked around at the familiar setting. Isn't this an exact replica of your lab on Camor? He asked. Only aesthetically. It felt more like home this way, but the layout of the base is completely different. This design is more effective since I could lay it out however I wanted and not have to try to make the most of the space that I had to work with inside of a habitation pod. Uncle Lou explained. The elevator let them out into a large common area, designed again to mimic the lab on Camor, with the indoor city theme and a row of roadside vendors with apartments above them lining the main road. You're right, this does feel familiar. I should have made myself a new hoverboard before we came down. Nico joked. Ranarth looked around the city and nodded his head at Nico. It is an amazing setup for flying. We have our own daredevils among the collectors, the STEM gangs. They would love this place with one of their attack boards. I will give you the design to make them later. They're marvelous for urban pacification and high-speed boarding actions. Max heard a groan from behind him that he recognized as one of the members of their old testing team. I thought that the old man might be the sane one in the group, but he's just an enabler, isn't he? Encouraging her to try new things that might not be possible for us mere mortals when it comes our turn to test them. The man complained. Ranarth smiled at him. I assure you that the use of the boards is perfectly possible for a mortal human. We can even give you some padding for when you inevitably crash. Chapter 1029. Welcome home. The meeting room where they had chosen to host the party was closer to an auditorium, with space for thousands and permanently installed food and drink stations. Of course, those could be easily added or removed with replicator technology, but it was a nice touch. Commanders, welcome to the moon base. I'm not sure that you've ever been in here before, so let me be the first to formally welcome you to our home and research land. Here, we have developed and refined thousands of ideas to help humanity, many of them sent by your team. That bit of Uncle Lou's speech made everyone chuckle. That was the reason that so many were gathered here today, because the Terminus Trading Company had sent them so many amazing designs over the last few years. Max stood still while more and more people came to him for handshakes and greetings. There were a surprising number of familiar faces here, people from his time as a researcher on Camor who had come with Uncle Lou when he transferred. As Max understood it, the research facility there was still up and running, but it was focusing on non-military matters, like gaming machines and sports equipment, which were also becoming quite popular among the Alliance species. Before Max knew it, the staff from Absolution was there as well, with a swarm of Inu joining the crowd, excited to meet new people with new ideas. Mary Tareth made her way back over to Max's side. It's quite the show, isn't it? I forget how excited scientists become when they first meet each other. If only you could see in their minds, it's even more insane. But yes, they do get excited. Max laughed. They pulled my Nico in, so I thought I would come over here instead of listening to the intricacies of variable wavelength ion projectors, Mary explained with a smile. Max laughed at her annoyance. She was greatly looking forward to seeing her daughter again, but there were so many other researchers here that her chance to escape with Nico was blocked the moment that they landed. Why don't you come to our place after this? I'm sure that Uncle Lou set us up somewhere with enough space for a guest. Max suggested. They were actually in the VIP quarters not far from the party and had a whole suite to themselves that was larger than the average house. It was the customary place to put important guests so that they could be kept nearby but not so close that they would have easy access to the research levels unless they were permitted to. I've got my own place here in the base as well, but it's smaller than your suite. We will see which one is more suitable. Mary agreed. In her mind, she was more worried about all these researchers following Nico home like lost puppies and making sure that Mary never got a moment alone with her daughter, but Max resisted the urge to laugh or remind her that he could chase them all away in an instant with a threat to exclude them from tomorrow's work if they overslept and were late. That was one threat that always got the Inu to bed on time, and it didn't matter if it was adults or small children. The possibility of missing out on research was enough to guide the entire species to bed on time. When the waiters came around with champagne and snacks, a mixture of savory appetizers and small pie squares, it was the signal to the Inu that it was time to really party. Before the sugar came out, they considered it a meet and greet event. But if there was alcohol and sugar, it was a party. The mostly human staff of the moon base seemed confused by the sudden change in mood for a few minutes, but the excitement in the room was hard to deny. See, I really do think that they are an offshoot of humanity. Nobody but humans could consider a small pie square a valid reason to party. Ranarth thought, catching Max's attention. The old man was tapping the side of his head and looking right at him, making sure Max knew the thought was for him before the darkling scientist returned to people watching from the corner of the room. As the clock approached midnight, Uncle Lou and Ranarth left together, showing the darkling to his quarters while the two old men bonded about the excessive energy levels of youth. Uncle Lou didn't quite understand just how much older the darkling was than him, but Ranarth didn't mind. He had hundreds of thousands of years of experience in xenobiology, and he understood quite well how various species viewed aging. Max could also tell that the darkling had some thoughts on how to alter or change that progression among the humans. During the first half of the Eternal War, they were said to have extended their lives to over a millennia in length. Now, human science could extend it to a few hundred. Neither was a long time by darkling standards, but in Ranarth's mind, 1,000 years would let them live long enough to begin to gather true wisdom. The two were getting along famously, So Max went to find Nico and Mary so they could sneak back to the suite and get ready for a long day of questions the next morning. What he found was Nico and a few other researchers holding the strangest contest he had ever seen. Each of them was given a box with a random pile of parts and microchips, and the one who made the most advanced and functional item out of the pile they were given won the round. It was a test of both memory and creativity, since you could make a known device out of every different box if you recognized the components, but if your opponent could make something different than the base item, there was no guarantee that you would win. "I give them one more round, and then we take her by force," Mary whispered as Max stepped up behind her. "It might be the only way." Chapter 1030. Mecha improvements. The next morning, the whole moon base was up bright and early. Absolution had transferred them dozens of new schematics to work with, as well as the majority of their research staff, and Nico had booked one of the larger labs so that they could work on Max's idea for a variable pattern energy weapon. That was their highest priority, according to Nico, as the energy weapon would be capable of taking on all enemies without modifying the mecha between battles, and it would save thousands of lives in the next large encounter like the one at the Rift. The inability to target every species effectively due to their various weapon resistances was the downfall of many of the species along the lines who didn't have the diversity of firepower or the backup to adjust to the situation. So, before the next battle, they would be sure that the human fleet was not going to become one of those species, and then they would spread the knowledge to the other species that they were allied with in hopes that someone would either find it useful or come up with an improved version that they could reverse engineer into something amazing. Even with all of the brilliant minds in the room and the experience of the Darklings on their side, there was a chance that another species would come up with something positively amazing that they had never thought of. Max was in the locker room, changing into a pair of utility coveralls and a tech adept harness, the usual wear of the research teams here, while Ranarth was completely engrossed in the multi-armed exoskeleton. "You made these just to make development work easier when you have the replicators?" he asked curiously. At the time, our replication technology wasn't as good at complex alloys or reformatting at the atomic level as it is now. We were still reliant on a number of base materials to create our equipment. So, this helped a lot in the design phases, especially for smaller adjustments that didn't require a full rebuild. Now, it makes assembly and adjustments easier and gives the team a visual aid instead of doing everything in virtual reality and then assembling the final product. Max explained. "Plus, if it doesn't work, we can make adjustments on the spot. When we're working with little things, we don't use the harness, but today, we're building mecha weapons, and those parts can be too big for us to carry on our own," one of the Inu announced. The Darkling smiled and patted her head. "These creatures are adorable, I can see why you like them," he informed Max. The Inu giggled and finished getting her harness on before racing out to join her team. "They've got a great culture, focused on being helpful and innovative. You just need to watch how much caffeine you give them because they're very high energy to start with." Max agreed. "A minor drawback, all things considered. I have analyzed their genetic augmentations, and I must say that the ability to directly interface with technology is a brilliant one. It's a variation on the genetic sequencing for telepathy like your Elithid friend has, but it only operates on a set group of frequencies. If you alter your technology in certain ways, it's completely feasible to block them out entirely, but the advantages of using firewalls and programming to keep items secure instead make for much more efficient maintenance." Max hadn't known that there was a way to keep them out entirely. He simply had never considered trying. But it made sense that if you weren't allied with them, you would want to. Their hacking skills were a menace to their enemies. Max and Ranarth were among the last to arrive at their workstation, where Nico and Uncle Lou were at the front of the room, ready to address the team. "Good morning everyone. I trust that you have all read up on the work that we are going to be starting here today, so I will jump ahead to the good parts. We are going to be starting with 3 weapons that we are hoping to integrate into one system. The heavy ion destroyer, the plasma fusillade from the cutter-class ships, and a disintegrator-based orbital lance." If any sane and reasonable species had heard those words, they would be crying tears of frustration right now, Max knew, but Ranarth was enthralled by the prospect. "You know, I'm not even sure that is possible. The ion destroyer and the disintegrator are compatible for certain, but the plasma weapons are more of a superheated mass projectile. Being able to vary your output between the 3 is a very interesting idea. Give me a second, and I will pull up some schematics that are related to the topic." Ranarth sent the data to the holographic emitter on the table behind Nico, who started to examine it in the middle of Uncle Lou's continued instructions to the team. Mr. Ranarth has saved us a lot of time this morning. He already has the data on how to integrate the ion and disintegrator weapons. So, Group 1 will start by using that data as a base set and then attempt to improve the energy efficiency and destructive capability, while Group 2 will work on ways to integrate either plasma or a fusion-type weapon to it for species that are more vulnerable to temperature than pure energy. Nico explained. Ranarth laughed as the team cheered and then took a seat in the viewing area to go through his data and look for something else that the humans and their allies might find useful in this situation. Max left him to his study and joined Team 2, while Nico had gone to Team 1 with Uncle Lou. That team was working with all new data, something that they had never personally built before, but Max had battle optimization, rank Max, to work with. He got his system right to work trying to find a way to integrate the orbital lance and the plasma fusillade while helping the team analyze the circuitry of the energy emitters and relays to see what could be combined and overlaid to create a combination weapon. That wasn't their true goal for the experiment, but it would be a good first step along the way to finding a truly variable emission weapon. Chapter 1031. That could hurt. What if we add the frequency modulator for the plasma fusillade to the disintegrator? It wouldn't actually be plasma, but it might give the beam the same superheating effect when it impacted on a target. Max suggested as his system function gave him a preliminary answer to the query. Oh, that could be fun. We will get right on it. The Team 2 leader, an Innu girl named Nala, cheered. Nala clearly was not old enough to have finished her time in the education system, so she must have gotten some sort of dispensation to graduate early. Uncle Lou wouldn't have allowed her to become a team leader without qualifications, and he definitely wouldn't have encouraged an Innu researcher to drop out of school. Alright, I think that we have it programmed into the VR simulation. Do you want to have the honors of trying it out first? She asked, bouncing with excitement while she waited for his answer. Certainly. Let's see how it goes. Max agreed. The simulation was set up with a variety of enemies in a row, using the data that Terminus Trading Company had amassed during their fights. There was still a lot of knowledge missing, as they hadn't had time to analyze the composition of all of the armors and technologies yet, but it should do for now. Other teams here on the moon base were working on that exact topic at the moment, using the samples that the androids had brought back for reference. The more that they knew about the enemy, the better they could design weapons to kill them, and the better the chance that they would find a way to replicate and improve on the most effective armor. Max put on the VR Link headset and took a seat to begin the testing process. The weapon was designed to be built into a small spaceship, but it could be adapted to a mecha at a later point. For the simulation, it was on a cutter class ship, identical to the one that Max had taken to the moon base. Arming weapon for testing, he announced to the team watching the simulation. Then he fired and watched the enemies placed in front of him vaporize on impact. There seemed to be a glitch for some of the cathedral ship units, though, as they were short on data for them. So, Max exited the simulation and turned to their largest source of new information. Mr. Ranarth, do you have full data on the armor of the warriors in the cathedral ships? They are resistant to our disintegrators, and our simulation is having issues calculating effectiveness for the new weapon designs due to lack of data. Max explained. Of course, here you go. There are a variety of armor sets, but this is the most common one. That should be suitable for your testing. He agreed easily but didn't stop his search for integrated energy weapons, even while the data was sent. Alright, let's try this again. The second round of tests provided useful data from all targets, and the team was ready to get back to work. Battle optimization had also gained a large jump in efficiency with the new data available, and it was constantly calculating new ways to arrange the weapon's layout in Max's mind. It was a ways off from completion, so Max continued with the experiments as the team rearranged the emitter array to better integrate the two technologies. I think that we have something here, boss. If we arrange the orbital lance like this and then add the heat generation algorithm from the plasma generator here and insert some superheated nitrogen atoms into the stream, we don't get a pure energy weapon, but a combined particle weapon, and look at the secondary reactions. The tiny team leader suggested. Max looked at Nala's idea, and it seemed like it would work, so he input it into the simulation. Firing main weapon, he announced and started the recording. The results were unexpected, to say the least. The combination of the disintegration effect and the plasma effect caused a secondary nuclear fission reaction, which chained to other atoms in the area as long as the beam continued. When Max returned from the simulation, the whole team was in an uproar about the new data. That might just be the most effective killing weapon I've ever seen. Oh, Think of how we could use that in precision weapons. If we put it in a drill, we could fusion mine through anything in an instant. Nala was rambling. Focus, focus, we're working on killy things today. You can send the data off to be analyzed for use as a mining tool later. Max reminded her. Got it, I'll put it in my personal queue for later. It gets automatically bumped out to the public if I don't take it up after my current assignment is done. She agreed. Basically, the feature was a personal reservation of a fun idea, but the Inu were so distractible that they had an automated function to give it to someone else if they forgot that they were going to do it. Alright, let's optimize this a bit and run it again. I want to know how it does on a larger scale, as the orbital lance is usually used. Max ordered. The optimization process took much longer than expected, as there were so many different ways to go with the technology, but they had time for one more test before lunch. Alright, let's make this interesting. We're going to do an over or under wager. I say it's 48% more effective than a regular orbital lance. Do you bet over or under that number? Winners get one of my special raspberry tiramisu squares for dessert. Those weren't programmed into the moon base replicators. They had been developed on Absolution and hadn't been shared among the rest of the Reavers yet. But Max could easily share the data to the kitchen here for a single use or have the androids bring one down from the ship. Over. They all cheered as one. Alright then, beginning the test. Chapter 1032. Chain reaction. The simulation booted up, and Max fired the weapon, observing the ongoing calculations as the moon base's mainframe determined the likely outcomes. The orbital lance passed over the simulated infantry as expected and impacted the planet placed behind them. But that was where all forms of normal ended. The weapon was designed to both create and use nitrogen plasma, and the atmosphere of the planet was heavily nitrogen-based. What followed was a chain-reacting nuclear explosion on a planetary scale, tearing apart the atmosphere and crushing the planet itself into billions of tiny pieces. That's definitely over. Nala cheered as Max exited the simulation. The mainframe had been instructed to run it 100 times to determine the variability of the outcomes, but it was already clear that even without the chain reaction, this weapon far exceeded the basic disintegration-based orbital lance, which was already more powerful than the original ion-based orbital lance. I will have a whole cake brought down for our lunch. The security shouldn't stop the androids from my ship. Max laughed as the team celebrated their victory. Ranarth looked over at their station. Was that the intended outcome? He asked. Not precisely, but it was within the parameters of our stated goal, so it is a stepping stone victory on the development path. Think of it like getting the first gene in a resequencing effort to affix properly. Max explained since the old man was more familiar with biology than weaponized physics. I see. Then congratulations. The other team isn't having quite as much early success, but they are learning a lot from the data that I provided. It would seem that the teams here are quite adept at understanding new technologies. The Darkling Elder agreed. They are very fast to adapt. It's part of their training but also a prerequisite to be inducted into these teams. They are the most innovative sorts that we could find, not just specialists who have been trained in procedural weapons development. Don't get me wrong, we have a lot of those in the development department as well, but they are assigned to the testing and refining stages of the process. Max explained. Interesting. But why are they so excited about something as simple as fruit and cake with lunch? Are they on a restricted diet? Ranarth asked. The combination of certain fruits and coffee is a form of stimulant and intoxicant to them. In a small dose, they become very hyper, and that is what I have ordered them for lunch. It should increase productivity, and it will improve their morale as well. Max laughed. What a strange employee benefits program. I will have to make notes for my kinfolk. Max looked into Ranarth's mind and shook his head in dismay. They preferred using negative reinforcement for their alien subordinates. If they didn't perform to satisfaction, they would be tortured and then healed and sent back to work. It was incredibly effective after 1,000,000 years of practice, but it was probably best if he didn't let Nico know that was an option. The android quietly brought in the cake in a covered tray along with the rest of the lunch order, and Ranarth immediately got up from his seat in the observation area to see what sort of food would get a research team so excited. It didn't look like much, but it smelled divine. The two species could eat nearly the same things, though the Darklings had far fewer food restrictions and lower calorie requirements than the average human did. But for the most part, food was only a daily necessity for them, so their cuisine was simple unless they were trying to impress someone with their culinary skills. What had been brought out to serve the researchers was quite the elaborate feast, with a half-dozen different flavors for each person, though his calculations said that their nutritional needs could have been filled with increased portions of only 2 items. But these reavers seemed to treat every day as if it might be their last, celebrating everything and putting their all into their work. It was a strange ethic that he could only wish the worker species that his people used to do their manual labor held. But then, if they were actually useful and intelligent as well as self-motivated, they would have been reseeded onto a planet instead of being left as the dregs of evolution and kept as menial workers by the ones keeping them from extinction. Ranarth put that aside and focused on the collection of creative species in front of him, as well as the selection of foods that Command Max had ordered for his team. Oh, this is good soup. It could use some additional spice, but the flavor is immaculate. He commended the lunch selection. Nala looked at him with interest. Your people like really spicy food. I like spicy food too, but mother says it can cause indigestion. Ranarth smirked at the little Inu. My people value productivity quite highly. Spicy food is painful to eat, so the workers rush through their portions to finish faster. It has become part of our culture to finish daily meals quite quickly. This social event and brainstorming session over lunch seems to have its own productivity merits, though. Nala nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's the best time to talk about what we're doing next because it's not interrupting anyone's job if we talk during lunch. Max smiled as the old Darkling made a mental note about the advantages of an extended lunch with workplace conversations and then filed it away to send back with his reports. Surely, the others of his species had considered it, but because they lived so long, there wasn't a constant series of new generations taking over and changing things, so they became hidebound in their ways. It was one of the great drawbacks of a long life. Even if you had a genius in charge, they would eventually get stuck in their ways, and it would take a large event to drive a need for change and get them moving again. Chapter 1033. Stable Lance. After lunch, everyone got back to work, and Ranarth had even more data on historical combined pattern energy weapons for Nico's team to go over. By comparison, Max's team had it easy, as they were only going to try to stabilize their design for the orbital lance today and prevent it from accidentally setting off a thermonuclear chain reaction. If they did it on purpose, that was fine, but a random side effect from a weapon was no good for them. What they needed was a reliable replacement for their current energy weapons that could be used against every target that they were likely to face in the great enemy's fleet while fighting on defended planets. They had caused quite a bit of damage the first time and upset the locals, but if they had just blown up the planet, the other species would start questioning what team they were on. Alright, so we need to modify the energy pattern so that it does affect the plasma within the beam, but without chain reactions that will affect the rest of the atmosphere. Who has an idea? Max asked once they were back at work. We could change to a rare gas that might stop the chain reaction. One of the researchers suggested. It could, or it could make the problem worse if we encountered a lot of that rare material. We will keep it in reserve. What else do we have as an idea? Max asked. We could increase the carrier energy frequency. It would reduce the ability of the disintegrator to create a fission event, which should prevent any more incidents of runaway reactions. It will take some testing to get it right, though. Nala suggested. Then that's what we are doing today. Let's get this simulation set up and start working on the adjustments. Max agreed. The first few results were predictably brutal within the simulation, but the next few they overcompensated on, and the disintegration effect didn't break down the plasma at all. That was a bit disheartening for the team, but now they had the full variability range for the proper functioning of the weapon, and they could start to fine-tune. When the end of the day came, Nico's team looked positively exhausted, but they had a huge amount of data sorted and categorized, ready to be analyzed beginning the next day. Max's team had a somewhat functional orbital lance, but the effects were still far too unstable to put it into production as a mecha's main weapon. That's it for the day. Night shift will be in soon, working on the same issues we were, but under their own direction and not using our experimental data. That way, we have completely different patterns of development, and we're not limiting the other team's creativity. Max explained to Ranarth when they were ready to leave. Oh, that is wonderful. I have always admired human creativity. Now, I believe I will retire to my quarters and finish these reports. Tell me, how far is it from my room to the dining quarters? The Darkling asked. There are food creation facilities inside your suite, but if you wish to experience the various popular cuisines based on public input or other criteria, I have a map of all of the shops near your unit. Uncle Lou explained as he transferred the data. Marvelous. I shall take the time to fully experience the new aspects of your culture. My people only need 1 hour of daily rest, You see, so I have some spare time tonight. Ranarth announced. Despite his age, he was quite excited to try new things, including new foods, and from the thoughts Max read, he intended to sample them based on how many people he saw eating there when he passed by. If they were busy, they got priority to be added to his data set to send home. I recommend that you try the shop called Spice Boat, 2 blocks down from your unit, along the storefronts on your street. It should give you a taste of home, and they offer 5 spice levels for all sorts of species, including the ones that find capsaicin sweet. Nico recommended after using her system function to review the data. They were only 2 doors down from the Darkling Envoy, so they would all be looking to eat at the same spots, and Nico liked to get breakfast on her way to work. Not a bad choice, but what is this Brahma's wild wings? I have no record of a species of bird named Brahma. He asked. It's actually named after a location, and the wings are chicken wing portions. They can also be spicy if you like, or dozens of other available flavors. Nico explained. Understood. I will see you all in the morning for our shift. I have set an appropriate alarm to account for the difference in travel times between evening and morning shift change, based on the width of the streets and population density. Ranarth made his way to his unit, while the Innu began to immediately discuss methods of altering their own schedules to become more efficient. If they could more accurately calculate the necessary travel time, they could add as much as 7 more minutes of sleep to their mornings, they believed. It was a very different reason than Ranarth, who simply wanted to know exactly when he would be at work and had calculated that he would arrive 15 minutes before their scheduled start time. The Innu were already pushing the change time to get into their work-issued safety gear, and any more would make them late for work entirely. Perhaps he was going to have to give them an incentive to show up on time if they got any worse, but Max suspected that the topic of their new project would be enough to rebuild their enthusiasm for work and get them to bed the 7 to 10 minutes early so that they could be at the office without shorting themselves their carefully scheduled sleep. In the minds of the Innu, the recommended 6 hours was a precise number, not a minute more or less, for optimal performance. And if that number were wrong, they would nap during downtime. Innu logic was very rarely logical when it involved their own biology, Max had found. Chapter 1034. Dark knowledge. The next day didn't bring Max much progress with the orbital lance development. There was no safe middle ground. Either you didn't get the full effect, or when it contacted the element that it was attuned to, it would cause a runaway reaction. While that did limit its use, they were going to store it away as a weapon of mass destruction and start on a new approach before Nico's team called a meeting to discuss the data that they had been working with. Welcome, everyone, to our daily meeting. With the amount of new information that we have compiled, we are going to have to do this daily to compile the information with the other technologies that we are already working with. First up, we have a collector-developed combined energy weapon. It utilizes the best aspects of a particle weapon and a plasma weapon. The data is up on your screens now. As you can see, not only is the material superheated to plasma, but it is energy stabilized into a beam, the same as an ion weapon. That gives it the sort of accuracy and long burst stability that most plasma weapons are lacking. We will start on the practical applications of it later, as we have more technology to go over today as well. We have also been granted knowledge of the unique energy weapon that they have optimized for the energy beings that we know as the demons, who have proven resistant to our disintegrators. The technology is similar, but it uses a pulsed wavelength generator that destabilizes the layers of space, much like a portal opening. That destabilizes the energy beings, as we found out during our conflict with the greater energy being, and we can effectively stun-lock them or banish them outright. However, while this effect does remove them from our layer of space, it does not permanently disperse them. It is highly effective, but short-term. That is why I've called your team over here. You are working on the integrated weapon already, and this technology is ripe for integration. Nico explained. Max's team immediately saw the potential in it, and Nico had updated the information about the various layers that Ranarth had given them so they could properly test the system in their VR simulations. Alright, we were working on a combination of plasma fusillade and a disintegrator-based orbital lance, but we have determined that our primary objective to stabilize a nuclear secondary reaction in the beam is unsuitable for general use. There is no way to prevent it from becoming a runaway reaction when it comes into contact with similar elements in an atmosphere or planetary body. Max explained. That still sounds fun, Nico noted. We stored it in the official records as a last resort weapon of mass destruction. You can look at it and the results we produced later. Max agreed. Ranarth has provided us with more data to go over, so we will return to integrating that with our current computer systems, and then we will update you in a few days when we are complete and ready to move on to the experimentation phase with the other teams. Nico finished. We will give you daily updates on our progress as we try to integrate this weapon with other forms of energy systems. Max agreed. The most obvious of them was going to be the disintegrator, as it was so effective against everything except the demons and the shielding of the cathedral ships. Logically, the weapon that was designed specifically for those targets would be the place that they started, since just nuking them into oblivion had proven to be problematic. Max's team returned to their work and began to delve into the technical aspects of the new weapon system that they had obtained. As described, it functioned much like a portal generator but without the stabilizing field. It essentially destabilized space around the enemy and caused them to be thrown between layers. That was fun and all, but Max saw potential. The disintegrator would further destabilize the region, and if he introduced something more substantial, like an ion beam, they could tear the afflicted target apart and send the pieces through the layers to different locations. Even if it was an energy being, that should be enough to disperse it in the long term. All the members of the team were busy coming up with their own base idea to present to the group, so Max started coming up with schematics and a basic configuration for his 3-part orbital lance configuration. It was an incredibly complex weapon, and miniaturizing it was going to be an issue, but for a ship's main weapon, where space was not at a premium, it would be quite suitable if it worked. Some of the other ideas were pretty brilliant, though. The goal was a combined weapon that worked on every target, and they had worked it into a number of different fashions. Torpedoes, mass driver rounds, and even a laser array with the new energy modulation as a carrier wave were being designed. If even a few of these worked, they would have the rest of the teams on weapons development busy for months. It was not a fast process, and when the next day's daily meeting happened, it was mostly an update by Nico on their work and Max assuring them that the designs were coming along. The same with the day after that, but on the third day, they were ready to start the presentations. The first up was the mass driver round idea. As you can see, I went with a standard thunder gun round as the carrier and combined the current nuclear explosion with the portal technology that has been developed by our new allies. According to the initial data, the effect should be to disperse the energy beings when they are destabilized, and I am hopeful that testing will reveal that this is a long-term solution. The researcher explained, "Excellent work. As you won the draw to present first, we will attempt to construct your weapon first. The next presentation will be tomorrow." Max reminded the group. That was their basic schedule. One day to attempt to make the weapon functional before they passed it off to another team and tested the next idea in line. The most promising would be brought back to their own group for further exploration, or they might combine two of them together to try making something completely new. Chapter 1035. Massless Driver. The construction of the new mass driver round prototype started from the internal core, which would require them to create a miniature and rapid acceleration stabilized version of the portal generator, modified for the chaotic energy field that would destabilize the energy beings. The first part was easy. They had a lot of experience making things fit inside the mass driver rounds that would function correctly when the rounds were fired. The problem was getting the miniaturized version of the portal generator to work at all. It had been designed to a very specific standard, and the physics of it did not lend itself well to miniaturization. The energy needed a certain amount of control to stabilize the frequencies, which was impossible with the size of the emitter they needed to use, while the shell of the round would initially block the projection of the energy. But the shell of the round would only be breached when the nuclear explosion began, and the portal emitter needed to have done its work before that started. While firing the two weapons separately was possible, it defeated the point of what they were trying to do here. The next idea was to put the emitter on the tip of the round, outside the more durable hub, with the energy pulse timed before the arrival of the round. It could be destroyed on impact after it had done its job, but that would require them to get the miniature array working, which they didn't accomplish before the end of their workday. Well, it has promise, but it needs more time to study and develop. Tomorrow, we will move on to the next proposed solution and see what we can make of it. Remember, once all the proposals are out, we will work together to try to combine the best aspects of everything that we have learned into a final weapon. Max instructed his team at the end of the day. When they got back to their suite that night, Mary was waiting for them with dinner ready and a whole photo shoot set up inside their living room. "Good evening, Mary. What are we up to tonight?" Max asked, prompting her to think about what her goal for the day was in case she didn't want to answer. We have missed you too on our family photos, so I brought the studio here, and we will digitally insert you into your proper spots in the shot so that I can have a fully updated family photo on the mantle. It might be a few months out of sync, but it should be fine. She explained. The way she had it set up, the family photo must be a high-resolution 3D hologram or a VR computer sim designed for perfect replication. So, in that case, getting the lighting just exactly right was paramount to blending the two datasets properly without the telltale editing that someone as picky as Mary Tereth would notice in the data. When Max looked around, he realized that the table was set for 6 and not 3, but only Mary was there so far. I invited Ranarth, Uncle Lou and my husband over for dinner. They are expected in 15 minutes, and the tracking device says that Father Tereth will be on time today. Mary explained. You put a tracking device on your husband? Max laughed. If I didn't, I would have to chase him down every time. Now that he knows it's there, he's become much better at showing up on time. Nico laughed as she came into the room, carefully adjusting her morphable facial features to look extra innocent for her mother. If Mary had caught on that this wasn't Nico's usual look, she hadn't said anything about it yet and just pulled her daughter into a hug. It's so good to get to spend time together again. You travel too much, like your father. But now that we have a few days, we should do something fun as a group. You know, like a family vacation. Mary suggested. Oh, we could go see the deep ocean cities on Absolution. They have submarine tours and whale watching. The whales aren't huge, but they are whales. Nico suggested. Or, we could visit the beach resorts and catch a tan under actual sunlight down on Ray 5. No, wait, it's peak snowboarding season at the mountain resort, isn't it? Nico's father suggested as he walked into the suite with Ranarth and Uncle Lou close behind him. Some of us aren't big on the whole physical sports as a leisure activity concept as others. But before we get too into this, please take a seat. Dinner is ready, Mary replied. Interesting, most of this is not from the replicator systems. It lacks the energy signature that they produce. Did you grow this yourself? Ranarth asked as he admired the salad in front of him. Indeed I did. I used the terraforming machine to make me a garden at my house on the surface, just enough to make a dish or two for special occasions. Mary agreed. The old darkling nodded happily at the news as he ate. Going to extreme lengths, as he viewed growing your own food to be, was considered the height of courtesy when greeting guests. This was the only dish from the garden, but Mary had made the rest herself using replicated ingredients. The excitement increased as the meal finished and the dessert course approached, leaving Ranarth in confusion about the change of mood. Mary Tereth traditionally bakes a special dessert dish for important occasions. It is quite good, and the rest of the human leadership all eagerly await a chance to get another slice of it. Max explained quietly as Mary went to the kitchen to get the cake. She carefully set the slices out on the table, and Ranarth's eyes opened wide in shock. I know this dish. This is a stevia and chocolate cake. Even my species, who don't often indulge in sweets, is known to find these irresistible if they are well made. Unfortunately, that was an ingredient that Max already knew, and Ranarth didn't know the secrets to its baking. Chapter 1036. Determined Mary. The next morning, Mary Tereth gathered everyone at the doors to the laboratory with a plan to introduce new thought processes into their research program. It was her opinion that they had been studying too much and hadn't had time to fully digest the new things that they had learned, so they would take one full day away from the labs and do something relaxing. So, what do we have on the docket for the day to help our researchers relax, Lady Tereth? Max teased her as she assembled the group. Today, we are going to go to the volcanic springs on Ray 5. They have a unique form of fish in there that creates an endothermic reaction when exposed to water, cooling the ponds enough that they don't boil near the volcanoes, and the high mineral levels give them an incredible luminescence. Since the topic of the week is unique energy patterns, I thought that a bit of relaxation while exposed to them should help clear everyone's minds. The springs were also quite remote and hard to get to, inside an area that was designated as a nature preserve, so there was no development in the area, and it was a long trip in by the flying shuttles from the major cities, which made it one of the less popular tourist areas. If they were lucky, they might even have the whole place to themselves, given the small population of the planet and the abundance of other places to visit. I have prepared the shuttle, so if everyone will please follow me, we will head to the surface right away, Mary ordered. Uncle Lou must have been warned in advance, as he was wearing a tropical shirt and carrying a bag full of various beach accessories, which would not normally be brought to the research lab. Normally, because with him, you never really knew what was going to be a topic for research, and so you couldn't rule out that they were for scientific purposes. With a cheer, the researchers followed Mary to the shuttle bays, ready and willing to try her new method, which involved playing in the water while brainstorming new ideas. As a workplace technique, it was practically made for the Innu, who were an amphibious species to begin with. So, Max started to come up with research-related games for them to play. Not ones that directly referenced their work but ones that would help with their creative thinking. Then, he realized that he didn't have to. Having them come up with different games to play all day long was a much better method, and he could just stop trying to guide them for the day and let the Innu be Innu. While they did that, he could watch the fish, take a walk around the volcano, and relax by the water with Uncle Lou, who was dying for more people to tell the stories of their work since Max and Nico had started sending him a constant stream of ideas to improve. He was sequestered within his lab all the time, and he didn't really get out much, so he never got the chance to tell anyone who didn't already know about how their research had been going. The stress had to be getting to him by now, but he wasn't willing to step away for the day any more than the others were, even if it was clear that he needed it. The shuttle circled the site once, giving everyone a chance to look down on the active volcano as they descended, and then settled down on the small landing pad next to the larger pool. There were no other shuttles or vehicles here, so if they weren't alone, then whoever was here had hiked in. For most humans, that would be a 2-day journey, so it looked like they had the place to themselves. The 3 men were chased out of the shuttle when they landed so that the ladies could change into swimwear, and Max led Ranarth and Uncle Lou down to the water's edge with a folding table and an armload of chairs. This turned out to be exactly Ranarth's sort of spot. There were all sorts of unique plants on this planet, put here by design when it was terraformed, and the fish species was a particularly unique one, brought out of the history books from a long-dead planet to repopulate the waters here. This was one of the few places on the planet that they were suited to, so Mary had picked them herself as part of the efforts to make the world more interesting to tourists. Eventually, this place would be a top destination, with its beautiful scenery and unique species, but for now, it was a hidden gem for them to play at. All of that was secondary to Mary, though. While she wanted the work to go smoothly, her primary goal was to get to spend more time with Nico since her youngest kids were now in school, and she had an empty nest at home. Mary loved having little ones around, but hers were slowly making their way out into the world. Alright, everyone, I want you all to have fun today, but I have a task for you. I want each of you to find one different way to have fun in this spot. Even if it's a cool thing to look at, you have all day. Max instructed the researchers, making them laugh as they ran for the water. Ranarth smiled and pointed at a tree. Up in the branches of that golden bark maple tree, there is a bird's nest. If you laugh at the right frequency, they will echo your song. He let out a musical laugh, and a half-second later, a dozen small bird voices echoed it, singing his laughter back to him. The Innu cheered, and Mary stared at him in shock. How did you know that? I didn't know that, and I'm the one who introduced the species to the region. She asked. Got it, Commander. We will do our best. The old Darkling shrugged. They're a near-perfect descendant of a species with the ability, so it only made sense that they would have it too. I noticed them doing it when we were setting up the tables, but it's not a note that is commonly made by human voices. The Innu should be able to do it, though, if they sing while mostly underwater. Being submerged changes the pitch of their voices for aquatic communication, and that will put them in the right pitch. Mary nodded happily as the old man gave his description, then brought out a selection of snacks from the shuttle. Today is going to be a good day, and I'm not letting anything stop me, she declared. Chapter 1037. A brilliant idea. The Innu were happily bobbing in the water of the hot springs, occasionally popping up to talk to the birds while they played in the water, moving back and forth as naturally as any amphibious species would. That was what ended up giving them their first fun new idea for weapons that could target the energy beings. One of the Innu was about to surface when her friend dunked her head back underwater, making her splutter for a second as she had been expecting to get a lungful of air. It was only one breath, and they had all suffered from a shock transition while playing as kids, but as researchers it gave them an idea. The layers were a lot like the separation between water and air, each of them was different. However, if they could mess with that boundary, they could directly mess with the energy being's transition between states. It was a small thing, but a new way of thinking about their approach to weapons creation. Before, they were working on targeting the enemy themselves, while destabilizing them using the darkling weapons that affected the energy being's stability within the layer. But if they changed the way that the boundaries in the region worked as well, they could cause real havoc with their ability to disperse. It was filed and noted, and the Innu continued about their day, swimming with the fish, and trying not to get too close to their endothermic reactions, so they could stay pleasantly warm and not get the body heat sucked out of them. It was all that they could have hoped for in a day-long outing. A bit of a change of thinking that would allow them to take a new approach to development in the upcoming days. Lunch is served. Everyone out of the water and come get some nutrients in you before you pass out. Max called as Nico brought back another platter of food. The Innu burned a huge amount of energy when they were playing, as they had a much faster metabolism than most species did, but with the replicators on their side, there was no shortage of food on their outing, and everyone from the moon base was eager to try all the new food products that Absolution had developed since they checked in last. Mary smiled up at the sky as she lay across her husband's chest, just enjoying the downtime away from all of her responsibilities and the daily stress of managing an entire planetary system full of reavers. They had expanded their operations to cover nearly every feasible space in the Ray 5 system, and now there were thousands of space stations set up around the planets, and the traffic on the surface was beginning to pick up beyond the point that Mary had designed her traffic control system for. Expansion meant changing things up and adding new departments, which meant splitting responsibilities, and to her, it always seemed that everything had to come across her desk. Not that she would consider letting anyone else do it. The one she wanted to take over her position as family head was Nico, and she wasn't nearly ready to settle down into a managerial position yet, despite her rank as a Reaver Company commander. Max left her alone with her thoughts and decided that it was time to do something a bit energetic for the day. The Innu were perfectly happy in the water, but he was eager to explore a little. The planet had a wonderful collection of rare gems and minerals even before they terraformed it. "Hey Nico, want to go check out the gemstone cliffs? They're only about 5 kilometers from here, and we can make it there before the Innu are even finished teaching the birds a new song," he suggested. Nico winked at him and got up out of the reclining chair she had picked for the afternoon. "Sure, a little time to stretch our legs would be a great idea. We will be back, everyone." Mary's smile grew so wide Max thought it might actually give her muscle cramps, while the Innu all waved happily and demanded that they make a recording of the cliffs to show everyone when they returned. They didn't want to miss out on the sight of the cliffs, but they weren't willing to go that far from the hot springs to see it. 5 kilometers was a long way for the Innu without transport. For Max and Nico, it was no big deal. 5 kilometers was under a 10-minute jog, given their physical skills, and they wouldn't even be tired when they got there. As soon as they were out of sight of the others, Nico smirked at Max and took off running, dodging between the trees and taunting him for not being able to catch up. Max just laughed and picked up his speed. Despite his size, and her agility, Max was still faster in a flat-out race. Nico only had the advantage when they were moving through the trees. He let her run to the cliffs and only caught her when they were in the final clearing, then jumped off the short ledge, so they could watch the view of the light on the gemstones from the air. A 5-meter fall wasn't going to seriously injure either of them, though an impact with the trees they were approaching could be a painful experience. The view was worth it, though. The gemstones glittered on the rock face in front of them, wet from a natural spring and with the afternoon sunlight reflecting off them. "Holy crap, call a medic, they're going to die," someone shouted from below them, and Max realized that they were not alone at the cliff. There were other visitors here, and they hadn't realized that the two of them were in no real danger. "We're all good," Max laughed as he landed on his feet with Nico in his arms. "That's not normal," the terrified man gasped. The tone of voice made Max realize that he had overlooked one small fact. These were Alliance visitors out sightseeing. They had never met a Kepler pilot before, or a full conversion cyborg, so they had no frame of reference that would tell them that it was possible for species with no wings to be uninjured after falling for 5 meters. Chapter 1038. Natural Scientists, sorry, we didn't notice you there. We're augmented humans, that much is not a problem for us. I apologize for frightening you, Nico explained, still in Max's arms. "Oh, the one's here with researcher Lou. We start work with him in 2 days, so we came sightseeing before we had to be at work on the moon." The small alien explained. "Oh, what sort of work are you doing?" Max asked. "Spatial anomaly analysis. It might sound rather dull, but these days it has become fairly important as a field, since it also involves the layers of space where some of the alien battles are taking place." The alien explained. That is an important topic. I'm Karis Max, commander of the Terminus Trading Company, and this is Subcommander Nico Tereth, daughter of Mary Tereth. Max greeted the scientist. I am Andy Beta, of the Trill. You likely haven't heard of us, but we're well known for our logical deduction abilities, and I have high hopes that we can make a breakthrough in the field of spatial integration. Nico smiled at him. I think you should be able to. Why don't you and your friend take your transport over and come join us? The Innu are playing in the hot springs, and we always welcome more guests. We can probably even save you the hassle of finding a shuttle up to the station if you have all your goods with you. They were delivered already, and should be in our suite. This is my wife Andrea. It would be an honor to join you both. Max waved to the other small alien, and looked up the records for the species so that he could learn a bit more about the Trill before working with them. They were to geology what the Innu were to machinery. They were naturally in touch with it, and they could detect earthquakes coming before any known machine was capable of it. There was no record of how that would relate to spatial anomalies, but the idea that the two were interconnected wasn't that far-fetched. Max worried that they might not do well on in space, disconnected from any real planetary body, but they were going to the moon base, which was carved out of an actual moon and not artificially constructed in a similar size, so they should be fine. He knew that for Innu prisoners, isolating them from any form of technology was akin to putting them in a sensory deprivation torture chamber, so he wanted to look out for these odd creatures. Like the hunters, they covered their faces with a mask. But they weren't terrifying looking, at least not to Max. They simply had no facial features at all, and their mouth was under their chin, giving them a completely smooth face that he was told unnerved people. They had eyes, but they were blended into the rest of their ebony black faces and nearly indistinguishable, making some species think that they were actually blind and psychic. The two groups went their own ways, and Max found a good seat to watch the light play off the rock face as Nico relaxed on his lap. You know, I think that we should take a little trip ourselves. The design teams can do most of the work without us, and it is likely that I can locate a number of other ancient human ruins with the information that the Darklings have given us. If we can find them we might find other humans, but more importantly, we might find relics from the beginning of the Eternal War, things like God-class Mecha. Nico suggested, wouldn't it be better to use that data to make something new of our own, though? Last I checked, the end of the last conflict between the humans and the so-called gods didn't end well for anyone, and our species was tossed across the universe. I don't believe that we can afford for that to happen again. Nico went quiet for a while, watching the dancing lights as she thought about what their best course of action should be. She knew that Max would be listening in, even if he wasn't actively talking in her mind, so she went through all the possible outcomes that she could and then decided that maybe he was right. They should build the God-class Mecha first. At the very least, they should create something that was capable of at least dealing with the greater energy beings one-on-one. Then they could go looking for ruins of the ancient humans, which might have more data for them than the Darklings were willing and able to supply. Alright, you have a point. But where do we even start? We can't use a conventional alloy hull for a machine like that. I suppose we can use the monomolecular material that we use for the ships again, but eventually the energy beings will find a good way to deal with that, and they already have no problem breaching our shields. Nico sighed. After the last battle, we gathered enough data to create new shielding formations that should keep them out. The research teams have a few prototypes already designed, so that is one problem down. The Arisen are still using that same hull material, so there might not be something that is significantly better at dealing with the energy beings. Or at least nothing that they can replicate. Most of what we need are the movement, weapons and shield systems to keep up in battle against them, since the hull material that we have seems to be the best that we can do. Max replied. Nico smirked. Just 3 things, right? It sounds so simple when we reduce it down to categories. How did the combined weapon design go? Can we at least use what you developed in a space battle? In space, yes. On a planet, no. It will chain react every time it touches nitrogen at the moment. We could change the gas that it's using to create the plasma, but that would just change what it was reactive with. Nico spent a few more minutes in silence, wondering what they could do, then sat up straight. What if we don't create plasma in the actual beam, and we just send the carrier signal that will create the chain reaction on contact? Like when you overheated something in the microwave before we had replicators. Just boil and crisp them. If we could tune that to the energy or the solid mass of the energy beings, then we could use them as fuel for the reaction that would destroy themselves. making nukes out of their enemies' bodies. That was both amusing and horrific at the same time. On a planet, in a dense battle, it would be an extinction-level event, but on a more dispersed scale, where they weren't close enough to chain react with each other, or out in space where there was no planet to protect, it would be perfect. I will put it on tomorrow's build sheet, and we will see what we can come up with. The Innu are working on an idea as well, so maybe we can find 2 new ways to deal with them. Chapter 1039. Back to work. At the end of their day on the beach, everyone was in a much better frame of mind, and ready to get back to work with a fresh outlook on life. The Innu had come up with multiple ideas that they thought might help their development of a weapon that would be able to combat the energy beings, and Max had one of his own, courtesy of Nico. Her team wasn't working on a new batch of data today, they had also moved on to working on weapon systems so that they could get the job finished more quickly and move on to propulsion and chassis design for a new mecha. As always, Nico's first love and passion would always be mecha, and now they were getting closer to the ability to create the ultimate mecha, the pinnacle of the craft both in this life and through all of human history. That was enough to get any mecha lover excited, but Max tempered it with the knowledge that before the timeline had been reset when time-altering technology had been deployed, it hadn't been enough, and humanity had still lost in the end. So, their goal had to be better than humanity had ever done before. If they couldn't, then there wasn't much hope of actually being able to defeat the energy beings. Or perhaps there was. If they could shatter all the so-called renegade gods into smaller pieces, then they only had to deal with the greater energy beings. It would be a long and brutal fight, but they might actually win that war of attrition with every species of the universe on their side as well as the gods of the mortal species, if they chose to intervene and not just wait to see if they needed to make a new species. When you lived nearly forever and could rebuild a civilization on a whim, things like an eternal war took on a very different connotation. They might favor their species, and would keep renewing them so that they didn't become extinct, but that didn't mean they would fight their peers over every single slight. Max looked down at the plans in front of him and started to plan how he was going to integrate these ideas into one coherent plan. His system had been calculating it all night, but there was no definitive answer yet, only a series of suggestions that it would refine as he started to work on them. Battle optimization wasn't perfect for design work, it was more practical and much more efficient once he had a functional weapon in his hands, but as far as system functions went, there weren't many that could be called better. So, Max worked out a blueprint that should make the disintegrator-based orbital lance cause a plasma reaction at the target, and then break it apart for a fission reaction. Once he got it started, everything seemed to fall in place. What he needed was about 10 wavelengths of the disintegrator at once, which was no problem if he built the weapon as an array and not a single projector. Then all the desired effects could be combined at once, and he could rely on battle optimization to show him the programming to optimize the weapon for each desired target material before every shot. For general use, they would need to program a few dozen different settings, and let the targeting computers pick the most appropriate, but when it was in his hands, he could do so much more with a weapon like that. The design process was not a fast one, and it was nearly a week of work before Max and his team had their new designs ready for testing in the VR system and not the compilation and analysis program. So, Max delayed the announcement for one more day, so they could start after their weekly meeting with Nico's team and everyone could discuss how their work was going. Nico's team had been focusing on the other side of their weapon requirements, the ability to stop the enemy from moving between layers, and to lock their energies in one layer, using modified versions of the weapon that the Darklings had shown them. Ranarth was overjoyed to see that they still considered the classics to be worth emulating, even when they were working on a whole new way of accomplishing them, and even Uncle Lou had come down for the day to hear their announcements at the weekly meeting. The combined teams had gathered in the break room with its large projector so that they didn't have to reorganize their workspaces to do the presentation, and Max was standing at the head of the room next to Nico, as their team representatives. Max cleared his throat. My team has been working individually to develop a variety of weapon systems, and next week we will be working on integrating them, either as one weapon or on one vessel. So, we will start with my work for the week, a prototype modification to the orbital lance that should cause secondary plasma damage and nuclear fission on impact. Max brought up the schematics and the predicted output numbers, as well as the preliminary videos that he had generated of the weapon's functions. Uncle Lou cheered, while a number of the Innu whistled in appreciation. Now that is what I call damage. It looks like it's variable enough to work on most targets, and that damage against the cathedral ship's hulls is insane. Uncle Lou commented with a growing smile on his face. Ranarth nodded in agreement. It is a savage weapon well suited to the eternal war. From what I can see, it should also be able to target the energy patterns of what you call the demons, and the resultant explosion will destroy their corporeal forms. Won't the energy just bleed back into their home layer to slowly reform, though? One of the Innu asked. Nico smirked. That's where our work comes in. Our team worked as one, as there were a limited number of answers to our puzzle. We have an energy weapon that will turn the boundary between layers chaotic. In theory, it will destroy any vessel or energy being attempting to transition between layers in the area and scatter them all over creation. Chapter 1040. Hold the presses. Uncle Lou laughed at the shock on everyone's faces as Nico revealed what her team believed they had accomplished. Maybe we should hold off on the rest of the meeting. I can already see that nobody will be able to focus until we can create and test a weapons system that integrates these two principles. He suggested. Many hands went up at once, including Ranarth's, and the decision was made that they would hold off on the other designs until they had a chance to see this combo in action. That meant rearranging the workspaces back into one large station, where they would both do the digital designs, and then build the first mechanical mock-up so that they could test the weapon in the real world and make sure that it worked in a practical sense and not just in theory. The two designs both had theoretically functional design schematics, thanks to the advanced systems of Max and Nico, so the first step was the easiest. They input the two weapons onto a basic cutter hull and integrated them for the first virtual reality tests. The scenario was familiar. A greater energy being was attempting to move between layers of space, and they were going to try to stop it. First up, we will fire the destabilizing pulse, and then when the energy being is prevented from moving back and forth between layers, the orbital lance will finish it off. Well, in theory, Max informed everyone through the text function of the VR simulator. The target began its offensive, and Nico fired the first round to destabilize the layers. The effect was almost like mud. The being was slowed, but it was too powerful to be torn apart by the calculated energy fluctuations. Then the orbital lance hit it, and the disintegration effect seemed to freeze it in place as the secondary fission explosion tore apart its body. It wasn't a true fission explosion as the creature was pure solidified energy, but the effect was similar. The bonds that held it apart were forcefully destroyed, and the energy burst forth through multiple layers of space, losing cohesion and fading into background radiation. It's beautiful. Ranarth sighed as he saw how easily one ship was calculated to be able to take out a greater energy being. Last time it took their whole fleet, plus a fleet of human ships, to do the job. Max messaged the observers again. As standard procedure, we will run the simulation 100 times and see what the outcome looks like, and then we will have to test it in the real world. Preferably on lesser energy beings first. He explained. The second test was similar to the first, but in the third one, something odd happened. If the greater energy being tried to retreat a little, the whole effect was basically cancelled, and it was simply pushed back out of the layer without being destroyed. Over the course of the tests, that same general effect occurred over 30 times, sending them back to the design sheets to try to adjust the weapon outputs and balances, as well as the timing to attempt to make it a reliable attack. Relax, this is how design is supposed to go, it's never perfect the first time. Max assured his team, who were somewhat demoralized by the lack of initial success. Really, I seem to recall things going more smoothly. One of them doubted. One of the Innu from Nico's research team laughed. That's because we test the ideas that we send to you before anyone here sees what comes out of the Absolution research labs. The others from her team nodded. They went through this frustration on a regular basis, often for weeks or months before they got a design perfect. Then they sent it off for variations and improvements by others. With two whole teams working on it, they had a new variation ready to test every 2 hours, with variable results. Some were more stable but less effective, some were more effective when they worked, but rather flaky. This was the hard part of development, making your weapon work in every one of the 100 scenarios that the computer randomly created. In order to make the weapon stable and reliable against the greater energy being, they ended up having to change the vessel they were testing with. The solution that ended up being able to surmount most actions that the enemy could take required so much power that a colony ship would have to come to a dead stop and use all of their power to activate the weapon. It was an insane level of output, and the side effects took them days to even begin to mitigate, but they did have a solution as to what the task would realistically take. At least in theory. Once they finally thought that they had the combination of the two working well enough that it was reliable against the greater energy beings, it was time to try to combine them into one weapon that was usable by the mecha. That involved a lot of space management and adjustment, but they already knew what sort of output was necessary, and it could be scaled down in intensity while they would use the weight of numbers to make up for the pure intensity that was needed. As they started to modify the weapon, Max started to make plans on how this could be worked onto a new mecha design. They needed something that was on a more epic scale that would be a match for the greater energy beings, but currently they lacked a power source that could keep up with a colony ship's warp drive and still fit in the chassis of a mecha. The very thought was a bit ridiculous and insane. Maybe the Darklings knew of something, but they hadn't let it slip yet if they did. If they couldn't come up with that, they were either going to need to come up with a way to escape when attacked, or they needed a way to freeze the being in place for a longer period of time so that they could defeat it with smaller numbers. Neither was going to be an easy task, but there was at least a chance that there was an option to stun-lock them more effectively than using an entire fleet of destroyers. Chapter 1041. Minor success. Altering the size of the weapon was no easy feat, but after many days of hard work, they did manage to get it down to a size that was suitable for use as a handheld weapon by Titan-class mecha, or a replacement for the Thunder guns. Due to power constraints, it would have to be one large barrel over the shoulder, or handheld with a hardwired power source, but it was functional according to the VR testing program. The miniaturized version was mounted atop the hull of a Cutter-class ship for the moment, until they could modify the power source of a Titan-class mecha to burst output the energy that the weapon needed, or to have the room for the capacitors to charge it. Until then, slapping the experimental device in a large box atop a cutter was a much simpler option. The ship in question was drone-piloted, and they were almost ready to head out for the testing. They would be moving to Koleska space for the test, as they needed to know what it would do in the unstable space there, not here where the other layers were dead and lifeless, with no energy in them at all. How that had happened was a question that they were putting off investigating. There were far too many other issues to be dealt with for a philosophical debate about the variations in layered space. A large contingent from the Reaver commanders was expected here in a few hours, first for a meeting on the preparations for the eventual return of the great enemy and what they could do as a group to make sure that they weren't the target of them, and then to watch the testing of the new weapon. Nearly every species was doing the same. Even the Alliance government had commissioned a series of weapons and warship upgrades, a build-up in anticipation of outside threats, as they put it. In reality, the loss of so many of the Valkyria volunteers, though not catastrophic by human standards, had shaken them to their core. After the appearance of the anomaly, and the strange disappearance of the enemy forces, they were terrified that they were actually on their way to the Alliance. Some of them even blamed the humans for being too deadly and attracting enemies to their portion of the universe, but that was a bit silly. The human fleet was a negligible part of the whole reaction force, and when the great enemy had suddenly disappeared, there were over 100 different planets with intervention fleets in their system, with only 2 of them being humans. The only representatives that they had sent to this event were the envoys from Absolution, which seemed to be the permanently assigned representatives to the human species. Max had expected that they would have been switched every half a year, but there was no sign of that, and they were getting quite comfortable in their homes aboard Absolution, not packing in preparation for a change of duty station. Should we go all formal dinner, or is Reaver casual fine? Nico called to him from the shower as Max searched the minds of everyone who was arriving at the station to see what the general sentiment towards their weapons developments and the threat of energy beings coming looking for them was. I think Reaver formal for the day. We're meeting with a lot of other company commanders, so they'll want to impress everyone. Coming in underdressed would make us look arrogant as the hosts. Max replied, got it, I will pick you out something nice. Nico called back, and Max sensed her starting to plan the outfits for them both, despite the fact he was already dressed. He thought about reminding her that it wasn't necessary, but his outfit was part of her decision on what she was going to wear, so without seeing him, she couldn't decide what she wanted to look like for the day. Clashing outfits simply wouldn't do in her mind, so he just let Nico pick out a whole new outfit. Alright, I've got something. Come here and change so that we can go to the meeting. Nico laughed as she completed her choice. Max smiled as he saw what she had picked for him, a simple black pinstriped suit with a vest but no jacket, and an olive green tie that matched her dress, topped with a replica of their black cadet berets. Max changed into it and rolled the sleeves up to his elbow, then added the polished black leather belt with the pistol holster, which held a laser pistol designed to look like a classic military-issue auto pistol. Nico's dress reached her calves, and was worn with crossed bandoliers that carried blades on the front and a pistol at the small of her back, as Reavers never attended a formal event unarmed. The shiny black leather matched well with Max's belt, and gave the otherwise formal long-sleeved gown a more military feel. "There we go, let's go see the others, maybe we can set a new trend." She laughed as she admired her handiwork. "Or they'll think that we're both a bit strange. But we're likely not going to be the most outlandishly dressed ones there. I know that the other commanders take a lot of joy in trying to outdo each other with flashy or unique outfits." Max laughed. "Exactly, it's tradition. We're the best of the best, so we have to set the trend that others will follow, otherwise how will anyone know what is outlandish?" Max took her arm and led her up to their personal cutter, where the meetings and party would be held, while the test vehicle would be manned by androids, just in case something went wrong. That had been a unanimous decision on the part of the researchers so that there were no lives at risk with the first firing of an overwhelmingly powerful experimental weapon. Chapter 1042, General concern. They weren't quite the first to arrive. The envoys had shown up early and had already made themselves comfortable in one of the side lounges while waiting for the main event to start. The ship's android pilot had welcomed the early guests, but so far, nobody else was on board. The giant envoy greeted Max as soon as they saw each other. "Our apologies for coming so early. There are a lot of alliance formalities that come with our arrival, so we thought that it would be best if we got her first, so that any alliance eyes that might be watching wouldn't get upset about any slight in the formal rituals. Things have been pretty on edge since the battles. Between us, the government believed that the warning was a joke and they greatly underestimated the threat. The Valkyria are upset that they didn't send a larger force. A lot of the species are freaking out in general, and the Innu are under observation on suspicion that they might break from the alliance to join with the Reavers, after an incident where a minor government official blamed their fleet for not doing enough to save the Valkyria, even though they were designated as a support and repair fleet. In short, things are a huge mess, and it's only now that they are starting to increase the size of the army that things are starting to settle down. We're still not sure how things are going to go with the Innu, though. That tension has been building since the first group of tech nomads met with you after they suffered that breakdown, and now with a bunch of social media influencers ganging up on them, they're feeling even more neglected and undervalued than ever." The Innu envoy sighed and nodded. "It's been making my job rather hard. There have been multiple planets pushing for me to negotiate a refugee agreement with the humans so that Innu who are unhappy with their lot in life could move and escape from what they call political persecution in the Alliance." Nico gave a not-so-subtle fist pump, before Max gently smacked her on the back of the head. "No, Nico, you can't have them all on your research team. This is an actual political issue, and from what I can tell it involves billions of Innu, not just a few." Then he addressed the envoys. "Honestly, from what I've seen, they're not really treated all that well unless someone needs them, so I can see their point about feeling like everyone finds them annoying and only a few species actually like them. But for now, we will try to help keep things stable for the Alliance. As much as I hate to say it, you still need them, now more than ever. The Innu researchers are extremely valuable to new weapon and ship design efforts, and the Alliance doesn't really have someone who can step up and help if their situation turns into isolationism." Max reluctantly agreed. The envoys looked at each other. They hadn't considered that outcome. Breaking away from the Alliance would lead to retribution, and a series of agreements were in place for that situation. But what if they remained in the Alliance, but took the route that many less social species did and simply kept to themselves, and moved to planets mostly inhabited by their own people? The Alliance would lose a huge portion of their researchers, scientists, repair technicians and ship engineers. What could they realistically even do in that situation? Pay more to bribe them to come back to work? Encourage them to make Innu run and staffed businesses to replace the ones that would collapse without them? That would be an economic disaster across the Alliance that really might turn into a civil war. They could try to train replacements, but that would take years. In short, if too many of the Innu stopped working with them, the Alliance simply didn't have the capacity to replace the species. They had come to rely on them without ever realizing how integral they were to keeping everything running. Their contemplation was interrupted by the android warning that there were more guests coming to start the party, fashionably 10 minutes before the arranged start time, as was normal for most military schedules. That didn't apply to parties, but the Reavers didn't care. It was 10 minutes to pregame before the servers with the good liquor became hard to find. "Commanders, it is good to see you all here right on time for the event. Our android staff has snacks and drinks prepared for the trip, so feel free to help yourself. Max greeted them, making a few of the older commanders laugh. See, now that's the sort of hospitality a mind reader can offer. It's good to see you again, Commander Karras. Hopefully, you have some of those spiced pumpkin pie squares again, only Mary ever puts them on the trays. One of the older commanders, a member of the Tereth family, laughed. Of course we do. I noticed that you wanted them on the way up and had them added to the plates. Max agreed. Nico knew that was a flat-out lie. She had added them to the plates when the man asked about them, and Max had only been paying attention to the concerns of the envoys until a few seconds ago. Max moved to stand at her side and gave her a pat on the backside in appreciation for the save, which made Nico giggle and the other commanders chuckle, thinking that they were just flirting in public. The Reaver commanders had all assumed the same thing, that 10 minutes before the schedule was the right time to show up, and there was a line forming outside the doors of the ship in the Moon Base's landing bay. We should have used a cargo bay as the entrance, shouldn't we? Max laughed as the line began to grow. It might have been better. Betsy here is almost as wide as a crusader. One of the men in line joked, and then was attacked by a stout female commander a few spots in front of him. The main door wasn't exactly narrow, it was 3 meters wide, but with over 100 people showing up in 1 minute, and everyone stopping to greet the hosts and the important people inside, it was slow going. Max breathed a sigh of relief as the local researchers and the representatives from a few independent species, like the vampires, came in a few minutes late, finishing the loading process and finally getting the event underway. Chapter 1043. General success. The cutter headed out to the safe portal point and transferred directly to the anomaly, where the guard teams were expecting them, and eager to see the results of the latest round of weapons testing. Every species in the region had been hard at work trying to come up with something that would work against the great enemy, though many of them were still struggling with the fact that the decades of war against the Arisen were simply a measure to toughen them up in preparation for the battle against the real enemy of the mortal species. From what Max could tell, the Arisen didn't have many friends, and the Darklings only had a few more than that, thanks to their penchant for stealing species wholesale. Max knew there was a reason for that, but that wouldn't do much to assure the other species in the area that they weren't next on the list to be abducted and disappeared by the mysterious ships of the Darklings, or the Collectors, as they called themselves these days. Welcome back to the region, Commanders. If you don't mind, we would like to send a team to join you. The Kaleska command channel informed him as Max passed through the anomaly. Yes, of course, we will wait here for you, as we already have a number of dignitaries from the species nearest to us on board, as well as more of the human leadership that wished to come for the test firing. Max agreed. That changed their minds about who they were going to send. Initially, it was just a few researchers and Commander Yuri, who had good relations with the humans. But now they were going to send a planetary governor and the defense minister, who bemoaned his luck at having been selected again when it could have been the foreign affairs minister, if they weren't on the far side of the empire. This short period without attacks was almost like a vacation for the defense minister, and the summons hadn't made it clear to him that this was just a party and a viewing of the test firing of the weapon, not a big formal meeting. But he still got ready right on time, and was in the shuttle with the others when they left the station to meet up with Max's cutter. Commander Yuri was the first one out, smiling at the familiar surroundings and walking over to greet Max and Nico. It is good to be back again. I hope that you have been well. Max shook his hand and smiled. Indeed, make yourself at home, this isn't a formal meeting, just a viewing party while the scientists test fire the experimental weapon. They both did their best not to laugh at the minister's relieved sigh or the panicked looks on the researchers' faces. Should we have gone to the other ship? One of them asked. No, that ship is android piloted for safety reasons. The other scientists are in the other research bay if you want to hang out with them instead of the commanders and governors. Max replied. Yes, that would be more proper. Thank you for the warm welcome, Commander. The Kaleska researchers vanished into the back bay, and Max chuckled as they met the Innu, who were overjoyed to have a new species to talk to, as well as Ranarth, who was thoroughly enjoying the conversation with the fully caffeinated scientists. The two new additions were the topic of much discussion among the Reaver commanders, who hadn't seen the Kaleska before, and they were quickly surrounded with conversation partners and pulled into the thick of the action, while Max checked to see where Nico had gone. Now that all the guests were here and greeted, she was with the scientists, preparing the android ship for the main event. They would hold off an hour while everything got in position in an uninhabited star system, and their replicated armor targets were placed in space. That would give everyone a chance to drink, and all the curious bystanders a chance to discreetly get themselves in place for the viewing. They would stay well out of range, but close enough to record it with their own sensors in an attempt to replicate the technology for their own species' benefit. Max found the pumpkin pie squares and snagged one before sending an android butler back into the cargo bay with a whole tray of tiramisu. The Inu could never get enough of it, and this was a party, so there really wasn't a reason to ration the caffeine if they didn't have to work in the morning. One of the other commanders, a reaver in his early 30s named Jen, made his way over to Max with a conspiratorial smile. So, since we're here to watch a weapons demonstration, but your Terminus Trading Company is best known for their mecha designs, does that mean that there will be a new generation of mecha on the market once you develop your new round of personal mecha? It's been quite the topic among the more militant commanders how you always turn your designs over to Uncle Lou when you've got a new one, but that means we're always a generation behind, doesn't it? He asked. Not at all. The ones we use are more of an experimental prototype, constantly evolving and getting modified between every battle. That sort of thing isn't suitable for a mass-market machine. But once we get the bugs worked out, we turn them over to Uncle Lou, who has his team polish the designs and tweak them for what everyone else needs before they ship them out. Max replied, diverting the attempt to get hints about the next generation. Do you have a whole new generation waiting for us, then? Jen asked. Not quite. We have been fighting mostly in space, so we've only updated the Super Heavy and Titan class units, and those have both gone out to a select group already. The only units we have that are non-standard at this point are our personal command mecha, and those are just tweaked versions of the ones that were sent out for the battles here. Max explained. By tweaked he meant almost completely redesigned, but they still looked similar, so nobody would know by looking at them. Jen sighed. The battles are getting larger and larger. I miss the days of a small territory rebellion to suppress and other simple things that a proper mercenary company was suited for. Now we're mostly couriers. It can't really be helped. We all get caught up in the flow. Did you know that I wanted to just be a Crusader-class pilot when things went insane? I only ended up commander as a joke because nobody else wanted the job when we first left the Kepler military. Jen burst into laughter. Bloody right. Nobody wants the responsibility, they just want the money and the easy life. And then we ended up being excellent at mecha and warp drive designing, and that started everything going out of control to the point that at this point half the known universe thinks I'm the representative of humanity. Max agreed. Well, who else would want the job? Maybe Mary, but she's got her hands full just dealing with us reavers. Chapter 1044. General Destruction. Commanders and esteemed dignitaries, our test vessel reports that they are ready to begin the day's main event. We will be moving into position, and the viewing will begin in 3 minutes. The android pilot informed them using the polite tone Nico had programmed in that Max thought made it sound more like a butler than a pilot. The excitement level reached a peak when the monitors came on, showing the modified vessel with the large weapon pod attached to the top and the assortment of various targets that had been arranged for the situation. All of them were familiar to the gathered audience. A small group of warriors, a cathedral vessel shuttle, various small alien ships, and finally, a large asteroid roughly 50 kilometers across. While everyone understood that most of the targets would be no challenge for the weapon, given its size, the test was more about showing off its efficiency, so it was predicted that the output level would be minimized on every target, making it easier for everyone to calculate the efficiency. That was close to what they were going to do, but what Nico was actually looking to measure was not the efficiency of the weapon at damaging the target, as they already had that base data from the previous generation of disintegrator. What she was more interested in was how efficiently it could begin and sustain the chain reaction through the targets. There was one that they couldn't replicate here, the energy beings, and that was actually the one that she was the most interested in, but for now, it would be enough to assure the gathered species that they had come up with something that was effective, and give vague promises about distributing it when it was fully finished. They had already given the various species in this region plenty of weapons data that they were still working on adapting to their fleets, so nobody was actually rushing to get these ones up and running for general distribution, except the reavers. Beginning testing now, the weapon pulsed with energy, though the beam was invisible to the naked eye, and the first target, the group of warriors, vanished with a massive nuclear blast. With even the group of 5 of them, that was 1,000 kilograms of fissile material, and the blast was strong enough to destroy a small warship on its own. The response was pure panic from most of the gathered species. They hadn't detected the disintegrator beam, as their sensors weren't calibrated for it, so they only saw the weapon charge, and then the blast. They weren't any closer to understanding how it worked, only what its destructive potential was. Or so they thought. Once the first blast had faded and the research team had a moment to analyze their data, they sent the signal to the test vessel to fire again, targeting one of the alien ships that Max though looked entirely too much like a turd to be shown in public. It was just a lumpy tube with two pinched ends, and he had no idea what sort of logic would have led them to want that as their main attack ship. It wasn't even efficient for warp travel. The disturbing-looking vessel did explode very well though, being 5 times the size of the warrior group, and again the reaction was shock and awe, with a side of confusion from the species who still hadn't managed to analyze what was going on. Fortunately, their comrades were willing to fill them in, and the confusion in their minds was fading as they read through the analysis reports from the observers with better sensors. One after another, the targets went down with massive explosions, tearing apart their hulls and obliterating everything inside. I get it, I have figured out what they did. One of the Reaver commanders cheered just before the ship lined up on its last target, the asteroid roughly the size of a colony ship. Oh, really? Do tell the rest of us laymen. One of the other Reavers taunted. They've tuned the disintegrator to cause a nuclear blast on contact with certain elements. That's why the outer hulls are exploding, but the interior bits are being shredded by the blast. It's not a matter of penetration, they are specifically targeting the enemy. The man confidently declared. Max nodded and went over to shake his hand. That is impressive, how did you figure it out? He asked. My system skill is analysis. It watched every blast and gave me a set of results data. I just had to tie it all together once I understood what I was looking at. The disintegrator is completely obliterating the outer hulls, but barely damaging the interior at the lower power output it is using. But the beam is wide, so it gets the whole object that it is targeting. The other commanders and dignitaries came over to congratulate him for clearing up the mystery for them in advance, since Max and Nico didn't seem to have any intention of explaining before the grand finale. Knowing what they did now, the final blast was even more exciting. That chunk of rock was nearly 1,000,000 tons of rock, and it had been placed well outside the galactic plane, hundreds of thousands of kilometers from any other object. Many had assumed that it was a range test, but now that they knew how the weapon worked, they realized that it was a safety precaution to get the test vessel outside the predicted blast radius. The shockwave would carry in the void of space, but the impact should be negligible from the distance they had chosen. Final shot ready. Max sent out a number of messages to ships that had gotten inside the perimeter that they had deemed the safe zone and warned them to back up or increase their shielding to absorb the impact. Though he could tell that most of the leaders took his warning as a joke, they still did it, and either backed off or raised their shields. Firing. The blast was tremendous, like they had formed a second sun in the system, and the lingering aftereffects left a glowing orb of secondary reactions at the location where the asteroid had been. The blue light faded to yellow and then red before the reaction ended, leaving nothing but a shockwave that rocked all the ships in the spectator field, and sent small asteroids in the star's orbit tumbling, as well as causing a minor atmospheric storm on one of the outer planets. And that concludes our testing for the day. We will be compiling data for some time, but you are welcome to come to the human fleet's capital ship in orbit near Koleska Station this evening for a celebratory dinner. That would be Celia's Love, the lead ship of the Anomaly Defense Fleet, but there were too many people to party on the cutter without rearranging the interior space to be more social function friendly, while the destroyer had an event room that could hold tens of thousands. He would have to send an apology letter and gift to the Admiral later. Chapter 1045. Spread the love. You know that it is considered polite to give more than 1 hour's notice that you plan to host a formal party for 4,000 on someone else's ship, right? Celia's Love broadcast when they got the news. You have 100,000 and some people on that destroyer. I'm sure you have enough staff to host a simple party. We will be over in a half hour with the rum. Nico replied. You know, this is why they call you the evil one, right? Nico laughed at the clearly frustrated text message. This time it was Commander Max's idea. But I should let you get to work preparing a room for the event. See you soon. Max laughed as he watched the two of them argue over a situation that he caused, but there really wasn't a way around it. His ship wasn't big enough, and a party was only good manners after a successful test. And this one had been a resounding success that had left all the gathered species excited about the future and the possible applications of the weapon on their existing ships if the humans agreed to share it with everyone and not just their closest allies. Humans were known to be as generous as they were violent, though. So the visitors had high hopes that they wouldn't be forgotten when it came time to distribute the plans for the completed weapons. The number of shuttles that were coming for the Celia's Love's limited number of docking ports almost made Max feel sorry for the Fleet Admiral Rashad, but he knew that the noble Cygnus officer was actually reveling in the chance to show off for so many alien dignitaries at once. If there was one thing that Cygnus nobles loved, it was the trappings of nobility. It helped that Max could read his mind and sense the pride as he got to show off his ship and the training of his impeccably dressed formal reception staff for all of these new people as he networked and made new connections among various alien dignitaries. Max waited until almost all the dignitaries were there to join the crowd, as he had such a wide variety of them aboard his own ship that it would take ages to introduce everyone and get them settled into the party. Many of the species gathered from the vessels that had come to watch also hadn't seen a human up close before, and the smiling was freaking a lot of them out, as they associated it with a predator's show of teeth. "Everyone, please welcome the human delegation to the event," Admiral Rashad announced as the first few commanders came out. It was a big spectacle, but when the giant, the wuxia, and then the Innu envoys came out, the crowd was much more excited. They had never seen any of these species before, so the fact that the humans had brought them to meet the dignitaries of this region of space meant that they must be extremely important people. Max supposed that they were. He had just gotten too used to having top-level political dignitaries on his ship and had overlooked just how far up the Alliance's food chain they really were. The music was loud, and the staff had set the mood lighting to a nightclub feel, so when the spotlight shone down on the research team coming in the door, they were the highlight of the entire party. Let us welcome the real stars of today's show. The research team that developed the weapon system that was used in today's test. Thank you all and welcome to Celia's Love. Admiral Rashad greeted them to a standing ovation from the crowd. "You are too kind. It's still a prototype, and this was the first test firing, but we have high hopes that we can make good use of it in the future." Nico addressed the crowd. The dignitaries pushed forward, and the Innu researchers got extremely excited to have new people to talk to about their work. Max chuckled at the scene, while Commander Yuri gave him a questioning look, which was actually just a tilt of the exoskeletal Koleska's head, but easily identifiable to the humans. They have no idea what they just volunteered themselves for. The Innu will gladly elaborate on their research for upwards of 10 hours at a time if they are not stopped, and these dignitaries don't have the social experience to deal with the species. Max explained for the benefit of his friend. "Should we warn them?" Yuri asked. "No, after an hour I will call off the Innu to have them do a round of special shots and that will distract them all from their ongoing monologue. If they don't experience it firsthand, these species will never learn what it is to be truly excited about your work." Yuri quickly realized that Max wasn't joking. Fully caffeinated, the Innu were a force of nature that pulled in everyone around them, and they were even pulling in uninvolved dignitaries to use as props for the demonstration of the theories behind their research. Surprisingly, many of the dignitaries found an outlet. There was a species that had similar sensory tentacles to the Innu among the dignitaries, and they sacrificed the members of their delegation to the Innu in an attempt to change the topic. That freed them up while the two species discussed biology, which was somewhat less interesting to the Innu than technological developments, and it calmed them down a little bit. They seem more adept at deflection than expected. Yuri noted, "We still have people to rescue, though. I will go gather the research team and pull them away from the dignitaries for a while so that the politicians can socialize." Max shrugged. "Somehow that sounds even worse than a hyper Innu. I don't suppose that I can come with you?" The Koleska commander asked longingly. "Of course, we're going to be retreating back to the cutter to analyze the data, and while that might be boring for you, you are welcome to join us." Chapter 1046. It worked. Max pulled the Innu back to the cutter and away from the party for a much more exciting pastime, the analysis of research data, while the majority of the crowd was busy making deals for whatever they had planned in the immediate future. Almost all of them were focused on technological developments, while some of them were focused on quality of life improvements on their worlds after they had been attacked by the great enemy, but at least at this point it seemed that nobody had forgotten the threat that they were likely to return at any time. That was enough assurance for Max to focus on the task at hand and follow Nico and the research team into the cutter so that they could start analyzing the data that had been collected by the test vessel. There was a bit of interference on the last sample due to the intensity of the explosion, but almost all of that came after the majority of the event was already over and the shockwave hit the ship. They could live with that, and from what Max could tell, all the earlier samples were perfect. "So, where do we start?" Max asked as he locked down the lab to prevent spying now that all the authorized personnel were inside. We should start at the weapon side. Fluctuations in variability outside the parameters, differing energy usages for different frequencies, and any sort of anomaly. Nico decided, and began to pull up all the relevant data for the team to go over. In this scenario, having as many eyes on the data as possible was paramount to ensuring that they didn't miss anything, and even Commander Yuri and Ranarth had open files on their data tablets, though neither of them specialized in the topic. Max sighed as they pulled the power output graphs up in an overlapping diagram. The power pull rates and spikes were all over the place, there was no modulation at all, and it was somewhat surprising that they hadn't managed to overload the weapon entirely and cause it to fail to charge. It had come close on the third test, and the initialization sequence seemed to have hung for at least 300 milliseconds before recovering, which didn't seem like much, but it was a fraction away from having been a catastrophic failure. Not one that would have destroyed the weapon, but one that would have prevented it from firing on the target, which would have been a huge embarrassment for the research team which had designed it and checked out the specs and tolerances for the prototype. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with the construction of the weapon according to the design schematics, so there must be something that they were missing in the design itself. In a high-output energy weapon, there was always an energy bleed, either as radiation, heat or light, and that could interfere with the other functions of the weapon in unexpected ways. If it was a light emission, that was easy, a sealed casing would hide it. Heat could be dissipated once you tracked down the major sources of it, but when the problem was various wavelengths of radiation, especially in a variable frequency weapon, it was guaranteed to be a nightmare. That appeared to be what had happened here. Changing the frequency of the output interfered with various components, and because they were changing it with every shot, it interfered with a different one every time, which was going to make it difficult to track down the problem component to find the origin. That part of the job was best left to the professionals, but the gathered laymen could provide some useful insights, given their varied backgrounds. Commander Yuri pointed at an anomaly in the data set and brought up another section of the data. When we were working on the new shielding prototypes for our ships after the Arisen first attacked, we ran into this same issue. That particular wavelength of radiation passes through almost all metals as if they didn't exist. Shielding against it is a nightmare, and though I don't know if our researchers ever came up with a solution, I can tell you that it will have interfered with all of your other energy relays during this test. He explained. Oh, that is good to know. We will make a note of it because I'm sure it's going to come up in multiple other tests as well. It's one of the little joys of creating new energy weapons, right? Nico joked. Max brought up the overlay graphs he had made and displayed them on the holographic projector for the room to see more easily. These might all look random, but there is a pattern to them. They all have different peak levels, but they all have the same number of spikes, so there is something in our generation frequency or feed capacitors that is causing a surge. It seems to vary based on the wavelength, but it's not due to interference, it's something innate to our design. The Inu all side, smooth power delivery was almost as big of an issue as radiation shielding. They had thought that it was sorted out, as the design was very similar to other energy weapons that were proven to work already, but if there was something in the design that was creating a rhythmic pulse, they had to find a way to modulate it. The pulse wouldn't necessarily be bad if it was a different type of weapon. It was an essential part of ion cannons when it was modulated properly, creating the different travel speeds that bunched up the ions for a more compressed shot, instead of being one long stream, but that wasn't what they were going for here. Anyone else want to rain on the parade? Nico asked. Ranarth laughed at her pessimism. Well, on the bright side, it did actually fire. But on the not so bright side, I have identified a total of 47 major energy inefficiencies that should be addressed, and this circuit did not function at all during any of the tests. It looks like it's working, but it's not actually doing anything but passing energy through. Chapter 1047. Hard work. What followed in the weeks after they returned to the moon base was nothing short of a mind-numbing grind for most of the staff. Iteration after iteration was tested, with the weapon repeatedly powered up and checked for surges as it cycled through the activation sequence. Time after time it failed, and each change that improved one frequency would introduce issues in another. There were suggestions to make them all independent circuit boards, but that would be massively oversized, and when it was actually tried, it increased the interference, as the leaking energy would precharge circuits on the other boards and cause them to introduce new interference patterns. In short, the fix for what seemed to be a minor issue ended up being a larger design problem than actually designing a new weapons system prototype in the first place. The only blessing for Max was that the refinement of the weapon was no longer their issue. They had designed and built the weapon, and proven that it worked as intended, so now it was up to the rest of the staff of the base to figure out how to make it work perfectly and not just function. One of the small benefits that came with being on the new product design team. What they had moved on to was power system designs. At first, they intended to reroute power that would be used for other high-output weapons systems to the new design, but that proved to be somewhat inefficient, as the new design required a much smoother power delivery system than usual. It could be made usable, but that would require an additional noise filter, and they were already having issues with the packaging size on the weapon. So, they started on a new Mecha power source design that would match or increase existing power output levels, while distributing it in a smooth and linear fashion. The requirements sounded so simple, but when they handed off the weapon design and started on the new project, they really didn't have any idea where they should start. How about you, Ranarth? Do your people's records have anything that might help us here? Somewhere to start from that we might have overlooked? Max asked. Ranarth thought about the question for a moment before nodding. I have 17 different power sources on file that should be suitable in some way. They would all be power output improvements, but the question would be if you could make the rest of your technology compatible with them. For example, I have this neutrino field generator, which we use to power a number of our laser weapons, but I doubt that it would be at all suitable, since all of your technology is electricity-based. The power output is sufficient, but I'm not sure that the conversion would even be possible. Then we have, oh no wait, I have the perfect technology for you. It was 100 million years obsolete before I was born, discarded long before even the Eternal War had begun, but today it could be useful for you. It is a 3-stage generator, as the creators called it. They needed a way to make dark energy technology compatible with the material world. Dark energy only affects gravity in this layer, so what they did was they created a dark energy field array that was focused on a converging point inside a Dyson sphere, creating a massive gravity well. With a small amount of heavy material, an ultra-dense star can be created, and sustain fusion, while the energy is captured by the Dyson sphere and the gravitational energy from the star's material is used as part of the energy feed for the array itself. It was genius, and the amount of energy produced was absolutely tremendous. Max gave him a suspicious look. And why might this technology have been abandoned? It sounds far superior to anything that we're using right now. Ranarth shrugged, unsure of the answer himself. There was something about how a super-dense star's collapse can create a black hole or a neutrino star supernova or something along those lines if the Dyson sphere were to be damaged, but I'm sure that you can work something out. Nico looked far too excited, which told Max as much as he needed to know about the potential dangers of that situation, even before he began to calculate the damage that a supernova on the battlefield would cause should a mecha using such a power source be destroyed. Do you know what would happen if we didn't use a super-dense material and went with something like hydrogen? Max asked. Ranarth frowned. Why would you want to do that? It would only create the same amount of power as a Dyson sphere around a regular star, the size of the power plant. That might be equivalent to the current antimatter reactors on your destroyers, but certainly no more than that. I'm looking for a way to create the generator what won't end in a supernova or a black hole. The idea is that we're trying to save planets, not blow them up when we take our first losses in battle. Ranarth shrugged. Then pick fights that are further away. You use drones, so you could just send them on a suicide mission and let the reactor go supercritical. If my math is right, it should be effective on greater energy beings as well. He's got a point. We would just need a technology to close all the random black holes we made, and the problem would solve itself. Nico agreed. Even the Innu looked at her like she was crazy after that comment, though they understood the basic logic behind cleaning up a mess that you made. But creating black holes anywhere was far too much damage to be considered acceptable. Max sighed. Does your file have the technical specifications on that? Even if we can stabilize a miniaturized Dyson sphere, it should be enough power to give a smooth delivery for a Titan-class mecha. The warp crystal-based antimatter reactors in them are quite low output compared to a destroyer-class warship. Certainly, it's in the historical archives, so it's not classified or restricted. Just allow me a second to pull it out, along with all the related relic technology files that might be needed to create the tools that will be needed to create the generator. Chapter 1048. Powerful Theory. So, what part do we start with first? Nico asked. Well, is there another way to create a strong microgravity field so that we can form a small star to test the Dyson sphere before we bring the main reactor online? Max asked. Not exactly, but we can test it with a plasma ball. The energy leakage readings should still be accurate. One of the researchers suggested. You can test it with a small antimatter explosion as well, which would provide a better stress and shock load absorption test than a plasma ball. Ranarth added. Alright, then we start with the Dyson sphere construction. It looks like we have exactly none of the components listed already in our database, so we start from step 1 of the construction details and work step by step to make every single part of the sphere. Max decided. Uncle Lou waved to them from the catwalk up above as Max and Nico were about to argue over how to split the boring parts of the task because Nico's train of thought involved her working exclusively on testing the fun parts while everyone else did the actual work. Nobody who knew her would be surprised that her intention was to do nothing but see what happened when various things went wrong with an artificial star made of various materials, but Max wasn't going to let her get off that easy when there was a whole new type of construction technology to research. She intended to learn it eventually, of course, just not until the hard part was done. Have we come up with something that might work as a power source for the new mecha designs? Uncle Lou asked as he walked down the staircase from the overhead catwalk and into the research bay. We think so. There is a design for a Dyson sphere-type generator that we're intending to try to translate into our own technologies, since we don't have the tech to make it the original way, but that could take some time. But, if we can get it working, then we should have a steady power source of a high enough output potential to run any new weapon we come up with. Max informed the old researcher. Oh, that is wonderful. The refinement teams were most concerned about how much they were going to have to reduce the power draw, as the weapon becomes completely ineffective below a certain output range. But if you have a design that will work, I can assure them that they can keep going on their current path. Uncle Lou replied with a satisfied nod and a quick note added to his data tablet. Ranarth cleared his throat. If this one doesn't prove to be feasible in the short term, we have 12 more potential designs that could produce sufficient power within a mecha-sized chassis, so even if we are delayed for a while, I think that it shouldn't be a problem to get the weapon powered. Oh, that really is wonderful. Then we will need to design a new chassis to put it in once we have the dimensions of the power source. But, I will leave you all to your work and go give the refinement teams the good news. Nico gave Max a sly look. Since we have extra hands, why don't we split up? One smaller group can check each of the other 12 designs for feasibility so that we're not caught out if we stumble on implementing the first one, and then we will have additional knowledge to fill in the gaps that the different technologies present. You really don't want to do the construction work, do you? Max asked. When there are hundreds of other cool things to research, or modified star density supernova events to experiment on. Not at all, she agreed. Alright, I will lead the Dyson Sphere research team, and you can work with Ranarth and a small team to study the options. If anything seems particularly viable, I might spare you a few more people to try to build it, just in case it works out better. Max laughed. Nico gave a celebratory fist pump and singled out 2 of the Innu to join her. These are the best and fastest at translating alloy compositions and alien circuitry to other technologies, so I will borrow them for the moment, and you can work on getting that miniaturized Dyson sphere to work. If worst comes to worst, we can always wrap it around an out-of-control antimatter reaction and let it burn itself out. It might not be as sustainable as a small star, but it would be powerful. Nico suggested. That wouldn't be a terrible idea, and it should actually be an efficiency improvement for their existing line of ships if they wrapped the Dyson sphere around the warp core as a containment field. Instead of spending energy to keep the reaction contained, they could harvest the energy that was escaping containment. But that was off topic. The more he thought about it, the more Max was beginning to understand why Nico and the Innu were the way that they were. There were too many potential applications for new technologies, so the more of a grasp that you had on the design fundamentals of advanced systems, the more easily you could get drawn into one of the traps of another use for what you were studying. Battle optimization didn't help either. Every time it came across a potential way to use something in combat, it would give Max a gentle mental nudge with the suggestion about how to modify it, and it didn't care that he was focusing on one topic, only that what it had found was better than what he had available. Today that was an annoyance, but the closer they got to creating the Dyson sphere, the more useful it would be, as the uses would become more focused on his desired outcome, instead of the myriad of possibilities that were presented by massive energy output. Alright, the first stage suggests that we create this framework to mount the sphere into. The power supply chamber of a standard Titan-class mecha is 6 meters on each side, so we will start with those dimensions. It looks like the alloy is even one that we can make. Max informed his team as he got back on topic and pulled them into the new project. Yes, starting off with a victory. I like where this is going. One of the more energetic researchers laughed, knowing full well that this was likely to be the only easy part. Chapter 1049. Natural Attraction. Max's team was hard at work on the creation of the intricately detailed alloy shell for the Dyson sphere, as detailed in the ancient human plans that Ranarth had provided, when an idea came to Max. There was a flash in his memory of a long-forgotten repair process, not even on a mecha, but a relic starship from his youth that he had purchased in order to sneak away on vacation. It was even more derelict than Terminus was when he first found her, but the warp drive used a Dyson sphere similar to the one that they were constructing, only it had once contained a self-sustaining star inside that had been purged when the ship was decommissioned. The images flowed through his mind of years spent trying to get the wreck to fly without getting caught with an unregistered space vessel, and Max realized that he actually knew the basics of the design that they were trying to replicate quite well. Not because any human should have known it, but because he had dug an eon-old spaceship out of a dead space scrap heap and decided that he simply needed to take it on a joyride before he hit the age of majority and was drafted into service. The old Darkling might have been born after the time reset, where Max's previous life was well before that, when the war with the gods was only getting started, but he might still know something more than Max could remember. Even better, he might have actual diagrams, which Max had never owned. Hey Ranarth, we only need to get the fusion reaction to sustain itself, right? Once we have that, then the sphere should absorb all forces and energies that the contained miniature star emits. He asked. That is correct, everything from radiation, photons and even gravity should be absorbed or reflected by the sphere. Ranarth agreed. So, if we cut a small ball out of a neutron star, say the size of my fist, the sphere would contain the gravity that it emitted, right? In a strong magnetic field, that should be enough gravitational force to sustain the fusion reaction, or close enough to it that we can help it along with technology. Max suggested. I'm not sure that what you're suggesting is possible. Injecting any controlling energy into a Dyson sphere would generally require compromising its integrity. But in theory, yes, you could do that. Can you explain what you had in mind, so I can check with my database to see if it's feasible? Max nodded. Of course, what I am suggesting is that we go for a carbon-nitrogen-oxygen, or CNO fusion cycle miniature star, which will produce its own hydrogen for a proton-to-proton fusion into hydrogen, which will be inherently unstable at such a small size, and continue the cycle. Occasionally, we will likely need to inject some new material into the Dyson sphere, since the degradation rate on such a small star will be exponentially faster than a regular star, but in theory it should be possible. Ranarth started running numbers in his head as he searched for the appropriate data, which didn't seem to be in any of the regularly accessed or properly indexed files. By my count, the Dyson sphere will need to be purged once every 20,000 years, and a new supply of matter introduced, in order to keep it operational if you should forego the dark energy stabilization route in favor of using the gravity of hyper-compressed matter. That should be much more than the service life of a mecha, but it would introduce some new dangers to the battlefield. Namely, the intense gravity wells that would be produced if one of the spheres was breached and its core were exposed to regular space. But, you can always develop a safety protocol to deal with that. Dumping it into another layer of space would work fairly well. Gravity works differently in the one you are most familiar with, and leaving the core there would allow you to retrieve it in a new sphere without too much inconvenience. The gravity of a small ball the size of his fist should only be 1/10 of a thousandth that of a star, which was not a big deal most of the time. It would be no more than the standard gravity on Kepler Prime if you were near it. But if the compressed baseball of fusion got close enough to interact with a planetary body, or worse, a ship traveling at warp speed, the results would be catastrophic. Alright, we will test that after we have a working prototype of the Dyson sphere built. I think it would be best to load it with all the other materials we will need, then find a way to introduce the piece of the neutron star to it afterwards. I just don't know how we would do that yet. Ranarth gave him a smile that spoke of millennia of experience. That is the easy part. Since they don't exist in the other layers, or at least the stars don't exist in the same spots, we only need to put the sphere in place, and then open a portal to drop the piece inside. After that, you fire a load of plasma into it, close the sphere, and it should light up every power system in your ship. That is genius. I hope that this idea works because that is too good of an idea to never try in person. Max laughed. Max got back to work, thinking of the very first ship that he ever tried to repair back in his past life, and slowly more of the lost and forgotten memories of his first childhood began to come back to him. Things that he had never thought were relevant in this life, and ones that were barely relevant in his past life. But it seemed that they were now because they needed so many new and strange technologies to make everything that they had been developing work together. Chapter 1050. Dyson, not just a vacuum, with that renewed bit of assurance that the idea might be plausible and save them the trouble of converting technology to make a whole new type of energy use feasible and reproducible on a species-wide scale. Max got his team back to work on designing the Dyson sphere, while Nico and her duo were busy researching new possible power sources. The construction was a slow effort, and even the precision construction of the framework that would hold the actual device together was giving them issues. It had originally been designed to surround an actual star, and then it had been redesigned and miniaturized for use in a starship. The one that Max had come across in his youth was a retired cargo freighter. By square feet, it would put some destroyers to shame, but it was almost entirely hollow. Which was, of course, a selling point to a young boy with dreams of getting well away from his home star system with all of his friends to party until they were pulled back by their duties. An empty cargo freighter was a fantastic spot to hold the biggest concert that anyone had ever attended. It hadn't worked out that way, and his friends had gotten caught trying to bribe their way into orbit, so Max had made a run for it, outside the jurisdiction of the local system police. That brought an important memory back to Max. While he was trying to keep that ancient hulk running on the compressed gas cylinder that he had brought to orbit, which ended up having the wrong gaseous mix for the Dyson drive, as the label had called it, he had blown a number of these capacitors. Which meant that now that he had remembered the incident, he had also remembered how to jury-rig a replacement for them. So, he made the change to their diagram, and then kept going, adding all the changes to his own files for the construction to be done after the framework was finally completed to the painstakingly tight tolerances that the machine demanded. It was a matter of more than down to the molecule, the molecular bonds also had to be just right, and at the right density for the frame to hold up to the stress that it was going to be under before the design became fully operational. The existing replicator technology wasn't sufficient for the task, so they were having to use a specialized piece of lab equipment to modify the pieces of the framework as they were assembled, dragging the process down to a crawl. There was hope that someone on another team could be reassigned to improve the replicators to take on the new tasks, but either there hadn't been a chance yet, or they were still busy with other projects, and the mass production requirements of this design would have to wait until they had proven that it would actually work. That would be the reasonable thing for Uncle Lou to have done, but you never really knew with that man. Sometimes he got excited, especially about new mecha designs. Let's call it for the day, that's 12 hours in the lab. Max informed his team, not wanting them to lose their touch due to overwork. What they were doing now might be intricate, but it was repetitive, and even a small slip-up could make them waste days and days trying to find and locate the reason for a failure. We should take a night to relax. What do people do for fun around here? He added, looking toward the half of his team that had been on base the longest. Well, there's always the games center. They've got a really nice bar and dance club, plus VR pods in the walls so that you can game instead of dancing. They even stream tournament matches on the screens in the club. It's kind of the place to be on the base. One of the human researchers suggested. And, it's right next to Wiggles' coffee shop, so like, everyone is there. One of the Innu agreed. Someone go get Nico and her pair of sidekicks, we don't want to leave them out of the fun. Max laughed, as the researchers locked arms and began to skip toward the exit, looking forward to an evening out as a group. The large group of excited researchers caught the attention of a lot of their former coworkers and friends who were also just getting off shift, and the walk to the games room turned into an excited procession of workers all headed the same way. The location in question was only a few hundred meters from the main entrance to the research wing, prime territory for catching the higher-paid staff, and sat within a rather fancy shopping district, lined with food stalls and clothing shops, perfect for a stroll in the evening. What's the event? There's an awful lot of you headed this way today. A middle-aged man in an apron that marked him as on duty at one of the food stalls asked. We felt like we needed a break, so we're headed to Wiggles and then the game center for a night out. We made a lot of progress this week, and we're already started on the next prototype. Max replied, nice, turn over to prototype within a week. You're going to keep the refinement labs busy. I'll send any more party goers I see your way, get a proper crowd in the club tonight." The vendor laughed, then turned to walk back inside his fried chicken stall. Nico smirked at Max and then turned to the long line of people following behind them. "Did you hear that? Coffees at Wiggles are on Commander Max, and then I've got the first round at the games center." Nico yelled back at the crowd. "Who's the hero of the day? Max, Max. Who will send the blues away? Max, Max." The Inu began to sing in time with a popular recent hit, while the humans began to laugh, much less interested in the coffee than the round of drinks at the bar. "We heard that, and we will hold you to it," the doorman at the games center door yelled at them from the end of the block. "And there had better be a bribe involved if you are going to make me pour 100 lattes only 5 minutes into my shift." The barista yelled from the other side of the road. "Better start pouring, they're on their way." Nico yelled back,